Good morning everybody, welcome to Donington Park. It may be sunny here, but it is a little bit chilly, but that shouldn't matter because we've got a feast of motorsport action for you. It's time for the Classic Sports Car Club here, and if you love your motorsport fast, exciting and intense, this is certainly the place to be. Right, we nip down to the paddock here with Andrew Wynn. We're going to start second on the grid in tin tops. Talk us about your qualifying.
Again. Second again. Yeah, fastest I've ever been around here, so really pleased. The car's performing well, half a second quicker than our race time from last season. Still got Nigel Ainger's car to beat in the latter stages of the race.
It's quick, isn't it? This quick.
No, that doesn't describe it, I'm afraid. It's ballistic.
Okay, that's a better word, yeah.
It is, but you know, we're going to do everything we can. Nigel will freely admit he's the slower of the two drivers, so I'm going to try, as I did at Snetterton, to get away in the first half of the race. We're both on a 30-second penalty in the pits, and then the second half of the race, it's elbows out and see what happens, because anything can.
Stay tuned. Second half of the race is going to be quite explosive.
Absolutely, because well, I don't know if you saw in quali, but it's so busy out there. I know we've got some reserves qualifying, but it's a fairly short lap. There's a vast array of different cars, different abilities out there. You soon catch the tail enders up, and becomes a bit of a lottery. So,
well, I can assure you we'll be watching.
Yeah, excellent.
Best of luck, enjoy it. Thanks for talking to us. Thank you. Pop down to the paddock here with James Wilson. James, talk us through your qualifying session.
Well, it was very, very messy, unfortunately. I was bedding in the brakes for the first few laps, taking it nice and easy. But yeah, tried to find a gap, just couldn't. Very, very busy out there, lots of yellow flags. So basically every lap at some point was scrapped. And then I had a big moment through the crane of curves, lost it. Ended up on the outside of the circuit, just touched the gravel. No real harm done. I
was going to say, you're going to be out, there's no major issues.
Yeah, no, I managed to get back on the track, probably ruined everyone else's lap on that one, but it was just, you know, it's 46 or 47 cars out there with reserves, so great for the club, but yeah, just very, very busy. It's an amazing circuit, but yeah, qualified 24th. And there's loads of time in the car, so I could definitely go forwards.
Definitely go forward. That's the plan for the race. What's a realistic expectation?
Well, I like to try and run in the top 20. That's roughly where I've got to. So yeah, if I can make top 20 to make 10 positions, that'd be great. But just getting through that first lap, through the crane of curves, I think is the first mission, and then just go from there, really.
Well, James, we're going to be watching. Best of luck for the race. And can we just pan the camera onto this? Look at this awesome design. I won't mention what it was originally, but thank you, James. Best of luck for the race. Right, I'm down here with Andrew Barron in front of this fine-looking KA. Andrew, look, before you head out for the race, tell us about your qualifying session.
Oh, well, when you're the slowest car out there, it's interesting, but, you know, I've raced for 20-something years, so I'm sort of trying to keep out of everyone's way. The secret, as you know, with these cars is the momentum. There's no horsepower, it's all momentum, which does improve your driving skills.
Now, you are at the back of the grid. That's to be expected. Though, can you do anything from there? Or is it just stay on track, see what happens, and, you know, you might pick up a few places?
Last time at Thruxton, I picked up a whole load of places, mainly from everyone else's misfortune. And timing your pit stop is making sure you're down at that 2 minutes and not a second more and a second less. That's also the secret. So we'll see what happens. I love this track anyway. It's a great place.
I love this track and I love this car. I'm going to be watching closely. Have you best of luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Great.
We'll see you out there.
Bye.
Thank you.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome along to Donington Park for this weekend's race meeting, organised by the Classic Sports Car Club. The cars for the first of the races, the convertible tin tops, just heading around on what is a second formation lap. We have a car break down on the first formation lap, so they're heading around for a second lap before we get our first race of the weekend underway. Let's just quickly guide you through the grid and the way that they line up on pole position. It's the Bracey 6 car that
Range shares with Danny Cassell, and alongside is car number 888, which is Andrew Windmill. Row 2 of the grid is 62, the rather rapid Peugeot with Steve Simpson. Alongside is the Renault Clio of Tom Mensley, as the red flags come out before we even get the race underway, I'm afraid to say, as a result of that car that had problems on the very opening lap. I think it might have been the number 21 car, which is the Renault Clio that Giles and Tav Kirk share together, the pair from the Nottinghamshire-Lincolnshire border. So 62 and number 18, Tom Bensley on row number 2. Row 3 of the grid is number 1, Martin Addison, the most successful driver in the Cohort Sports Tin Tops in 2019. And for company, he has 36, which is Al Jones. And row 4 of the grid is the John Lannon and Nathan Nichols chair, number 25. Go alongside is the Peugeot number 84 of Nigel Tom. The 5th row of the grid is 179. That's Richard Field and Richard Jason Field. Alongside is number 27, which is James Slater, who shares with Richard Harmon. And row 6 of the grid, it's the Warburtons with their Volkswagen Golf Mark 1. Number 81, John and Chris Warburton. And for company, they have 42, which is Jonathan D. The 7th row of the grid is the Honda Civic, Manoj Patel, sharing with Tom Gannon for this weekend. And alongside is the Lynches, that being William and Frederick with their Ford Fiesta. And row number 8 of the grid is car number 113, which is Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgem. And alongside is car number 666, Jack Wayne. The 9th row of the grid is 30, Gary Barlow in the Honda Integrity C5, 72, Peugeot of the Carl Chambers. Row 10 of the grid is 31, Lee Webster, and 26, Chris Earl. Row 11 is the car that broke down on this formation lap, which I think has brought about the safety car. And as you can see now, the red flags, that car, if you're watching on the live stream, is just now being moved into position to get removed out of the way. The unfortunate Giles and Tavkirk, number 21, not even starting the race, so there'll be a gap. And then number 318, Richard Bethel, will be on his own. And row number 12 is where we see 34, Peter Parkin, and 234, James Wilson. Row 13 is 14, Steve Papworth, and 56, Adam Brown. Row 14 is 22, Sean Ely, and 777, which is Mick Dwayne. Row 15, it's Simon Potter, stroke Justin Porter, who are sharing with Tom Horton, that row of the grid, 50 and number 82. Row 16 is 77, that's Mark Alexander Williams and Lewis Alexander Williams, alongside 37, which is Stephen Routledge. The 17th row of the grid is 76, Liam Kilmartin, and 125, James Goodwin. Row 18 is number 16, Terry Upton, and 810, that's John Baker. Row 19, the penultimate row, a full grid and reserves as well, such as the entry list for the Court Sport Tin Tops this weekend. Car number 127, Darren Banks, and alongside is number 78, which is Holly Brown, stroke Paul Turner. We'll pick up on the starting drivers in a second. And the 20th and final row of the grid is car number 99, Miles Mosley, and 88, Andrew Barron. So because we didn't get the race underway and because we've had the red flag, then in reality it could give an opportunity for one of the reserves to slot themselves onto the grid. And looking down towards pit lane exit, it does indeed look as though what is misfortune for one is fortune for others. We've also got a pit lane starter by the look of things that didn't make it onto the grid. The number 78 Honda Civic sits at pit lane exit. So that should have started on the back row of the grid, penultimate row of the grid rather, and instead will be a pit lane starter. It could give the opportunity for our first reserve to slot themselves onto the grid, and that being the case for the Cohort Sport Tin Tops, Blair Roebuck, scheduled to be the first reserve, might be able to take up a position on the grid. We shall have to wait and see. So work going on in the pit lane. Carl Chambers' car being busy being looked at by the mechanics, peering under the bonnets. The Peugeot specialist from Suffolk out of the car in this car that he built over the lockdown period, actually, and built this car up one of several racing cars that he's got available to himself. He prepares quite a few as well, and Carl has been a regular in the Classic Sports Car Club series for a very good period of time. So jumping back in the car and the bonnet heading down, and then hopefully we will see him head into the race. Let's hope so. As for starting drivers in this race, well, the car that sits there on pole position, car number 86, will be started by Nigel Ainge. Danny Cassar is the quicker of the two. Nigel won't mind me saying that. And then as we head further down through the grid, car number 25, that particular car is going to be John Lannon that will start. The 5th row of the grid, car number 179, it will be Richard Field that will start, handing over to Richard Jason later on. The number 27 car that lines up alongside it on that 5th row of the grid will be started by James Slater. Row 6 of the grid, the Warburtons, it is John Warburton that will start, handing over to Chris later over the course of the race. And then as we look elsewhere down through the grid, row number 7 is double drivers. Car number 112 will be started by Manoj Patel. Alongside is 94. And that will be William Lynch that will start. And other double drivers as we just look down, car number 113, Stephen Reynolds will start. That's on the 8th row of the grid. Row 9 are single drivers, as are row 10. Row 11, the car that broke down on the outlap, I'm afraid to say, was scheduled to have been started by Giles Kirk. Let's hope that they can get that car sorted. And then The only other couple of cars that we've got that are double drivers are car number 5050, which will be started by Simon Stowe. That's down on the 15th row of the grid. The 16th row of the grid, 77, will be started by Mark Alexander Williams. And then I think the penultimate row of the grid, car number 19, row number 19, car number 78, that's going to be a pit lane starter. And that is scheduled to be started by Holly Brown. And I think that gives you all of the starting drivers as well. So Cole Chambers leaving the pit lane. The car's just being held on the grid just while we deal with the incident of that broken down car out on circuit. So we started slightly early with this race, and it's a good job we did in reality, because it means that by the time we get the second rolling lap back underway, we shall probably be about where we would have started as programmed for this afternoon. Now, we've already had 2 races from the Coward Sports tin tops over the course of a shortened and slightly late start, understandably, to the 2020 racing season. We started the season at Thruxton in Hampshire on the 26th of July, and it was an interrupted race, I'm afraid to say, for the Coward Sport tin tops on that occasion. There was an incident out on the back part of the circuit, the very fast section of the circuit, where the number 172 Clio that was in the hands of David Banks on the very first lap on cold tyres slid sideways, and I'm afraid to say made contact with the marshal's post on the inside of the circuit at very high speed. Marshals were fine, driver was fine, car less so, but that did mean a red flag and a significant delay. So there were not the 40 minutes allocated did they race at Thruxton. But Andrew Windmill, who lines up on the outside of the front row of the grid, that's light blue and white Honda Civic, was the winner of that particular race. So Andrew comes into this weekend already having been a winner, albeit in that slightly shortened Thruxton race. In reality, that race win would net him a 30-second time penalty as and when we get to the pit window. So if you win a race in nearly all of the Classic Sports Car Club series, as they are, none of them are championship, but you hand yourself a 30-second penalty in addition to the mandatory period you have to be in the pit lane for the rest of the season. Should you be quick enough to win again for a second time, you get yourselves a further 30-second penalty, so a 60-second penalty, and so on. It just keeps accumulating. Every time you win, you get a 30-second penalty, which means that no one single car or driver dominates over the course of the season. The other car that lines up on the pole position alongside the Thruxton winner, which was Andrew Windmill, is the other car that won last time out at Snetterton. Nigel Ainge and Danny Gassar claimed the win there at Snetterton, so they will also have the same fate before them in this race, which is an additional 30 seconds to spend in the pits as and when the pit window opens. So keep an eye towards those 2 cars, because they will need to sort of try and sprint away if they can, build an advantage, knowing full well that they're going to be stationary in the pit lane for a little bit longer for everybody else. The mandatory pit stop under these COVID-19 conditions, as they head off on a further formation lap, is a mandatory 2-minute pit stop for all of them. Now, that's not 2 minutes stationary, that's 2 minutes from when they break the beam at pit entry to when they break the beam at pit exit. So you will be stationary for the best part of maybe a minute and 30 seconds, so that you can then get the car rolling back down pit lane and make sure that pit in to pit out is not less than 120 seconds. As of course, as I mentioned, the 2 cars on the front row of the grid will add another 30 seconds to their pit stops. And usually what happens for those winners is that that's served at pit lane entry, where there's a penalty box. They'll be held there for 30 seconds to serve their penalty. Then they'll move to their particular part of the pit lane and then serve their mandatory aspect of it, so they have an extra 30 seconds to spend. So Nigel Ainge starting in the Honda Integra DC5 from pole position, long-time racer in the Classic Sports Car Club, as is Andrew Windmill, who lines up alongside. Andrew's done a lot of work to the car over the course of the off-season and the delayed start to the season. The Honda Civic, which was already quick in 2019 and seasons prior to that, has been on a diet in reality. He's shed a fair amount of weight from that car and has modified some of the other parts within the regulations as well, so as to try and reduce the curb weight of it. And it's certainly worked really, really well for him at Thruxton. And considering that when we raced at Snetterton, he had an extra 30 seconds to spend in the pits, he still finished second at Snetterton as well. And the gap between himself, the winning margin of Nigel Ainge and Danny Gassar, and Andrew Windmill, who finished second, bearing in mind he was stationary for an extra 30 seconds, he was 32 seconds behind the race winner in second position. So arguably it could have been potentially another race victory for him in that one. So the clock is showing there are 40 minutes ready to go. The safety car and is just pulling them round through Coppice Corner, and then hopefully if everything is good this time through, we'll be ready to get racing underway in what is a busy day of racing here and a busy weekend of racing at Donington Park. Once we've got the Quad Sport tin tops done and dusted, we'll have a further race before the lunch break, which will be for the Liqui Moly New Millennium. Then, after the lunch break, our next of the races that will be coming up will be for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, who's got 2 races to cram in over the course of this afternoon. We've also got the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, the Slick Series and the Cartec Modern Classics with Cartec Motorsport Puma Cup, all to look forward to over the course of a very busy afternoon here on day 1 of the Classic Sports Car Club meeting at Donington Park. So, neat 2x2 order. The safety car has peeled its way into the pit lane. Nigel Ainge on pole position. Andrew Windmill alongside, just holding back a little bit is Andrew Windmill. Red lights on, red lights go out now, and Nigel Ainge has already got a significant lead because Andrew Windmill just seems to sort of leave a rather large gap. So the Honda leads. It looks so Stephen Simpson's Peugeot should slot itself through into second position. Indeed it does as he slots himself through, but then gets very sideways on the way out of the corner as the rear of the car starts to break away with the cold rears. He gathers it all up and is already propelling himself down through the crane of curves for the first time. But Nigel Ainge has got a big old lead now from Andrew Windmill that sits there in second position as they then head down through the crane of curves and in towards the old hairpin for the first time. They'll reappear back towards my sight as they head up towards the braking area for McLean's corner, and it is certainly Nigel Ainge who's looking to try and sprint away in the lead of the race. Andrew Windmill is there in second position. The Peugeot's still there in third by the look of things, which is going to be Stephen Simpson. Despite the squirrely moment at Redgate Corner, it looks as though he did manage to gather up the moment and is able to hang on to third position. And fourth, I think that might be Martin Addison's little Peugeot, the 106 that sits there in fourth position. Difficult to see, but as they head down the straight and in towards a braking area for Roberts for the first time, under attack for the lead of the race is Nigel Ainge as Andrew Windmill looks to try and sneak his way up the inside and goes through to grab the lead of the race. So Andrew Windmill picks up the lead of the race. Second place is Nigel Ainge, but he's now under attack from Martin Addison, who's there in third place. John Warburton's Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 is there in fourth place, and that'll be Tom Mensley who's there in fifth place. As for Steve Simpson, well, he did come through and was a lot further down the order than I expected him to be on completion of the first lap, so there were issues for the cold tyres on the number 62 Peugeot. He slithered his way quite literally down to 11th position at the end of lap number 1, car number 62, so there's work to do there, considering that that car was third quickest over the course of the qualifying session this morning. So the leaders are down in towards the area of the old hairpin and the crane of curves, and as they then sprint their way up towards Schwantz Curve and McLean's, Andrew Windmill is starting to break away now in the lead of the race and building the advantage between himself and Martin Addison, who is up into second position. Nigel Ainge in the Honda Integra DC5 still hanging on to third currently, fourth and fifth together, and I think that might be a change of position there. I think Tom Mensley's Renault Clio slotted itself through and ahead of the Volkswagen Golf. Yes, it did. So John Warburton loses a position. Either way, it's still been a good start for that car because it started 11th on the grid and was up to fourth position at the end of the first lap. Through the Robert chicane now. So Tom Mensley looks now to try and make progress. Up to fifth position now is going to come the number 25 little Citroen. That's John Lannon that's driving that one. That's a 2-car team. John Lannon, you can either compete solo, you can share the car, or you can enter as a 2-car team. And John Lannon and Nathan Nichols are a team, but they both drive different cars. So when John Lannon comes into the pit lane for his mandatory 2 minutes pit stop, it will be a different car that goes out in its place. Still numbered car number 25. It's still a Citroen, but it's different livery on it, so it won't be black and blue for part 2 of the race. It will be black and red. And problems there, I'm afraid to say. I think we might have lost the Volkswagen Golf off the circuit, the Mark 1 that was going so beautifully well in the early stages. I think that will be a retirement because it did not come through over the course of that lap, John Warburton's car, which had lost a place and has now, I think, just dropped down through the order and has retired somewhere out on the circuit. Didn't see it come through at the end of that lap. Our race leader is still pressing on, lap number 3. Andrew Windmill looking to try and make good his escape, and is doing a very good job of that at the moment. Second place Martin Addison, still under pressure from Tom Mensley, who's not too far behind. Tom Mensley has managed to get himself through and ahead of the Honda Integra this time, so that's in the hands of Nigel Ainge now. The white car with the light blue bonnet drops down into fourth position. Fifth is going to be still the number 25 Citroen of John Lannon, and completing the top 6 at this stage is the number 27 Honda, which has got James Slater on board for part 1 of the race. Yellow Peugeot of Steve Simpson looking to try and make progress as well after his problems that befell him up at Redgate Corner. The yellow Peugeot gaining places. It's up to 8th position now, having been down in 11th at the end of the first lap, so it is starting to pick the cars off what is a very, very busy Donington Park circuit. Doesn't matter what class you're in the Coord Sports tin tops, there will always be somebody to race with, in particular when 40 cars were on the grid. 46 cars attempted to qualify, and 40 is the maximum that we can start. So it's a very full circuit, and traffic, without question, over the course of this race is going to have a pivotal role to play in the outcome of the race. So there goes Simon Stowe's Renault Clio heading up towards Schwantz Curve. In towards the pit lane, somebody coming very slowly. That is before the pit window opens, so that, I'm afraid to say, is going to be a problem for car number 16, trundling his way into the pit lane. That's Terry Upton, one of a couple of cars that Adele Sport have got in this race. So Terry Upton heads into the pit lane. Now the pit window isn't open just as yet, so it will open 10 minutes into the race and remain open for 15 minutes and close at the 25-minute mark. So we've still got another 4 minutes before the pit window opens. Stephen Simpson's progress in the Peugeot continues as he picks his way through and past James Slater's Honda Civic, heading out of Redgate Corner and down through the Craner Curves. So that's now up to 5th position for the Peugeot, that's recovering all of the time. So small problems on lap number 1, dropping it from what was 3rd on the grid down to 11th. Well, it's now bounced back to 5th position, and is looking to try and make further progress in what is a long race, really. Still 33 and a quarter minutes of the race still to go. Andrew Windmill, our race leader, last time through, popped in on lap number 4, the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far. 1 minute 18.298. 1 minute 18.298. Now that is already quicker than Andrew Windmill managed in qualifying when he was 2nd quickest. So he's certainly carrying qualifying pace through and finding a little bit more at the wheel of the Honda Civic. Martin Addison is still there in 2nd position. Nigel Ainge in 3rd, but under attack from the next couple of cars, which include the car of John Lannon, who is now under attack from the recovering yellow Peugeot of Steve Simpson. Is Steve Simpson going to carve his way through? He's alongside, he's got the inside line for Redgate Corner, and yet through goes Steve Simpson, picks up the position, and is nice and neat and tidy on the exit of the corner, so should be able to hang on to it. He can also see the next 2 cars ahead of him as well that he needs to deal with as well. So that now brings the recovering Peugeot 206 up into 4th position. Nigel Ainge's Honda isn't that far ahead, and Martin Addison's Peugeot 106 is just up the road as well. So Steve Simpson is pressing on here, trying to make amends for a little mistake on those cold rear tyres that almost caught him out at Redgate Corner, but typical front-wheel drive recovery, just kept his foot absolutely planted into the footwell and was able to just utilise that front-wheel drive to pull it out of the turning oversteer, those cold rear tyres. Now we will have a further car for the pit lane before too much longer, because a black flag, I gather, is being shown for car number 21. Now that's the car that Giles Kirk brought to a standstill on the first attempt to get the race underway. So I can only imagine that maybe that car is in the race when it shouldn't have been as a result of bringing about the red flag. Now Stephen Simpson all over the curbs coming out of Redgate Corner in his efforts to try and propel that little yellow Peugeot further up through the order. He's getting really close to Nigel Ainge as they head in towards the braking area for Redgate Corner. Is he close enough? No, he's not. And as they now turn their way through Redgate Corner, they'll be down through the Craner Curves. So down through the Craner Curves, and then they will reappear back into my sight as they head round through Schwantz Curve. As yet, Stephen Simpson has not quite been able to carve his way through. He's having a good nibble though up the inside, heading in towards McLean's Corner, and perfectly done for Stephen Simpson up the inside of Nigel Ainge. Grabs now what is 3rd place away and gets the Peugeot onto the podium places for the moment. Now the pit window will very shortly open as well, so we are fast approaching the 30-minute to go mark, so pit window opens after 10 minutes of the race. Over the start finish line goes Andrew Windmill, so he will be able to dive into the pits next time through if he wishes to. Depends on how busy he thinks the circuit is ahead of him and whether he's better just to stay out and keep pressing on, or whether he's going to dive for the pit lane. Through goes the number 1 Peugeot of Martin Addison in 2nd place. It's another Peugeot in 3rd, Stephen Simpson. 4th place is still John Lannon at the wheel of the number 25 Citroën Saxo, the black and blue car. We've still got James Slater as the next of the runners as well. But the car that's dropping down through the order this time through, I'm afraid to say, is Nigel Ainge, who has not come through. So the number 86 Honda Integral, there it goes now over the start-finish line. But that lap for Nigel Ainge clearly had a problem. That was about 20 seconds he lost on that lap. Dropped 10 places, down to 13th, I'm afraid. And that is just as the pit window opens. So Nigel is slower than Danny Cassar, who is indecently quick at the wheel of anything that he drives. So maybe the strategy for that particular car that started on pole, remember, the time would have been sacked by Danny Cassar, get Nigel Ainge in at the end of this lap, as he's the slower of the two and has just lost, 20 seconds on a lap, whatever happened, and pop in Danny Cassar and see whether he can haul that already race-winning Honda as a result of that victory at Snetterton back up through the order. So through goes our race leader. Andrew Windmill still continuing to lead the race and has a very comfortable margin between himself and the 2nd place car of Martin Addison, who was rather gingerly picking his way through a raft of slower traffic through the Robert chicane there, so that will have compromised his lap time because he met it slap bang in the middle of the Robert chicane. The back markers can't just disappear. Sometimes it's just luck as to whether you get them. The best of the fights at the moment is 4th, 5th and 6th, which is the Citroën from Tom Mensley's Renault Clio that's having a look at the inside, going into Redgate Corner, takes place away on the entrance. Is it going to be able to hang on to it on the exit? Yes, it can. So place gain there for Tom Mensley. He's now up into 4th position, and John Lannon at the wheel of the Citroën drops down into 5th. All of the time whilst James Slater at the wheel of the all-silver number 27 Hondas there in 6th place. 84, Nigel Tong in his Peugeot is 7th place. 8th place is 42, which is Jonathan D. 9th place is Alfie Jones number 36, and completing the top 10 is car number 112, which is Manoj Patel. So pit window open. First of the pit stoppers dive in for the pit lane, which includes the number 77 Citroën of Mark Alexander Williams. That car heads down pit road. It's not the only one to have come in though, because Blair Roebuck came in at the wheel of his number 2 Honda. And also in the pit lane at this stage is number 14, which is Steve Papworth. So there's a few cars opting to dive for the pit lane. The rather recalcitrant number 72 Peugeot of Carl Chambers exits the pit lane. Carl has usually been one of the front runners in this series, but he's down in 32nd position at the moment, so all is clearly not going well for his car. On that lap, we've also had a further shuffle in the top 6 as well, because another place has been lost by John Lannon at the wheel of his Citroën. He has now lost out to the number 27 Honda of James Slater, who has gone through. So James having gained the place. More cars heading for the pit lane. Car number 810 is John Baker. The race leader is in, more importantly, so Nigel Ainge heads for the pit lane. And this will be to hand the car over to Danny Cassar. The first thing they'll have to do, though, is serve a pit stop penalty, I would have thought. We've also got Chris Earle, I think that was, just snuck into the pit lane. Another one of the quick Citroëns coming in. Peter Parkin also heads for the pit lane. So more and more cars diving for the pit lane. Michael Dwayne also in the pit lane as well. So the order will just shuffle and will sort itself out when we get the other side of the pit window, which is going to be in around about another 10 minutes time. Andrew Windmill, car number 888, already up towards Redgate Corner and heading on towards Hollywood. He is now on to lap number 10. His pace has eased a little bit as he's worked his way through the traffic, but now we also get the 2nd and 3rd place cars coming in. So number 1 Martin Addison dives for the pit lane. 62 Steve Simpson is also in as well. So heading down pit road go the pair of Peugeots, the 106 and the 206, and it's more towards pit lane entry where Steve Simpson comes to a halt. The mechanics just checking tyre pressures, somebody having a quick look underneath the car as well. Martin Addison comes to a halt towards pit lane exit. And already some of those early pit stoppers are now starting to head back out of the pit lane. So you can see how busy the pit lane is, and racing out on circuit continuing. Some hard-fought battles going on actually. The MGZR looking to try and apply the pressure to the little Renault Clio that lies ahead. That's for positions much further down through the order, but the pit lane just filling up all of the time. When you've got 40 cars to get serviced in a 15-minute window, there are going to be busy periods of it. Another car diving for the pit lane is Tom Horton with his little Ford Fiesta coming down towards bottom end of the pit lane, but all of this whilst number 888, Andrew Windmill, the race leader, continues to press on his merry way. Another front runner in is Tom Mensley. The battle's continuing to rage still out on circuit. Nice to see that we also have a real mixture of cars as well, including some of the Protons that have come to join us over the course of the last few races. The Proton Coupes adding to the mix. Tom Horton's pit stop taking place in the pit lane, and all of this whilst Andrew Windmill still just keeps cracking on in the race and just keeps putting in lap times that are still quicker than anybody else has managed so far. One of the fights that had been brewing out on circuit has just stopped because the MGZR of Lee Webster comes into the pit lane. Out of the pit lane goes Martin Addison's Peugeot 106, rejoining the circuit, and further behind it, I would say, a very slightly slower stop for the Stephen Simpson Peugeot 206. That's the yellow car that started on the inside of the second row of the grid. Now, it's been a good drive back up through the order, having dropped to 11th in the early stages for that car, but it was probably very slightly slower in its pit stop. You've got to try and time it to perfection. If you enter the pit lane, the stopwatch starts in reality. If you exit the pit lane, and if the stopwatch stops at 1 minute 59 seconds and 99 hundredths, you're less than 2 minutes, so you get a time penalty. So you need to be literally bang on the 2 minutes, and if you're 2 minutes and 2 or 3 seconds, then that's 2 or 3 seconds lost in the pit lane. That's hard to make up on track, so you've got to try and time the pit stops to perfection as well. Busy old section heading up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner, including Danny Cassar, who is now at the wheel of that Honda Integra that Nigel Ames drove in the early stages of the race. That car has completed its pit stop and is now down in 29th position, having completed its pit stop. So we'll wait and see as to what Danny Cassar can do on the first flying lap for that car. If it's anything like Danny would usually do, his first flying lap is likely to be the fastest lap of the race. He seems to get in a car, get on with it immediately. So keep an eye towards the progress of the Honda. Now, race leader coming into the pit lane, but unfortunately Andrew Windmill is caught up behind one of the slower cars, I'm afraid to say. Miles Mosley's Peugeot coming into the pit lane rather slowly, but Andrew Windmill was trying to get into the pit lane substantively quicker. He'd still have to brake to get down to the pit lane speed limit, but he was certainly lost a bit of time there as he trundled his way into the pit lane. So there is Andrew Windmill heading down towards pit lane exit, all the way down towards the bottom of the pit lane. He comes to a halt, Thruxton winner, and will look to try and reassert himself back in the lead as and when he's completed his pit stops. But other cars behind are not opting to pit as yet. The second place car does there, so James Slater dives for the pit lane at the wheel of the silver Honda. Are we now going to see the number 25 Citroen go through and take up the lead? I think we might do, possibly. So Andrew Windmill being serviced, a quick conversation going on. There's no sanitisation of the car needed because it's Andrew that's remaining behind the wheel of it. Pit stop regulations for this year changed, so for shared cars it gives drivers and teams time to sanitise the vehicle, so they've extended it to 2 minutes so that quick spray can be done as they swap from one driver to another. Down through the Craner curves, great little fight going on. That's Blair Roebuck that is under pressure from the number 112 car. Now that was Manoj Patel that was behind the wheel of it, and it will still be Manoj because that car hasn't as yet pitted. So Tom Gannon scheduled to take over that car, but Manoj, who is the car's owner, driving as hard as he possibly can to try and see whether he can hang on to places and gain places as the race wears on. We are fast approaching the halfway point of the race as well. 21 minutes of the race to go. Andrew Windmill, who has, I think, just about finished serving his pits, the pit stop will head back out onto track very shortly, but where he's going to feed back out is the moot point, because of the cars behind will now have taken up the lead because they haven't pitted, and one of them is the number 25 car, which goes over the start-finish line now. That is up to second place now. John Lannon, a little bit of bodywork just hanging off on the left-hand side of it, so he has picked up second place, but picking up the lead of the race because he's not stopped as yet is the number 84 Peugeot. Now that's the white car with its blue and red flashes of, again, long-time Classic Sports Car Club racer Nigel Tong, who leads the race. Teams all still busy in the pit lane. More drivers peeling their way in towards the circuit, in towards the pit lane to conduct the mandatory pit stop, for which there are another 5 minutes still before the pit window closes. Andrew Windmill now, erstwhile race leader, back out. He's rejoined down towards the bottom of the top 8. I think it's 7th position that he's rejoined, but more importantly, he has rejoined behind Martin Addison's Peugeot. So Martin has had a better run through the traffic, maybe a more efficient pit stop, and Andrew Windmill's Honda has come out behind that Peugeot and ahead of the next one, which is the yellow car in the hands of Steve Simpson. So that will be a battle for position. Now, it won't be a battle inside the top 6 as yet, because all the cars inside the top 6 still haven't pitted. So it's only once we cycle through all of the pit stops we'll be able to pick up on exactly the positions that they're battling for. The race leader over the start-finish line, so through goes number 84, the Air Construct supported Peugeot in the hands of Nigel Tong, dealing with the traffic as well as he heads up towards Redgate Corner. He leads the race. In second position now, a change of position on that lap, because into the pit lane comes the number 25 Citroën. So up to second now goes number 42, which is Jonathan D, who's now moved himself up into second position. Jonathan driving on his own in this particular race at the wheel of the Honda Integra DC2, but is doing a really good job of mixing it amongst some of the more powerful cars. Now, great fight going on. Andrew Windmill really under pressure from 2 Peugeots behind who are ganging up on the Honda. Martin Addison looking to try and fend off Stephen Simpson as they head onto the top of Hollywood and down through the Craner curves. He's managed to work his way through and at least got himself back ahead of those 2 Peugeots, who were sort of one ahead of him, one behind him on conclusion of the pit stop. So Andrew Windmill back to ideally where he wants to be, putting himself in a strong position for part 2 of the race. The 2 Peugeots still at it together. Stephen Simpson's 206 just ahead of Martin Addison's 106 that sits directly behind. Over the start-finish line comes the number 86 Honda, which Danny Cassar is now behind the wheel of. What's Danny's lap times looking like? Danny's just done a 1 minute 18.292. Now that is quicker than anybody out on circuit at the moment. He has also, since taking over that Honda, popped in the fastest lap of the race as well. That was a lap or so ago now, 1 minute 16.966 for Danny Cassar. So that number 86 Honda is now running in 15th position. Now, most of the other cars have conducted their pit stops. We've got, unfortunately, Lewis Alexander Williams with his Citroën that's come to a halt up at Redgate Corner, but he's parked it in a sensible place so that the marshals, our fantastic marshals, can give it a shove, get it through behind the other side of the barriers there, which means that we are briefly having yellow flags on the approach towards Redgate Corner, and once the car's out of harm's way, yellow flags will come in, and that's an overtaking opportunity again. We haven't as yet had our race leader in, which is Nigel Tong, so the Peugeot number 84 still leads the race. The Honda Integra DC2 number 42 of Jonathan D lies second in the race, but other than that, everybody else now has either conducted their mandatory pit stops or is in the process of conducting their mandatory pit stops. Through goes Danny Cassar, back over the start-finish line. The white and blue Honda pushing hard again. Every time, of course, other cars pit, it brings that Honda further up through the order. So from 15th to 11th on that particular lap now for Danny Cassar, as he again pops in a time that's quicker than anybody else is circulating out there at the moment. 1 minute 18.0 from him. Andrew Windmill's down in the 1 minute 19th at the moment because he's having to deal with a bit of traffic. So there's a second or two gained every single lap over cars that are ahead of him. There goes one of the Protons. That's the Proton Persona that was started by Richard Field and now has Richard Jason Field behind the wheel of it. That car harks back to the one-make series that we had for Proton Personas in the early part of the 1990s, mid-1990s I would have said in the UK. And Nigel Tong in the lead of the race is still not as yet opting to pit. Now there's a minute left of the pit window, so by the time Nigel gets over the start-finish line there'll be less time left than there is pit stop window, so he's got to come in at the end of this lap, otherwise if he doesn't, he will be pitting outside of the window, and penalties for that could become rather draconian. So number 84 Peugeot should be destined for the pits at the end of this lap. Pretty wide on the approach towards Redgate Corner as the battles continue to rage in the midfield as they work their way, that little trio of cars, down in towards the braking area for the old hairpin. One of the cars spins directly ahead of them, I'm afraid to say, and that I think might be the number 25 Citroen. So the car that is Nathan Nichols for part 2 of the race, gathered at the moment, thought it was heading into the gravel midway down through the Craner curves, but has managed to get the Citroen pointing in the right direction and will be able to continue. Race leader Nigel Tong has come in on this lap, so that now means that everybody is in the process of either finishing off their pit stops or has already done it. So it should now put kind of at 888 Andrew Windmill back into the lead of the race again. So he goes up towards Redgate Corner. Andrew Windmill leads the race. It's going to be Stephen Simpson's Peugeot that's in second position. A spinning Citroen on the exit of Redgate Corner, pointing in the wrong direction. I think that's Paul Turner's car. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's Paul Turner's car. So the number 78 Honda Civic with problems on the exit of Redgate, the top of Hollywood. Let's hope they can get the engine fired up, because that car is not in a particularly safe place where it stands at the moment. And it's in a very difficult place for the marshals to go and assist as well. To the pit lane, I'm afraid, is number 27. Now that was going so well early on in the hands of James Slater. Richard Harmon scheduled to take over the car for part 2 of the race, but the bonnet is up, drivers peering inside, and I do fear that, yeah, the obvious sign, hand across the throat, means that that is it for the number 27 Honda Civic. It won't be going any further in this Coward Sport Tin Tops race. So Andrew Windmill will have now taken up the lead of the race. We've got a very slow Honda Integra out on track as well. Now, there are 2 of them. Danny Cassar is one, Gary Barlow is the other, and I think that car, without question, is going to be destined for the pit lane. That's if it even makes it. It's struggling with motive power, and it's trying to trickle its way in towards the pit lane area, and I'm not entirely convinced it's got enough drive to make it in towards the pit lane area. It's going very slowly indeed. So the marshals waving the white flag, which indicates that there's either a course vehicle or a slow vehicle out there on track, and that at least forewarns the drivers to look out for something that's not travelling at full race pace. And that car, I think, might have ground to a halt now in the middle of the Roberts chicane. Let's have a quick look. It is, yeah, slowly. It's got a bit more motive power, going to make its way into the pit lane. So well done to what I think is Gary Barlow for at least making it round. But that is the second weekend on the trot, really, where Gary's had problems with this car. It was troublesome, I think, at Thruxton, and it's the front left wheel that is the cause for concern. Yeah, he's got a puncture on the front left, so he's managed to crawl the car in towards the pit lane, and that will probably be it for him for the race. Stephen Simpson is still really busy at the wheel of the Peugeot. There is Gary Barlow in the pit lane. The Peugeot of Stephen Simpson was looking to try and work his way through some further traffic, which he's doing on the way up towards Redgate Corner. Danny Cassar, in the meantime, at the wheel of his Honda, is still pressing on to try and see whether he can hoist that further up through the order. And further down through the order, the MG ZR, which is one of the cars that came into the pit lane very early on, didn't it? Lee Webster's car, the number 31 car, is running in 14th position by the look of things. Our class leaders at this stage, leading the race overall, leading Class A, is Andrew Windmill. Class E leader is in 3rd place, which is Martin Addison. The Class B leader is in 4th, that's for the Renault Clio's, car number 18, Tom Mensley. The Class D leader is in 6th place, which is number 42, which is Jonathan D. And as I gaze further down through the order, Class F, or Class C we need to give you, which is going to be Frederick Lynch, car number 94, the Ford that's there in 12th position. Class F is being led by Adam Brown, the Ford Fiesta Mark II that sits there down in 23rd position. So those are your class leaders at the moment, and there is one of those class leaders, Adam Brown, just working his way down through the Craner curves, seeing whether he can try and close in on the little Renault Clio that's just ahead of him. all the Renault Clios, the 2-litre cars run in Class B, the 2-litre Ford Fiestas run in Class C, but of course Adam Brown's car is the Mark II, so it runs a 1600cc CVH engine, so it drops down in terms of engine capacity into the lower categories. Andrew Windmill working his way through a bit of traffic still. He's dealt with a chunk of it on the approach in towards the braking area for the old hairpin. There goes the Peugeot 306 through the old hairpin, just having been dealt with by that car. That's Peter Parkin's Peugeot, car that's prepared by Carl Chambers. Now the progress of Danny Cassar is still going well. The Honda Integra DC5, remember, it had an issue, lost 20 seconds when in the hands of Nigel Ainge. Might be a bit smoky at the moment. That's because Danny Cassar is pushing that car as hard as he can. He's gained another place. It's up inside the top 6 now. And remember, not only did it lose time earlier on with that 20-second issue on one particular lap for Nigel Ainge, it also remained stationary in the pit lane for a longer period of time than most as well. So it's been a good drive through the order. It's 35 seconds off the race lead. It's 7 seconds adrift of the car in 5th place ahead of it. That's the Peugeot of Nigel Tong. But it's lapping about 1.3 seconds quicker. As over the start-finish line comes our race leader, still with traffic to deal with. Andrew Windmill with his lights ablaze, looking for win number 2 of the season with 9.5 minutes to go. Heads on to his 22nd lap around the Donington Park National Circuit. And we'll look to see as to whether he can grab victory for the second time in what is a shortened season for 2020 for the Classic Sports Car Club, and of course also started substantially later as well, with the first race meeting taking place at Thruxton on the 26th of July, and the final race meeting will be a rather cold Mallory Park, I think on the 1st of November, if memory serves me correctly. So into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, I think has come Danny Cassar. Yes, he has. So into the pit lane comes Danny Cassar, stopping out on circuit. Now that looks like the number 25 Citroen of Nathan Nichols that's stopped out on circuit as well, and that's at the top of Hollywood going down through the Craner curves, but the bonnet is being lifted on the smoky Honda Integra that Nigel Ainge started, that Danny Cassar was driving, and looks as though the car that qualified on pole position is now going to be out of the race, I'm afraid to say. It certainly looked a little bit smoky for the last few laps. I'm not surprised that team and drivers have opted to bring the car into the pit lane, and yeah, off are coming the gloves, and Danny Cassar is going to be out of the race. So Andrew Windmill comfortably leading now. Stephen Simpson, the yellow Peugeot, is there in 2nd place, but you can still see he's busy all of the time trying to work his way through the slower traffic and trying to minimise the amount of time that it takes. The next of the cars that he's going to want to try and pick off, I think, is Chris Earle's Honda. He's going to be brave and do that side by side down through the Craner curves, and then he'll be up the inside of that car heading in towards the old hairpin. So there's Gary Barlow's car that limped his way into the pit lane with the front left tyre having been deflated. He's trundling his way down pit lane, and as we said, was without question going to be a retirement. Out on circuit, Martin Addison is the busy chap this time through at the wheel of the 3rd place Peugeot. Just see him at the background of the shot heading down the exhibition straight. Over the start finish line comes our race leader, so there's Andrew Windmill down the exhibition down the start finish straight. Martin Addison is already safely through Roberts, having worked his way through a little bit of traffic. He now heads down the start finish straight. There's the yellow Peugeot at the front of the shot. The white and red Peugeot at the back of the shot is the relative gap between 2nd and 3rd places. So in towards the right-hander at Redgate Corner, on towards the top of Hollywood, and then down through the Craner curves goes the number 62 Peugeot. The number 1 Peugeot of Martin Addison in 3rd place, still leading his class, by the way, because it's Class A cars that are 1st and 2nd, Andrew Windmill and Stephen Simpson. Class E car, the class leader Martin Addison there in 3rd place. Class B cars, which is 2-litre Renault Clios, Tom Mensley is in 4th place, he leads Class B. Fifth position at the moment is car number 84, which is back to Class A, third in class in reality. Fifth overall, Nigel Tong at the wheel of number 84 Peugeot. And sixth is another class leader. That's the number 42 car that leads Class D, which is for 1800 to 2 litre cars if they're 8 valve, but for 1700 to 1850cc cars if they're multi-valve. And that's the number 42 car, which is Jonathan D at the wheel of his Honda Integra DC2. So we're fast approaching the final 5 minutes of the race. The car that had the spin up at Redgate Corner a few laps ago. Paul Turner has clearly continued to manage to get himself back into the race because he's charging his way down through the Craner curves currently. Now we're starting to see some penalties come in here, I'm afraid, and one of them is going the way of car number 777, which is Mick Dwayne. There he goes, bouncing his way over the curbs. Now, he's been given a 5-second penalty. Now, I would imagine that's because he was forewarned with regards to circuit limits. The warning wasn't heeded, and therefore he did it again and got himself a 5-second penalty. But I've just seen him run wide beyond the curbs again, so it does suggest there could be potentially another penalty heading his way before the race finishes. There are sensors on the outside of the curves of some of the corners here at Donington Park, so you trigger the sensor if you run wide, and that very quickly takes a picture of the car. Andrew Windmill still leading the race, still with traffic to deal with. He'll be heading up towards the conclusion of lap number 25 before too much longer. He's got a 10-second lead on the yellow Peugeot of Stephen Simpson in second place as he works his way out of the Robert chicane. See the lights on the Honda. More traffic to deal with, which is the car that's got that 5-second penalty, Mick Dwayne, who he will already have worked his way through and past. He dives at the inside of the Lynch's Ford Fiesta as well on the approach towards Redgate Corner, which will be Fred Lynch for part 2 of the race. And he's now safely propelling himself down through the Craner curves. 25 laps completed. He leads by nearly 10 seconds now. Up the inside of Paul Turner's Honda Civic, the slightly older car, puts another lap on that car. And the Thruxton winner is potentially, with less than 4 minutes to go now, looking good for win number 2 of the season. Still work to be done though. Nigel Tong with his Peugeot is running in 5th place at the moment. The number 84 car started 8th. Nice to see Nigel back and racing in a classic sports car club. Has been a long time supporter and competitor, but we've seen less of him over the course of the last few years. But the air-construct Peugeot going very well in the hands of the man from the West Midlands. 112, Tom Gannon dealing with traffic as well. That's the car that Manoj Patel was competing in part 1 of the race. It's up to 8th position now, car number 112, the Honda Civic, which seems to have been the most popular car for quite some time in the Co-Ord Sports tin tops. Certainly for those in Class A and the overall wins, it's usually a Honda of some description that claims the win. Occasionally, the likes of the number 62 Peugeot Stephen Simpson might do it. He's weaving his way through traffic over the start-finish line, so you can see him having to sort of wait until the gap appeared and then finally ducked his way through and up the inside at Redgate Corner. So finally, that's a bit more traffic dealt with as he heads onto the top of the Craner curves. At the bottom of it, down through the old hairpin, goes our race leader, Andrew Windmill. So 2.5 minutes to go. Andrew Windmill onto lap number 27, leading by 8 seconds. But I'm afraid we've got Nigel Tong in the gravel, but thankfully not so far in the gravel that he can't get the car back round in the right direction. So just as we were talking about him, that he worked his way up into 5th position from 8th, well, he's going to drop back down through the order. And also, by the look of things, other cars out there as well, also having issues as well with half spins. So let's have a quick look. It's on the replay, it's just a tag, and yeah, Nigel Tong was very much the innocent party in that one, I would say. Turned in, but there was a car there that he wasn't expecting, and I think it was the car of Tom Mensley that was there, so that was a fight for position. It was a fight for 4th and 5th position. Andrew Windmill, race leader, coming into the pit lane. Quite why, I'm not entirely sure. There is a 1.5 minutes to go, and Andrew Windmill has dived his way into the pit lane, which now puts the yellow Peugeot, just heading through Redgate Corner, of Stephen Simpson into the lead of the race, and Martin Addison with his Peugeot just heading up towards Redgate Corner up into 2nd place. So down towards the bottom of the pit lane is Andrew Windmill. Door opens. Team member chatting to driver. There was nothing obviously wrong with the car that you could see. There was no smoke or steam or bits of bodywork hanging off it, but clearly something is not right. And Andrew Windmill has brought that car at the very last moment into the pit lane, because we're now down to the final few seconds of this race, and the yellow Peugeot of Stephen Simpson leads as it heads up towards the blind entry double apex right-hander at Coppice. Clip the first apex, don't worry about the second, let the car run out to the middle part of the circuit, and then you run out to the full left-hand side of it on the exit of the corner. Andrew Windmill, out of the car, I'm afraid to say. Crash helmet coming off, hands on heads as well. They know how close they were to a victory, but you've got to wait until the clock ticks to 0 and then see the checkered flag, and it will be next time through where Stephen Simpson will hopefully that he will see that, because there are 18 seconds to go as he heads over the start-finish line. And Stephen Simpson is looking as though he's got a comfortable lead. He's got literally the whole length of the start-finish straight as the lead. So through Redgate Corner for the final time goes Stephen Simpson, and is going to head down through the Craner curves untroubled, can just afford to take his time as he heads down through the Craner curves. This equivalent race last year, the win went the way of Danny Cassar, who on that occasion was partnered by former British touring car champion Andrew Jordan, and Andrew Windmill finished in 2nd place. Stephen Simpson finished in 3rd position. This was in October of 2019, but it looks as though a year later they are going to go a couple better. Stephen Simpson driving on his own this weekend, usually shares the car, but it looks as though everything has come to plan, and it seems a long time ago since that Peugeot that started in 3rd place was sideways at Redgate Corner on the cold rear tyres, dropped itself down into 11th position, and has had to work terribly hard to carve its way back up through the order. But with a bit of hard work and a bit of luck along the way, it does look as though Stephen Simpson is heading in towards a braking area for the Robert Chicane for the final time, flicking right, flicking left, accelerating his way towards the checkered flag which greets him. It's a win for Stephen Simpson in the Quad Sports Tin Tops race here at Donington Park as part of the Classic Sports Car Club meeting. He will claim the win and pick up the extra 30 seconds in the pits for the next of the races that they will be having, which is down at Castle Combe in Wiltshire in a few weeks' time, and then on to Mallory Park as well. You carry that for the rest of the season. 2nd place will go the way of Martin Addison at the wheel of the number 1 Peugeot, the most successful driver last year, and poor old Andrew Windmill, who led more laps than anybody at the wheel of this Honda, is a rather frustrated spectator in the pit lane for this slowing down lap. 3rd place in the end is going to be the number 18 car of Tom Mensley, his Renault Clio. So we've got 3 separate class winners in the top 3. So the winner overall and the winner of Class A, Stephen Simpson. 2nd overall, the winner of Class E, Martin Addison. 3rd overall and the winner of Class B is Tom Mensley. 4th overall, despite the tag and the spin, number 84, which was Nigel Tong. 5th place, just taking the checkered flag now. That is another class winner. That is Jonathan D, number 42, with his Honda Integra DC2, the slightly older car. He wins Class D and finishes in 5th place overall. Completing the top 6 was 179, which was Richard Field and Richard Jason Field. The other class winners in 9th place, number 94, which is William and Frederick Lynch with their Ford Fiesta. And then in 20th position, that's where we see car number 56, which is Adam Brown, who secured victory in his class as well. So a great result having been put in by Adam Brown, who finished down in 20th position. It's now time to chat to some of our winners. Let's catch up with some of our winners who are down there with Ian in the pit lane.
Thank you, Mark. I popped down to chat to Andrew. Well, Andrew, what happened there? The race was almost won. What happened?
Ran out of fuel.
Okay, that was it. A bit of misjudgment during the race.
It's something that we've been experimenting with the last few races, because we can get more power. Last 3 months, car, measuring it, putting it back in, engaging it for the race, and we thought we were spot on. But it seems we're probably, 2 litres shy. We actually needed to finish the race. He's going to blame himself, and it's not his fault, because we all got our heads together, talked about what we'd done in quali, how much to put around, how much to put back in, and we all agreed. So it's just, we know now 100% how much fuel we need to finish a 40-pin race.
sorry, Andrew. Better luck next time, mate. That's all I can really say. I'm going to go down to Park Turner, see if I can race. See if we can get ourselves in there. With us for a moment. Just run down to see if we can get ourselves in. Find the winner, grab a quick word. Obviously, much inherited the race with really. At the end, let's keep going. Right, let's just head ourselves in. Just let cars come somewhere. They've gone straight through actually. I think the only way we are potentially going to be able to speak to the winner is if they are stopped in Park Turner. So bear with me 1 minute whilst I try and find where the winner is. Right, I'm afraid the winner's actually, the winner's gone back into the paddock, so I'm going to have to hand back to the circuit and Mark Merrill.
Escaped him. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. There's a few little audio issues. We're working on those. Don't worry whether you are either here at the circuit listening or listening via the live stream. Thanks for joining us for the Classic Sports Car Club, and a few little issues that we're having. We'll iron those out over the course of today and tomorrow. We've got another race that's coming up very, very shortly. The Liqui Moly New Millennium is coming up very, very shortly, and I'm hoping that we might be able to, certainly if you're watching on the live stream, perhaps have a VT of that. So if you're watching on the live stream, here's the VT.
Down to the paddock to catch up with Hugh Gurney. Hugh, talk us about your qualifying.
Lots of traffic.
I saw that.
I was very scared that it was going to be very slow for pretty much the whole session.
And was it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I had 120s coming up all the time, and then finally got a hot lap, and then I caught someone up at the chicane right at the end, but still it was good enough for 9th and first in my class.
So I was going to say, can you go forward, but technically you don't have to, right?
Can I go?
Can you go forward, but you don't actually have to, do you really?
No, but I want to take on a few of the cars in front of me. There's certainly cars that I hope to overtake. Yeah. It's going to be close, I think.
Are we expecting a lot of traffic out during the race as well, or is it's going to be a bit split, isn't it? It's
no,
because
they've taken the cars that were in the shared quali out for the race. So I think it's going to be a great race, not too much traffic.
So you can really stretch your legs and I'm sure this has plenty of grunt, doesn't it, right?
Yeah, it's got a good mid-range, yeah, definitely.
Look, fantastic. Look, Hugh, thanks for talking. There's best of luck for the race. We will be watching. Go stretch those legs, all right?
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Chris, I have to, because you know I've got a bit of a thing for this car.
I do.
And congratulations in qualifying.
Thank you very much, mate. It was absolutely jam-packed, so getting a clear lap was interesting, but I just decided we were stuck behind a load of stuff and came in to pit, waited, and went out and got just one really good lap. So yeah, it was good.
So you must be happy with that, because we were just having a little chat actually off air, weren't we? Bit inexperienced with the car.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the first time with this setup this year, so I haven't driven it for 12 months. Where we basically were racing here last year actually in October. So really happy. I mean, the car feels wonderful.
Good.
Conditions are great. It'll be a lot of fun.
It will be. Look, you're second on the grid. Can you sneak the win, do you reckon?
Listen, you don't know till you know, but I think basically will be interesting. Obviously, the pole driver's a very experienced driver. They've got to change. I'm going to do the whole race. I think if we can basically just keep steady 115s, banging them out, then it could be a good day.
And there won't be as much traffic as there was in qualifying, as we know. So
let's hope not.
Chris, best of luck. We're going to be watching.
Yeah, right? Cheers, buddy. Lovely to see you.
And you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Cheers.
So we can turn our attentions now to the next of the races that will be coming up very, very shortly. It's the Liqui Moly New Millennium Series. Now this is one of these slightly newer series for the Classic Sports Car Club. It was introduced a few years ago now for post-2000 model year cars and their racing variants, and it's for cars that are deemed to be in the spirit of the regulations. For example, older cars can run things like non-standard aerodynamics, Aero 8 and sequential gearboxes, whereas usually with all the rest of the CSC series, all of those sort of modifications to anything that was anything other than standard in the car aren't allowed, but Liquid Moly New Millennium opens it up a little bit more as well. And we will see the cars heading onto the grid very, very shortly. Similar format again that we will see is that it will be a 40-minute race. There will be a mandatory pit stop in the middle of it. The pit window again will open up after the first 10 minutes of the race, will close for the final 15 minutes of the race. And as ever, there are penalties to be served for drivers, depending on how they've got on in previous races. Now, for the Liquid Moly New Millennium, it's subtly different. So the overall winner of the next round is not a cumulative penalty either, unlike the others that we've just seen for the likes of the tin tops. The overall winner receives 20-second additional penalty in the pit lane. Second place receives 15 seconds in the pit lane, and the third place driver receives 10 seconds in the pit lane, and the driver adds the penalty time to the 2 minutes pit in, pit out time. So in other words, if you win the previous race, the outright winner has a 2 minute and 20-second pit stop just for the next race, and then the roll on is done based on the results from the previous round again. So in other words, car number 199, Jamie Sturgis, was the winner when we were at Snetterton last time out. He's not on the entry list, so we don't need to worry about the extra 20 seconds that he would need to serve. Second at Snetterton was, second at Thruxton rather. These cars didn't race at Snetterton. The meeting was abandoned because of awful weather conditions. They all qualified, but the weather was so terrible they didn't get to race. So it's the Thruxton results that we look back to. The number 98 car that Russell Humphrey shares with Mark Wyatt was in second position at Thruxton, so that is on the entry list. That starts down on the 11th position of the grid, but that will also have to serve an extra 15 seconds in the pit lane because of its result at Thruxton. And also having to serve a penalty is number 71 car, which is David Markison, who finished third at the previous round at Thruxton, so he will have a 10-second penalty to serve in the pit lane. I've got the starting drivers as well. The cars are lined up on the Grand Prix loop and will be heading out onto the circuit very, very shortly indeed. So let's just tell you how they are going to line up for this 40-minute Liquid Moly New Millennium race, which brings us in towards the lunch break as well, ladies and gentlemen. So that will be the last of the races of this morning, and then we will have our lunch break. We've also got a qualifying session that we need to slot in as well, and then we will be back with the live stream, if you're watching it via that, and the commentary at the circuit when we get racing back underway with race number 3 of the afternoon, and that is scheduled to take place just before 3 o'clock, so be around about 2:45. I suspect that the cars will start to go, and so gives an idea and a flavour of what we've got. So the first race after lunch will be the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, a 40-minute race for them. Then we'll have the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, which also includes the Master RX-8 Trophy in that as well, 40-minute race for them. Slick Series, new series for 2020 in the Classic Sports Car Club will be another race that we have later on over the course of this afternoon. That's the only series that do run, as it says on the tin, they run on a slick tyre. Everybody else is running on a treaded tyre over the course of all of the other series that we have here. With the exception of things like the Special Saloons and Mod Sports that we'll see tomorrow in the programme. And then we'll have the Cartech Motorsport Modern Classics with the Cartech Motorsport Puma Cup, 40-minute race for them. And the second of our Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens races is a slightly shorter one. It's a 30-minute affair for the second of our Gold Arts Magnificent Seven races, their second race of the afternoon. So a busy afternoon to look forward to. Let's guide you through the grid then for the Liquid Moly New Millennium Series and pick out the starting drivers as well. Car number 73, Matthew Saunders, will start on pole position. Matthew shares the car with Jack Layton, but Jack will be in for part 2 of the race after that car has conducted its pit stop. And alongside is number 30, which is Chris Griffin at the wheel of the rather lurid coloured Dayglow yellow and black Lotus. So it's a BMW on pole position, number 73, and the yellow Lotus, number 30, that sits alongside. Row 2 of the grid is number 8, which is Darren Fielding and Colin Wells sharing the car. Now that's the only car in the field I haven't got a starting driver for, I'm afraid. The rest have all been notified to us, but that one was missing from the list, so we don't have the starting driver for that one. But Darren and Colin, both hugely experienced driving BMWs, They are bound to go well, and alongside them is number 48, Stephen Scott Dunwoody with his BMW. So it's an all BMW E46 M3, second row of the grid. Row 3 of the grid is number 71, David Markison, with his slightly newer E92 variant of the BMW 3 Series. And for company, he's got number 36, which is Mark Smith. It's another BMW, but his is the E36 M3. So it's 71 and 36 on row number 3. Row 4 of the grid, 85, that will be Nigel Ainge that will start that car. Now, it's not the Honda Integra that they've just retired from the Tin Tops race. Nigel has a couple of DC5s available to him. This is the 2.2 litre engine car, more modified, even quicker. Sometimes, whereas the one in Tin Tops is hugely reliable, very unusual to see that car retire, whereas this one is a little more highly strung because it's a little more modified, but hopefully it will go well in this one. Number 85, Nigel Ainge, in the Honda, and alongside is number 1, the most successful driver last year in the Liqui Moly New Millennium Series, and that's Andrew Rath with his Lotus, the green Lotus, with the 2 yellow stripes down the centre of it. So 85 and 1 on row number 5. On row number 4. Row 5 of the grid is 91, Hugh Gurney. Nice to see Hugh joining us for a new Millennium race. We see a lot of him racing in the MSVT Track Day Championship and Track Day Trophy. Nice to see him joining New Millennium for this weekend. And for company, he's got car number 777, which is Christian Douglas at the wheel of the TVR Tuscan. Again, another car which harks back to the fantastic one-mate series that we had in the UK. A full grid of Tuscans was always a great thing to see, and particularly here at Donington Park. I've got very fond memories of those. 91 and 777 on row number 5. Row 6 of the grid is 98. It's another all BMW row of the grid. The E92, which will be started by Russell Humphrey. Mark Wyatt will take over that for part 2 of the race. Now, that's the car that's got a 15-second penalty in the pit lane come the window, and alongside is number 21, which is the E36 variant of the BMW, which is Adam Howarth. 98 and 21 on row number 6. The 7th row of the grid, it's another Tuscan, TVR Tuscan, number 56, Matt Holborn, and 199, which is James Mumbury. It's a TVR, and then the E46 M3. BMWs, again, seem to be a very popular choice in New Millennium. So 56 and 199. Row 8 of the grid is number 31, Alex Haynes, another BMW, alongside car number 111, which, guess what? It's a BMW, Martin Webb. So that's 31 and 111 on row number 8. Row 9 of the grid is 6, which is Jonathan Haynes, and number 86, another shared car. It will be started by Kevin Bird, but Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, or Chab as he's also known, will take over for part 2 of the race. So 6 and 86 on row number 9. Row 10 of the grid is 186, another BMW of Jeremy Cook, and alongside is the Honda car number 112 of Manoj Patel. Now, that's just been out in the Tin Top, so they've had to have fueled that car and turned it round and got it back, which they have done. You can see that that car is lined up there. So that's 186 and 112 on row number 10. Row 11 of the grid is Paul Bolton with his Nissan, one of the ex-Bob Neville built cars. Great to see that car out here. And for company, it's car number 94. Don't have the starting driver for this one again. It's number 94, which is William and Frederick Lynch. Their Ford Fiesta, which has just been out in the Co-Ord Sport Tin Tops and is only now just threading its way onto the dummy grid as a result of potentially needing to maybe either change tyres and certainly fuel the car as well, one would have thought. So that's back-to-back races for it, so that's why we've got this slight delay just while we wait for the last few cars that are in those back-to-back races to join us. So 135 and 94 on row number 11. Row 12 of the grid is number 80, which is Chris Etheridge, who will start at the wheel of the number 80 car. Andrew will take over for part 2 of the race, and alongside the number 80 car is car number 166, which is Mark Chilmer's machine, his BMW. So that's 80 and 166 on row number 12. Row 13 is car number 44. Great to see Gary and Scott Parks, the two brothers, joining us at the wheel of their fairly newly built Renault Clio for this one. So it's Gary that will start behind the wheel. Drivers who've been used to racing things like Ford Fiestas and Ford KAs, modified Ford KAs in the past, and are now very, very busy. Gary in particular with preparing cars for the Citroen C1 Endurance Racing Championship that we have in the UK. So number 44, Gary Parks, alongside 9, which is Dylan Popovich at the wheel of the Ginetta, who only did a few laps in qualifying. Problems with that car, so watch out for him as he looks to try and cut away through the order at the wheel of his Ginetta G50. And then the tail end of the field should be car number 43, which was James Tubby and Ryan Lewis, but I can't see that car there, so I don't think we'll see that one out. But we do have car number 265, which is the Gary Franks and Steve Waite car. And again, I don't think I've got a starting driver for that one. I will have another look just to double check, but I don't think that the starting drivers were identified on those cars for us, which is a shame, but there are so many cars entered generally over the course of this weekend for the Classic Sports Car Club. It is not the work of a moment for the officials to give us all of the information that we need. So the cars heading off on their final formation lap. We can see that the light blue BMW Matthew Saunders is going to be starting there on pole position. Can't miss that car. In fact, the colours of the cars on the first couple of rows of the grid at least make it very easy to work out what is what. So it's sort of light blue and pink for Matthew Saunders on pole position. It's Dayglow yellow and black for Chris Griffin, who sits alongside. Row 2 of the grid is the Darren Fielding and Colin Wells shared car. So you don't know, unfortunately, the starting driver for that one, which is a shame because it's going to feature towards the sharp end. But that sort of white with its works BMW colours, you could argue, on that car. And for company, it's the largely white and black car of Stephen Scott Dunwoody, who used to race a very, very quick Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth with us in the Classic Sports Car Club Future Classics a few years ago, but has now moved over largely to driving this BMW over the course of the last year or so. Now, Conor Brake not identified as having a starting driver, so we can't shed any light on that one. So, safety car just threading its way out of McLean's corner and up towards Coppice. The last little bit of weaving just being done to try and build the temperatures in these treaded tyres that all of the cars run. Of course, it also needs to build the temperature in the brakes as well. It's nice and easy to build brake temperature and actually then utilise that brake temperature to heat the tyre up at the same time, because the brakes will heat up the rim will then heat up the tyre, and up come the tyre pressures and get them in the sweet spot. So lots of braking and accelerating as well as a little bit of weaving, build the temperatures, and then hopefully they'll be good to go. So lights are off on the safety car, the indication that it's going to peel its way into the pit lane this time through. 40 minutes are on the clock, and we are about to get our Liqui Moly New Millennium race underway here at Donington Park for the Donington Autumn Race Meeting organised by the Classic Sports Car Club. Matthew Saunders and Chris Griffin on the front row of the grid. The red lights are on the gantry, and as the lights go out now, oh crumbs, Darren Fielding and Colin Wells. Now I'm not sure whether they were a bit too keen to get away there. Matthew Saunders was a bit slow away from pole position, but the BMW rocketed through, and I'm not quite sure whether that was a bit too good a start. We'll have to wait and see what the officials think to that one, but either way, that works liveried BMW that Darren Fielding shares with Colin Wells, we don't know the starting driver, works its way down through the Craner curves for the first time and has picked up the lead of the race. Chris Griffin's Lotus, I'm afraid to say, has dropped down into, what will that be, third position, won't it, the Dayglow Lotus? And already Matthew Saunders is dropping through the order at number 73 car that started picking its way out of the old hairpin, including the Ginetta G50 of Dylan Popovich, who I'm hoping will make a bit of progress in this race. Race leaders, though, in the meantime, are heading up towards the braking area for Coppice Corner. Number 8 BMW leading the race at this stage. It looks as though it's Stephen Scott Dunwoody, I think it is, that's sitting there in second position. Chris Griffin has dropped down into third place at the wheel of the Lotus. You can hardly see him, though, as he heads down in towards the braking area for the Roberts chicane. Through the right, through the left, and they'll appear into view. First lap of the race about to be concluded. Looking to try and grab the position in towards Redgate Corner. He's just too far away, Chris Griffin, so he's not going to be able to slot his way through. So it is Darren Fielding stroke Colin Wells, whoever's behind the wheel of the number 8 BMW, leading the race. It's Stephen Scott Dunwoody in second place, Chris Griffin dropping down into third, Mark Smith, number 36, there in fourth place. The TVL Tuscan of Christian Douglas, good first lap from him, considering where he started on the grid. He was down in 10th position, he's up to 5th at the end of the first lap of the race, and Andrew Rath there in 6th position. Good improvement also made on that lap for car number 98, Russell Humphrey, at the Thruxton Winners, from 11th on the grid up to 7th on the first lap. So good progress made from them, but awful progress made from the pole sitting car of Matthew Saunders, number 73, Matthew Sanders rather. That has dropped down into 9th position at the end of the first lap. So everybody completing the first lap. We didn't lose any cars as a result of any problems on lap number 1, and as the race leading pack start to thrust their way down the exhibition straight again. Is this the opportunity for Chris Griffin to try and look up the inside of Stephen Scott Dunwoody? No, again, had a quick little look at the wheel of the Lotus, but wasn't to be again. He was just too far away, but he's pushing hard to see whether he can get that Lotus V6 Cup spec machine through and up into second place. Again, another quick look, but what he's doing really is just showing the nose of the car to Stephen Scott Dunwoody. He's not really making a concerted effort to try and steal the place away, so lots of time to do that. He's just got to sit behind for the moment whilst they plunge their way down through the Craner curves, and all of this is just allowing our race leading BMW just to pull away a little bit, the downfielding Colin Wells machine. There goes Andrew Rath through the old hairpin, our most successful driver from last year. Christian Douglas has lost a position in TVR Tuscum that time through and is now coming under pressure from Russell Humphrey, who had a really good first lap. The Russell Humphrey BMW is the yellow and red E92 that's sitting there in 7th position currently. Leading batch of cars already turning their way through Coppice Corner. This is lap number 3 that they are on. The lap time on the first flying lap for the race leader was a 1 minute 15.2. Now that is only 0.2 of a second away from the time that number 8 BMW did in qualifying, so very quick first lap that's been punched in. Here comes the second flying lap. Through goes the Fielding and Wells BMW, and that is 2 minute 15.3, slightly slower from them that time through. Up to second though now is the Lotus of Chris Griffin, so he's managed to unpick Stephen Scott Dunwoody, and Stephen Scott Dunwoody now in 3rd place, coming under pressure his E46 from the slightly older E36 of Mark Smith, who sits behind. So the pair of them down through the Craner curves, the Lotus getting away from Stephen Scott Dunwoody's BMW, and that's getting caught from the car behind, which is Mark Smith, who we've also seen racing ex-Super Touring cars in the past. Mark Smith. Andrew Rath's Lotus, the champion from last year, or series winner shall we say, from last year, the most successful driver, sitting there in 5th position. Again, further down through the order, some good fights going on. This is Nigel Ainge through the old hairpin, coming under pressure from Martin Webb's BMW, the Honda under attack from the number 111 BMW, and I think behind them was another car as well. I think that might be Alex Haynes that was behind as well, making it a 3-car squabble heading up in towards, in fact a 5-car squabble heading up in towards Coppice Corner before too much longer. Now, the race advantage last time through was 1.8 seconds first to second place. I think the BMW in the lead might just be getting caught. Let's have a quick look. The lead advantage comes down because in second place Chris Griffin has just popped in the best lap of the race so far. Andrew Rath busy squabbling away. He's managed to get himself through and ahead of Mark Smith on that lap. Mark Smith has also got himself ahead of Stephen Scott Dunwoody, so Rath 5th over the start finish line, but 3rd by the time they get towards Redgate Corner, so gaining a couple of places there, Andrew Rath, and he'll be hoping he might be able to pull away from the 2 Beamers that sit behind him. But Mark Smith's now diving up the inside of the Lotus down in the old hairpin, and he gives him the same treatment as he got up at Redgate Corner. So Andrew Rath, having gained a place, has lost one, is now in danger of maybe losing another one as well. We'll have to wait and see, but those cars are absolutely together, and he's just lost the one up at Coppice Corner, couldn't quite do it. Nigel Ainge is being kept busy as well. He's the cork in the bottle. The Honda's got 3 Beamers queuing up behind him, trying to work their way through. Andrew Rath comes out at Coppice Corner and is going to lose a further place by the look of things. Yeah, Stephen Scott Dunwoody's got back through again, so great little fight this is for 3rd, 4th and 5th position. We'll be coming up towards the breaking out for Roberts. Here comes our race leader. Gap 1st to 2nd came down to 1.3 seconds last time through. As for the fight for 3rd position, it picks its way through the Roberts chicane. Andrew Smith now hanging on to 3rd place. Stephen Scott Dunwoody 4th, and Andrew Rath in 5th place. But Rath is attacking on the approach up towards Redgate Corner. Looks for the inside line on the E46 of Stephen Scott Dunwoody, and is going to go through. Stephen Scott Dunwoody trying to brave it out around the outside of the corner. Uses all of the curves but no more, which gives him good momentum onto the top of Hollywood and the Craner curves. But he's not quite going to be able to gain the place over the Lotus. So Andrew Rath, by his fingertips, hangs on to 4th position. And now these 2 cars are starting to squabble. It's just allowing Mark Smith at the wheel of the number 36 BMW in what will be 3rd position just to pull away a shade more. Down in towards the old hairpin goes Nigel Ainge, who's still being kept busy as well in 12th position with cars queuing up behind him. The trio of BMWs that were all trying to carve their way through. Andrew Rath's Lotus still desperate to try and hang on to its newly acquired 4th place. Stephen Scott Dunwoody is not giving up his aspiration to try and steal the place back. The two of them were side by side as they went round through Coppice Corner, and as they head down in towards the Roberts chicane, they are still pretty much together as well. Yeah, Andrew Rath from Stephen Scott Dunwoody out of the Roberts chicane. You can see Mark Smith's slightly older E36 M3 pulling away now in 3rd place from the Lotus and the Beamer that sit behind. And Mark Smith will be hugely keen to try and make sure that he hangs on to that position. Now, we're only 2 minutes away from the pit window opening as well, so a couple of minutes before we can see cars dive for the pit lane for the first time. The order at the moment is that number 8 BMW of Darren Fielding and Colin Wells leads by a second. That's all now, because in 2nd place, Chris Griffin has been bringing that advantage down. Nigel Ainge has been picked off by a couple more BMWs on this lap as well, so he's now dropped down to 14th position, and it might not stop there for Nigel Ainge. I think he will also lose out as Adam Howarth will go through. So I think that's Nigel Ainge now that's down into 15th position at the wheel of the Honda Integra DC5. But again, we've got the rather rapid Danny Cassar to take over that car for part 2 of the race. Through the old hairpin also goes Matt Holborn at the wheel of one of 2 TVR Tuscans that we've got in the field. It's very much similar to the livery which Chris Hodgetts raced back in period. It's not his car, I know that's in build at the moment, and is owned by one of the Classic Sports Car Club members based at Donington, Castle Donington, just down the road. So it'll be good to see that car joining the CSCC ranks as well. Now, Andrew Rath is now attacking for 3rd position. Mark Smith at the wheel of the BMW, caught by the Lotus in a straight line. Andrew Rath goes up the inside at Redgate Corner. He's going to steal the place away, but on the way out of the corner, Mark Smith gets a better overlap and is going to go side by side almost with the Lotus onto the top of the Craner curves. I think Andrew Rath will just hang on to it as they head down through the Craners. So that now puts the Lotus up into 3rd position overall. So it's a BMW leads, it's a Lotus 2nd, it's now a Lotus in 3rd place, and then a raft of BMWs again thereafter. We've also, I'm afraid to say, got one car that's pulling off on the start-finish line, and that is pulling off directly opposite my commentary position. That's Alex Haynes that has retired the car. His car that was involved in that titanic little battle, actually, with Nigel Ainge, but well, with Alex has had problems and the car's ground to a halt directly opposite me. So there is Alex Haynes, just about to jump out of the number 31 car, and sadly will be going no further in it. Not sure what the problem was, but just as the pit window opens, he's had an issue with the car and is not able to continue. Now, who's going to be the first of those to dive for the pit lane? Now that the window is open, yellow flags because of Alex Haynes' car on the start-finish line. They'll be there for just a lap or so. We've also now had, by the look of things, a change for the lead as well. Whilst we were looking at Alex Haynes having retired, Chris Griffin has now taken up the lead of the race. So it's a Lotus now that leads the race. First of the cars to dive for the pit lane is number 73, which is Matthew Saunders, to give way to Jack Layton. But for the lead of the race, it's now Chris Griffin that leads the race. Honda, BMW, TVR, Maserati, how's that for variety in the Liqui Moly New Millennium? The battle for the lead of the race absolutely together. There's traffic to deal with as well here for Chris Griffin, and he's going to have to work hard to make sure he keeps that E46 BMW of Fielding and Wells behind him. Marshall's waving the blue flag. The car stays out of harm's way, which I think was kind of a 166 Mark Chalmers car, who was met in the right place as far as the leaders were concerned, and that was on the straight. So over the start finish line they'll go. Chris Griffin still continuing to lead the race, still with the number 8 BMW of Darren Fielding, stroke Colin Wells in 2nd position. Andrew Rath's Lotus just going over the start finish line. He will be there in 3rd, but is a little way behind the pair ahead, and then 4th and 5th at it, not that far behind Andrew Rath. So down through the Craner curves, there's the fight for 1st to 2nd place. Dayglow Yellow Lotus from Works liveried BMW E46, neither of them having pitted as yet, but the pit stops will start to rack up a bit more now. James Mumbury comes in, so kind of a 199 James Mumbury dives for the pit lane. Russell Humphrey was busy fighting away there as well, I just briefly spotted. and I think that's David Marcusson he's doing battle with, so that'll be the fight for 6th and 7th places that we were just having a quick catch up with. Andrew Rath in 3rd place, Mark Smith number 36 in the BMW, still in 4th. We've still got Stephen Scott Dunwoody's E46 not that far behind him, so they will still be busy fighting away. As for also the Ginetta off the back of the grid, Dylan Popovich, what's he doing? Has he made much progress? Not a great deal still. He's up into 19th position now, having started 26th. So, pit stoppers, and this time through, first of the front runners comes in. So, Stephen Scott Dunwoody heads for the pit lane. Dylan Popovich at the wheel of the Ginetta is looking to try and put the car that's ahead of him under pressure. At the moment, Ginetta's still sitting behind car number 186, which is Jeremy Cook, who'll be driving that for part 1 of the race. Martin Thomas scheduled to take over for part 2. So 26 minutes just under of the race to go. The battle for the lead is still absolutely together, coming out of McLean's corner up towards Coppice. No let up in the pressure for Chris Griffin since taking the lead of the race, because the Fielding and Wells BMW is right behind him, is now alongside and looking to try and draw itself into a position to try and sneak up the inside going into Roberts, but Chris Griffin sort of covers that one off instantly, is not going to let them squeeze their way through. Jeremy Cook's BMW is just up the road, which is about to be lapped, and then the Ginetta G50 of Dylan Popovich. Chris Griffin will meet both of those down the start-finish straight, should hopefully sleep past the BMW before Redgate corner. Might have to wait until the exit of the corner to get past the Ginetta, and all of this while still being under attack from the Fielding and Wells BMW that sits behind, but the Lotus of Chris Griffin still manages to hang on to the lead. TVR Tuscan of Christian Douglas has now dived for the pit lane as well, so that's another pit stop that's being taken place, and at some point this leading pair will have to dive for the pit lane. They've got another 10 minutes yet though before the window closes, so plenty of time for Chris Griffin to decide when he wants to pit. For Darren Fielding and Colin Wells, there'll have been a conversation before the race as to who was going to do the lion's share of the driving, or whether they're going to split it down the centre and do 20 minutes each. We'll have to wait and see. Mark Smith goes through in 4th position for the lead of the race though. Still together now. Last time through, the BMW got a bit of a run on the Lotus coming out of Coppice corner. Not sure it's going to get the run this time through. Redgate corner, we've got Matt Holborn's TVR Tuscan still trying to work its way past Kevin Bird's BMW. Jonathan Haynes with the beautiful looking Maserati, the car that used to race in the British GT Championship some years ago. Abby Eaton and Marcus Hogarth were, I think, the drivers that competed in the British GT Championship in that very car a few seasons ago, so that car is into the pit lane. We have also, I think, now had come in Nigel Ainge at the wheel of the Honda Integra DC5. So that car will exit the pit lane, but the leading pair still together, still both as yet to pit at the moment, turn their way for what is the 13th time now out of the old hairpin and up towards Schwantz Curve and on toward McLean's corner from there. Who of the pair of them is going to be the first to blink? Russell Humphrey, the 98, the E92 BMW, is running in 6th position now, having started in 11th place. So that is a car that has worked its way up through the order. It's right on the coattails of the number 71 car as well, of David Marcusson. Should get ahead of it in theory, because it looks quicker, but even if it does, it needs to pull out 5 seconds, because those are the two cars actually will have time penalties come the pit lane. David Marcusson an extra 10 seconds spent in the pit lane, the number 98 red and yellow BMW an extra 15 seconds as a result of their performances at Thruxton. Staying neatly out of the way as quicker traffic goes by is the little Mini down at the old hairpin. Matt Holborn in his TVR Tuscan having worked his way through, coming under pressure from the car that's putting him behind. For the lead of the race now, Chris Griffin just getting caught up behind Manoj Patel's Honda Civic. Now that was down at the old hairpin where the race leader just briefly got compromised, so that might give a bit more of a run to the Fielding and Wells BMW as they head up towards Schwantz Curve and McLean's corner. Yeah, the BMW now back on the coattails of the Lotus as they turn their way through McLean's corner up towards Coppice. battle for the lead is most certainly on. Yeah, they are absolutely together coming out of Coppice Corner. And they're going to come through to complete lap number 14 this time through. The BMW too far away to try anything in towards the braking area for Roberts. But it's just not going away as far as Chris Griffin is concerned. Every time he looks in his mirror, there's that rather daunting shape of the BMW that looks poised and ready to pounce continually. So the race leader will be heading over the start-finish line. Matt Holborn at the wheel of the Gulf liveried almost TVR Tuscan, having another little nibble to see whether he might be able to get past Kevin Bird's BMW, but Kevin Bird having none of it, so the Beamer still staying ahead. That's the number 86 BMW under attack from the 56 TVR Tuscan. And they've been having a good fight over the course of the last few laps, as have the leading pair, who are still together for the 15th time down through the old hairpin. The 98 Russell Humphrey into the pit lane. Good work done by him as he hands the car over to Mark Wyatt, bringing that car from 11th on the grid up to 6th position, so a good first part of the race. We'll see how they get on for part 2 of the race. And the other car that's now starting to make a bit of progress is the 73 BMW. Pit lane filling up, as you can see there is Dylan Popovich getting waved out of the pit lane area. So that's the Ginetta G50 having conducted its mandatory pit stop. Adam Howarth is also now into the pit lane as well. And are we going to see more cars dive for the pit lane? Yes, we do. Kevin Bird comes in, followed by the TVR Tuscan that we're doing battle with, and also the second place car dives for the pit lane as well. So the Yellow Lotus continues in the lead, but there's a change of driver taking place now for the second place BMW of Darren Fielding stroke Colin Wells. So that is another driver change that will take place. There is Russell Humphrey, having already jumped out of the number 98 BMW, 11th on the grid, up to 6th in the race. Really, really good stint from him. So it now gives Chris Griffin the lead of the race, and really for the first time since taking up the lead of the race, the Dayglow Yellow Lotus is not under any pressure whatsoever. He could just afford to push as much as he needs to. With a few cars in the pit lane, the circuit will be slightly clearer than it was previously, which might allow him to get some quick lap times in and then come out ahead of other cars. Another car diving for the pit lane as well. That looks as though, just as the pit stop is about to finish for the number 98 car, which will be in the hands of Mark Wyatt, other cars are diving in. You can see it's very, very busy. Middle part of the pit lane is, with its wheels just sticking out into the working area almost, is our second place car, as was the Darren Fielding and Colin Wells machine. That is still being serviced by the team. The number 73 BMW that started on pole position and pitted very early is now starting to carve its way back up through the order. Andrew Rath, number 1, comes into the pit lane, as does 44, which is going to be Gary Parks, to give way to his brother Scott. And also car number 112 into the pit lane, which is Manoj Patel. Matthew Holborn is about to hook a gear at the wheel of the TVR Tuscan and head back out of the pit lane, so it fills up on one lap, empties on the next. So we've had 3 cars come in and 3 cars go out again as they serve their pit stop. It takes, from pit in to pit out, it can't be any shorter than 2 minutes. A lap around the Donington Park National Circuit takes between about 75 seconds to maybe 90 seconds, depending on the car in the Liquid Moly New Millennium. That was a sort of spread that we had over the course of the qualifying session, so you lose at least a lap when you conduct your mandatory pit stop. And for some cars, they now have a further 3.5 minutes really to serve those pit stops at the moment. One that hasn't served it is car number 36, which is Mark Smith, who hasn't served his pit stop yet. There is Jeremy Cook giving way to Martin Thomas in the pit lane. So that is another BMW that is serving its mandatory pit stop. Mark Chalmers' BMW moving out of harm's way as he goes up towards Redgate Corner to allow the quicker car to put a lap on him. Race leader came in as well, Chris Griffin, at the wheel of the Lotus. So forgot to mention that he dived his way into the pit lane, and now Mark Smith comes in as well, so I think that's the last of the pit stoppers now that's still running. Mark Smith works his way into the pit lane. There's the beautiful Maserati we saw there briefly if you're watching on the live stream of Jonathan Haynes. Mark Smith, number 36, in the pit lane at the start of his mandatory pit stop. Where is he going to feed his way back out? Is it going to be 3rd? Could it be 4th position? We'll have to wait and see. once all of the cars have cycled through their pit stops. Nice clean move from Jack Layton, the pole sitting number 73 BMW, carving its way past Mark Wyatt's slightly newer BMW effortlessly as they went down in towards the old hairpin. So we've got another couple of minutes before the pit window closes. So it matters not everybody has conducted their pit stops. The one that does seem to be taking a very long time, I'm afraid to say, the pit stop, is Chris Griffin's car. Now, that car came into the pit lane a while ago from the lead of the race. It was at pit lane entry, was where it had stopped. It's now trundled its way part the way down the pit lane and has stopped again, I'm afraid to say. So there it is there. Now, that's not the position it was at the beginning of its pit stop. So I think as the car has tried to rejoin the race, something has gone wrong with it, and therefore I think the marshal's indicating that a straight tow might be needed, which suggests again, a bit like we saw with Andrew Windmill in the Quad Sport tin tops, that when he was leading the race and something went wrong, fueling, as we heard from him, it was lack of fuel in the car that caused his problem. Chris Griffin is trundling his way back out, so clearly some issue there with Chris Griffin. I'm going to see as to exactly how far that's going to drop him down through the order, because it's going to drop him behind Andrew Rath's similar Lotus, and I think that's going to drop him to something like 5th place. So it's a slow old stop for erstwhile race leader. So problems for him during the pit stop. You can see, in fact, big problems for that Lotus as well. Chris Griffin, as all of a sudden the engine let goes as he goes down through the crane of curves. Now, there was some concern obviously in the pit lane that all was not well with the Lotus. They waved him out, and then all of a sudden, lots and lots of. Now, I'm hoping that is just a mixture of. Now, that looks, the way it's dispersing, looks as though it's steamy rather than smoky, which to me would mean that that's probably the head gasket that's gone on the car. It looked like smoke to start with, but whatever the problem was, that is certainly now another race leader that we've had out of the race, Chris Griffin, and it's not certainly a lack of fuel like it was for Andrew Windmill in race number 1. It's something more sinister for that one. Car in the gravel trap, I'm afraid to say, up at Coppice Corner, trying to drag its way back out, and that looks to me as though it's Mark Wyatt's car that is going no further at all. There was 2 cars that got together on the way in towards Coppice Corner. One of them managed to get back out again, can't quite tell. The telltale sign will be the dusty wheel arches on it, but for the second car, number 98 Mark Wyatt, he is going nowhere. That car is beached in the gravel, I'm afraid to say, and he will not be going any further in the race. So I'll give you a full rundown of the order at the moment. It is number 8, which is the Fielding and Wells BMW that leads the race. The Lotus is there in 2nd place. On the live stream, we're just getting a replay of what happened to Chris Griffin, accelerating beautifully midway down through the crane of curves, and all of a sudden an absolute plume of smoke comes out the back of the number 30 Lotus, and Chris Griffin, very quickly realising that not all is well, moves the car straight the way off onto the grass on the right hand side of the crane of curves, and is out of the race and into retirement. And so at the moment, out of the race and into retirement is that number 98 BMW that sits in the gravel trap up at Coppice Corner, but that will be dealt with. We've got 14 minutes of the race to go. Number 8, the BMW of Fielding and Wells, continues to lead from number 1, which is Andrew Rath's Lotus. There's a couple of seconds between those 2 cars on circuit at the moment. They're just coming over the start-finish line now to conclude what will be the 19th lap of the race. Third in the race is number 48, which is Stephen Scott Dunwoody. 4th is number 36, which is Mark Smith's BMW. 5th is number 71, David Markerson. Completing the top 6 is number 91, which is Hugh Gurney. So that's the order of the top 6. But further down through the order, we've always still got some battles going on. Not that many moments ago, we had cars queuing up. Oh, I thought it had gone off at Coppice Corner, the car, but it's not actually. That number 98 BMW is off at Redgate Corner, because I can now see the tractor heading out towards it. Can't see the car, but on the cameras that looks like it's Coppice Corner, but it's not. It's Redgate Corner, so it's turn number 1 the car's gone off at. So into the pit lane we've also got problems, and this is Adam Howarth that's in the pit lane with problems and concerns at the front left corner of the car. So mechanics going to work, and it will be a a new tyre that's being popped on. So off comes the problem wheel, the problem tyre, and they will service that car and get it back out there as quickly as they can, but all of the time, of course, it's dropping down through the order. Now, over the start-finish line comes our race lead, comes our second place car, which is Andrew Rath, the Lotus, not under any pressure at all for position. He's got Matt Holborn's TVR Tuscan that he's going to want to try and work his way through and past before too much longer. The car behind is not fighting for position either. That will be the Charles Hyde Andrews Bird BMW. This is a lap adrift of the Lotus, so there's no cause for concern there. The beautiful ex-British GT Maserati threading its way through Coppice Corner. Where's that in the race at the moment? Down in 17th position currently. Sounds absolutely glorious. I remember hearing it here at Donington Park on the British GT Media Day when it was able to run unsilenced, and it sounds stunning, I've got to say. It still makes a good noise now. Beautiful soundtrack to the Maserati. The Gran Turismo over the start-finish line now, and as I say, it's sitting down in 16th position. As for the car in the gravel trap, Mark Wyatt's car, it's almost now being dragged fully out of harm's way, so there's still yellow flags for the moment at Redgate Corner, therefore no overtaking opportunity, and we'll see as to whether we get that section of the track back. Adani Kassar at the wheel of the Honda Integra just carves his way through and past the Maserati. That wasn't full position, that was putting a lap on it as he went down through the Craner curves. So Adani Kassar at the wheel of the number 85 Honda Integra DC5 through and past the Maserati Gran Turismo. Now our race leader, the Fielding and Wells BMW, is continually pulling out time from the second place Lotus of Andrew Rath. There's a back marker between the pair of them. That will be the GMP Developments Renault Clio of Scott Parks that's now taken over that car. But Andrew Rath in the Lotus has been getting caught in the last couple of laps by the number 48 BMW of Stephen Scott Dunwoody, so the fight for second and third could be closing up before too much longer. So there through Coppice Corner goes our race leader. There's the Lotus, then the back marker, and Stephen Scott Dunwoody should be just behind that Renault Clio, so I think maybe he's had a slower lap this time through. That's the effect of the traffic, just meaning that the gaps ebb and flow. So second place car in towards the braking area for the Robert Chicanes, safely dealing with Mark Chalmers BMW. So that's another car and a bit of traffic dealt with. As for Stephen Scott Dunwoody, yeah, if I was Stephen Scott Dunwoody, my main concern would be watching the car that's closing up on him. He was catching the Lotus, but now he's getting caught by the number 36 BMW of Mark Smith that sits behind. So Andrew Rath safely out of Redgate Corner, but then the two BMWs behind are now getting closer to each other and fighting over what will be third and fourth places. So Andrew Rath up the inside of a little bit of traffic on the exit of the old hairpin. That's the William and Frederick Lynch Ford Fiesta that has then been picked off. Nine minutes of the race to go. Danny Kassar with the lights ablaze on his Honda over the start-finish line. What kind of times is he doing at the moment? 1 minute 17.2, Danny Kassar, which means that for the moment he's now not really lapping that much quicker than the cars ahead, so there's unlikely to be any further improvement. There might be maybe one more place picked off, but I'd say probably 8th, 9th, 10th is as good as it's going to get for the Honda. On the basis there's only 8.5 minutes to go as well, it's going to be difficult to catch the cars ahead, let alone them try and squeeze your way through. So second place car Andrew Rath just heading round through Redgate Corner now. He is 4 seconds off the lead of the race. He's got 4 seconds now between himself and the number 48 car of Stephen Scott Dunwoody, who's there in third place, but Stephen Scott Dunwoody has still got the slightly older E36 M3 of Mark Smith not that far behind. So whilst Andrew Rath is on his own really in second place, it's third and fourth that are close to each other. Nice to see the flames licking out the back of Andrew Rath's car as well. The unburnt fuel just igniting as it comes out of the exhausts on some of the upshifts of that particular car. Race leader is on lap number 24 at this stage. So 24 laps shortly about to get completed by Darren Fielding and Colin Wells. Say apologies, don't know which driver started behind the wheel of that car. It's one of the few in the field that we didn't get a starting driver for. We've also got a fight going on for 7th and 8th place as well, which is Christian Douglas at the wheel of the TVR Tuscan, who is looking to see what he might be able to do with the pole sitting car. Jack Layton, say the number 73 car, qualified on pole position, but hasn't really brought that qualifying pace through into the race. It very quickly tumbled down through the order with the starting driver that we were notified of Matthew Sanders. I am wondering whether the starting drive was the wrong way round for what we were notified in that one, that maybe Jack started and Matthew's behind the wheel now. But either way, that car sort of dropped through the order, has worked its way back, not really back into contention at all. It qualified on pole with a 1 minute 14.2. It was about 7/10 of a second quicker than Chris Griffin was at the wheel of the Lotus. The Lotus has certainly matched the pace in qualifying prior to its retirement, having briefly led. So 6.5 minutes to go. Race leader just heading round through Coppice Corner now. Darren Fielding and Colin Wells sharing the number 8 BMW that qualified third quickest. It was a 1 minute 15.061 second lap, so it was about 0.8 of a second shy of the pole position time, so it was always there or thereabouts. But it's certainly been right at the sharp end for the vast majority of the race, and so far there's been no problem at all for the 46 M3 as it heads over the start-finish line. The latest out of Andrew Rath, I think, is closing in again. Through goes the BMW, 1 minute 16.5. The Lotus, 1 minute 15.7, so 3/4 of a second quicker that time through for Andrew Rath. Traffic possibly playing a part of that, but the BMW is getting caught now and needs to start to press on. It was pressurising a Lotus earlier on, that being Chris Griffin's car. It could come under pressure from the sole surviving Lotus we've got in the field. Andrew Rath, the most successful driver in the series last year, hence why his car carries the number 1. So out of Coppice Corner, under Starkey's Bridge, up towards Swanskirk goes the race leader. Honda Integra DC5 of Danny Cassar also still trying to carve his way through the order. He has now sort of plateaued at 10th place and is about 2 seconds quicker than the car he's trying to hunt down in 9th place, but he's 5 seconds behind it, so there's still a chunk of work to do. Or he was 5 seconds behind it. He's gone through and ahead of it on that lap, so that means now that up towards Redgate Corner goes the Honda, and the dark blue BMW of Martin Webb that sits behind has now lost a position, is down towards the bottom of the top 10. Race leader, this is lap number 26 that's about to be concluded. Andrew Rath's Lotus has lost time again on this one, so he's had the traffic to deal with, so that gap that was heading in the right direction as far as Andrew Rath was concerned has opened up again to the tune of another 2 seconds now, so it's back to being 5.5 seconds gap first to second. Andrew Rath is now also only a second ahead of Stephen Scott Dunwoody, number 48 BMW, who's there in 3rd place, and another second off that is Mark Smith, who's there in 4th place. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th reasonably close to each other, with now just 4 minutes of the race to go. Black and white warning flag going out for number 48. Now that's Stephen Scott Dunwoody, who's there in 3rd position, so that's to do with circuit limits. Stephen needs to stay within the circuit limits. He's given the warning. You get away with it the first time, the second time you're given a warning, the third time it's a 5-second penalty, so he's the yellow flag really, I suppose, a yellow card if it were football being shown, and soon be the red card for him, which means that the penalties start to rack up. So over the start finish line comes our race leader. There's the 2nd place Lotus just in the background. So Andrew Rath now has worked his way through the traffic. Stephen Scott Dunwoody is still there in 3rd place, but the gap 2nd to 3rd really has come down over the course of the last lap, because the number 48 BMW is now really under pressure from Mark Smith at the wheel of the number 36 BMW. Down through the old hairpin goes the race leader. Where's Andrew Rath? There he goes, but watch out for the 2 BMWs that sit behind, because that's the battle. That's the battle for the final podium spot, and they were pretty much together as they came over the start finish line last time through. So we're into the final 2.5 minutes of the race. The number 8 BMW still continuing to lead. Number 1 Lotus, Andrew Rath in second place. Third is 48 Stephen Scott Dunwoody's BMW. Fourth is 36 Mark Smith. Fifth is 71 David Markerson. And sixth at the moment is the number 73 car, which should be Jack Layton for part 2 of the race. Seventh is a TVR Tuscan, number 777 Christian Douglas. Eighth is 91 Hugh Gurney's BMW. Ninth is 85 Danny Cassar with the Honda. And 10th is number 111, which is Martin Webb. The fight for the final podium spot just heading up towards Redgate Corner. The 2 BMWs absolutely nose to tail this time, turning their way through the first corner. So there goes the race leader down through the Craner curves, followed by the Lotus of Andrew Rath. But it's the 2 BMWs together that and disappear out of my sight down through Redgate. And when they get down in towards the old hairpin, here they are, yeah, absolutely together. Stephen Scott Dunwoody has been caught by the number 36 car of Mark Smith. And Mark Smith, probably at Redgate Corner, was closer to the E46 ahead of him. By the time they get down towards the bottom of the Craner curves and through the old hairpin, the gap, 3rd to 4th, seems to have opened up again a shade more. So out of Coppice Corner, we'll be heading on to the final lap of the race this time through will the number 8 BMW that Darren Fielding and Colin Wells have shared over the course of this Liquid Moly New Millennium race through the Robert Chicane, and then peering into sight with 60 seconds on the clock, there or thereabouts. Through they go onto the final lap of the race. Second place Andrew Rath, third place Stephen Scott Dunwoody, and fourth place Mark Smith. Not that far away, so all of the top 4 cars were on the start-finish line and the start-finish straight at the same time, but they're just a bit too far behind really to attack each other. There they go, down through the Craner curves. Lotus from BMW for second, third and fourth position. Hazard lights on, and number 44 GMP Developments Renault Clio now in the hands of Scott Park, so maybe that car being limped towards the checkered flag. But the checkered flag will be going out at the end of this lap, because there are 20 seconds to go now before the scheduled 40 minutes have elapsed. And for the pairing of Darren Fielding and Colin Wells, it's looking as though it's going to be a hard-fought victory. They were certainly pushing Chris Griffin and the Lotus hard in the early stages in this race, and then as a result of a mixture of the pit stops and problems for that Lotus, it looks like they're going to come through to grab the win. Still a bit more traffic they might have to deal with on the run towards the flag, which they do effortlessly on the way towards a braking out for the Robert Chicane. Through the right, through the left, it's going to be a win for the pairing of Darren Fielding and Colin Wells. It does look as though Andrew Rath has just done enough to hang on to second position. He will come through at the wheel of the Lotus, with Stephen Scott Dunwoody finishing in third place at number 48 E46 BMW, and fourth place, just a second off that, is Mark Smith. So second, third and fourth cars only covered by 2 seconds after 40 minutes of racing. But number 36 Mark Smith finishes in fourth position. Fifth place will be 71, which is David Markerson. Sixth place will be the number 73 car in the end, which worked its way back up through the order. Started on pole position, of course, the light blue BMW with its pink wheels, Matthew Saunders and Jack Layton finishing in sixth place. Seventh place is 777 Christian Douglas. Eighth place is number 85, which is Nigel Ainge for the first part of the race, and Danny Cassar for part 2 of the race. Ninth will be number 91, which is Hugh Gurney, and it should be car number 111, which will be Martin Webb, who will complete the top 10, but we're still waiting for the 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th place cars to come through. Here comes Christian Douglas, confirmed in 7th. Here comes Danny Cassar, confirmed in 8th place. The driver of the silver BMW number 91 of Hugh Gurney, who will finish in 9th. And then we will get Tom Webb with the dark blue BMW, I think almost as one of the last of the cars to take the checkered flag. So there goes Hugh Gurney, he finishes in 9th place. And then at 10th place, after we get the likes of Charles Hyde, Andrews Bird and Dylan Popovich through, Popovich getting ahead of that BMW on the final lap, so he moves up to 13th, down to 14th for Chab. And there goes now Martin Webb. So in fact, Martin Webb has, I'm afraid to say, on the final lap not made it through. I wondered why it was taking a while for him to come through, but I'm afraid to say that problems for Martin Webb mean that his car is on its side, I'm afraid, and he is not going to be seeing the checkered flag. The marshal's on hand to help him out as he gets out of the stricken BMW, but on the very last lap of the race, Martin Webb has had problems with the car, and whatever has happened, it's resulted in the car ending up on its side in the gravel trap, and Martin is now needing the help of the marshals to just extract himself from where he's come to rest in the gravel trap. So with the Liqui Moly New Millennium drivers heading down in towards the Parc Ferme area, we will be able to hopefully grab a quick word with the winning drivers perhaps, and that would also hopefully settle the query as to which of the two drivers started behind the wheel of the number 8 car. Was it Darren Fielding that did the hard work in the early stages, or was it Colin Wells? Either way, across the course of the 40-minute Liqui Moly New Millennium race, the number 8 BMW was always very much at the sharp end of everything that was going on, and yeah, some happy looking drivers are down there in the pit lane, and hopefully our roving reporter Ian Waterhouse might be able to have a chat to them. So Martin Webb just so with Martin Webb's car being recovered from where it came to rest there in the gravel trap, we are not going to be able to hear, unfortunately, from Darren Fielding and Colin Wells, but congratulations on their victory in the Liqui Moly New Millennium. And for the moment, that also wraps up our racing as well. So we have had 2 fantastic races here at Donington Park. We've got plenty more racing to come over the course of the afternoon, which, as we say, includes one more qualifying session that we will have for those of you here at the circuit. So we will get the qualifying done for the Slick Series and Special Saloons and Bernie's V8s after the lunch break, and then we've got a further 5 races to look forward to this afternoon, which will be here all at Donington Park and on the live stream if you're watching us and following us on that. But for the moment, I hope you've enjoyed watching the Co-Ord Sport Tin Tops and the Liqui Moly New Millennium. That's all for the moment from Donington Park, from Ian Waterhouse, who you've heard briefly from throughout the course of this morning. Myself, Mark Werrell, will be back online ready for the start of racing this afternoon at around about 2:45, 10 to 3 at the latest. Until then, enjoy your lunch break, and if you're watching online, set your timers, come back with us and watch the rest of the afternoon stream. Until then, goodbye.
Well, congratulations. You must be a happy man.
Yeah. I started the race, Colin did the second half. Consistency won it, really.
Yeah.
Had a fantastic start. Yeah, I knew the Lotus would be quick, so I just, when he got past me, I just stuck with him, thought let's not let him get a gap.
Yeah.
And I knew Colin would be consistent when he got into the car. So just consistency won that one, really.
It was quite close at the end, wasn't it? You certainly didn't have it all your own way.
No, we didn't have our own way. There's some quick cars out there, and no, I'm very grateful that we managed to keep a bit of a gap and not have too much pressure on us. Just the beginning was a bit hairy, but good fun.
And a smooth pit stop.
Smooth pit stop. Yeah, everything's gone perfectly well.
Fantastic. Congratulations. We've got a queue going behind you. Well done. There we go. Your race winner there. Wow, fantastic race. That was a lot of action. Hope I haven't caused him to stall it there. Obviously not. We are, I believe it's actually lunchtime now, isn't it? So we'll head back to the circuit camp. Welcome back, everybody. We really hope you enjoyed that morning stint. It was certainly a feast of motorsport action, wasn't it? And hey, by the way, we've got plenty more to come up this afternoon as well. Now, we've got the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. As you can see, we only have one driver come to the assembly area so far. Let's grab a quick word with them. Qualifying was a little bit earlier. Gentlemen, pals, how are we?
Good, thank you.
How are we doing?
Yeah, very good. A bit cold, but
it's cold, isn't it? And you guys, nobody else seems to want to join you. This race could be in the bag, couldn't it?
I thought we were going out in about 10 minutes. It's normally crowded down here, but yeah, nobody else is coming up.
Well, it looks like the win's all yours then, doesn't it?
Yeah, we'll take that one.
Look, talk us through qualifying, guys. How was it out there?
It was okay. We had a safety car, so that took a bit of time away. But I go out first. Eddie always goes out second. He's about a second lap faster than I am.
Yeah. So Eddie, you're bringing it home. You're going to bring it home today. Yeah.
And we weren't really sure what was going on in qualifying because we've got Mum on the pit board today.
Right.
So we were sort of doing a bit of pit board training at the same time, but she got it sorted in the end. So
you're hoping for the race is going to be at the right time. It's a 40-minute race. Do you split it evenly?
Yeah, roughly evenly. There's 40 minutes is quite a short race, so I can just about cope with 20 minutes. It's when we do the 90-minute races with someone else that it gets a bit tiring towards the end for me. But
no, absolutely. Well, look, guys, best of luck. As it stands at the minute,
thank you very much.
It's going to be the trophy, isn't it? There we go.
We'll see the finishing line from here.
You can always see the finishing line. Let's just have a quick look at the car whilst we're here, shall we? Look, these magnificent sevens. You can certainly see why they're called that. We normally have a number of cars knocking around at the minute, but nobody else seems to want to join the chaps here. Eddie Powell is going to go out second, as we've just heard. Right, I'm down at the assembly area, and I'm down here with Stephen James. Starts third place on the grid. Stephen, talk us through your qualifying.
Yeah, happy with qualifying. We didn't get many laps because we had a problem with the alternator.
Yeah.
So we had to squeeze a flying lap in, sort of in between a lot of traffic. So it was tricky.
Yeah.
But we fixed that, ready for the race. It's going to be tight at the front. It's going to be really a race of who can keep their rear tyres in good condition, because that's going to be very, very hard.
Yes.
Especially with the power of these cars, it's going to be very tricky.
Yeah, definitely. And look, there's an outside chance of a little bit of rain. I imagine that makes these things quite tricky to drive.
It makes them very interesting to drive. Yeah, especially if you're on the dry tyres, which I think all of us will be.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of us have got a few driver aids to help a little bit, some traction control and things like that, but still it's treacherous in a way.
Definitely.
Especially here. There's the old kind of rumour of jet fuel at Redgate and things dumped, but whether that's true or not, it's certainly really slippery.
Well, for your sake, I hope it stays dry, and if everybody's sake, I hope it stays dry. Do enjoy it, stay safe.
Thank you.
And we'll see you at the end.
Thank you.
Thanks for talking to us. Thank you. Right, I'm down at the assembly area, and I'm down here with Stephen James. Starts third place on the grid. Stephen, talk us through your qualifying.
Yeah, happy with qualifying. We didn't get many laps because we had a problem with the alternator.
Yeah.
So we had to squeeze a flying lap in, sort of in between a lot of traffic. So it was tricky.
Yeah.
But we fixed that, ready for the race. It's going to be tight at the front. It's going to be really a race of who can keep their rear tyres in good condition, because that's going to be very, very hard.
Yes.
Especially with the power of these cars, it's going to be very tricky.
Yeah, definitely. And look, there's an outside chance of a little bit of rain. I imagine that makes these things quite tricky to drive.
It makes them very interesting to drive. Yeah, especially if you're on the dry tyres, which I think all of us will be.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of us have got a few driver aids to help a little bit, some traction control and things like that, but still it's treacherous in a way.
Definitely.
Especially here. There's the old kind of rumour of jet fuel at Redgate and things dumped, but whether that's true or not, it's certainly really slippery.
Well, for your sake, I hope it stays dry, and if everybody's sake, I hope it stays dry. Do enjoy it, stay safe.
Thank you.
And we'll see you at the end.
Thank you.
Thanks for talking to us. Thank you.
So for those of you watching on the live stream, we will very shortly see the cars heading onto the grid for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. If you're here at the circuit spectating, then welcome back as well. So Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens coming up, similar format to we've seen already over the course of the two races that we had prior to the lunch break. It's a 40-minute race. There's a mandatory pit stop in the middle of it, and unlike the other series, you tend to get fewer cars that are shared in the Magnificent Sevens. But that's not to say that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of the 40 cars that are being shared. So there's about, 25%, I suppose. So full was the entry list again for this one. 43 cars qualified or attempted to, but some of the reserves for the moment have not made it onto the grid because we can only start 40 cars as a maximum on the Donington Park National Circuit where we are. There's a little bit of clearing up just being done after the previous qualifying session that took place. I can see that John Cockerton's Porsche 935 is on the back of a truck making its way off the circuit, and also the Ford RS200 replica from the Special Saloons and Motorsports is just being lifted by the Mick Avery recovery unit onto the flatbed. So it will be a while before we see the Magnificent Sevens cars head on their formation lap, but when we do, I may as well give you the grid now, hadn't I? So pole position, number 88, Rich Webb qualified on pole position, and alongside is number 14, 1-4, which is Ben Simmons, 88 and 14 on row number 1. Row 2 of the grid is number 40, which is Stephen James, and 52, Gary Bate, 40 and 52. The third row of the grid sees number 88-0, Tim Davis, line up alongside 86, which is Stephen Riley, 80 and 86 on row number 3. And row 4 is number 92, Colin Watson. He's been a race winner already this year. That was at the Thruxton race, the second of the two races that we had at Thruxton. These cars did not race at Snetterton. The meeting was so badly affected by an enormous cloudburst for a good hour or so that the water got to the level that the circuit was entirely flooded, and after 2 hours of work pumping the water off, we were nearly ready to go, and there was another cloudburst, and it was taken the decision to abandon the meeting, and therefore the Magnificent Sevens didn't get the chance to race. So inside of the fourth row of the grid, 92, Colin Watson. And alongside him, no relation, is number 85, David Watson. That's 92 and 85. The fifth row of the grid sees number 98, also a race winner at Thruxton in the 40-minute race that they had there. Same format as they had at Thruxton. Their first race was a 40-minute race. Their second was a 30-minute race. So John Cutmore, number 98, lines up on the fifth row of the grid with alongside him 93, Hugh Coulter, 98 and 93. Row 6 of the grid is 42, Richard Carter, and number 30, 30, that car will be started by Mark James. And row 7 sees number 35, Charles Holroyd, line up alongside 71, Paul Begley, 35 and 71. The 8th row of the grid is number 10, Tim Bishop, and number 135. That car will be started by Nick Cook, 10 and 135 on row number 8. Row 9 is number 25, Matthew Drew, and 32, David Holroyd, who is father of Charles. That's a little bit further up the grid, 25 and 32 on row number 9. And row 10 of the grid is 106, Nick Powell, and 111, which is Carl Woodwis, 106 and 111. Row number 11 of the grid is 144, Jolyon Kemp, and 172, Robert Cooper, 144 and 172. Row 12 is number 56. The car will be started by Stephen Storey. It'll be taken over by ex-British touring car racer Ray Arms for part 2 of the race. And for company is car number 77. Don't have the starting driver for this one. That is shared by the Lancashires, Simon and Liam, 56 and 77. Row 13 of the grid is 188, Robert Forsdyke, and 62, which will be started by Mel Taylor, 188 and 62. Row 14 is 24, Ryan Grant, and 82, which is Matthew Willoughby, 24 and 82. The 15th row of the grid is number 2, Richard Lambert will start alongside 39, David White, 2 and 39. Row 16 sees number 6, Tim Ralph, line up alongside 8, which is Matthew Gibbon, 6 and 8 on row number 16. The 17th row of the grid is 73, John Wright, and 63, Pete Basterfield, 73 and 63. Row 18 of the grid is 28. Jack Andrews will start alongside number 44. That will be started by Toby Bates, 28 and 44. Row 19, the penultimate row of the grid, 38, Matthew Gilby, and 99, Peter French, 38 and 99. And the 20th and final row of the grid is number 7, Stephen Oakes, lines up alongside car number 13, which is Greg Catton. That's 11 and 13. Bang on cue, the cars now, as we've just got through the grid, are all heading out onto their final formation lap. And for this Gold Arts Magnificent Series, it's been running since 2009 and is catering for cars based on the original inspiration of the Lotus 7 design. So by far the most popular choice is a Caterham. But we do have the likes of MKs, we've got Westfields amongst the grid. And Raws and low costs, all of those Lotus 7 inspired designs are all eligible to join the Magnificent Sevens grid. The way that it's split is that It's split into two groups in reality. So we have Group 1 and we have Group 2 as they head off on their formation lap. Group 1 also then has within it classes A, B and C. Class A is for cars with a limited power output, really. They limit it to 125 brake horsepower, so that things like old Caterham 160s and Caterham Academy cars would be in that. Class B is the power outputs that are between 126 and 145 brake or 140 brake horsepower. That's for things like Caterham 270s. And Class C, the final class in Group 1, is for those with power outputs between 140 and 152 brake horsepower. So the likes of Caterham 310s drop into that. Then we move on to Group 2, and this is where we then have classes D, E, F, G, H, I and T. And again, it's all ranging up through the brake horsepower. So for instance, Class D, between 153 and 185 brake horsepower, so we see Caterham 360s, R300s and 420s drop into that. And as we go all the way through the classes up to Class G, that's with power outputs more than 260 brake horsepower, so the likes of Caterham 620s and 620Ss go in that. Cars fitted with motorcycle engines up to 1.3 litres sit in Class H. Those above 1.3 litres sit in Class I, and Class T is purely for a taster class for those that have never previously raced. Now, for some reason, the red flag is out already before we've got the race underway. Now, we had an issue in the formation lap for the Co-Ord Sports tin tops, where a car broke down on the formation lap, which caused the red flag to come out. But what has happened with regards to this particular race, I'm not entirely sure. There's nothing I can see. We can see the lights are on the gantry. We can see the red flags being waved by the starters and the marshals around the circuit. The safety car is bringing the pack together up towards the braking area for Roberts. But what we will see is the safety car will stay out there. It will stop underneath the gantry, and all the cars will line up back on their original grid positions. The start marshals heading onto the grid, ready to establish what needs sorting out, and then we will have an idea as to what the problem is. Now, 43 cars attempted to qualify. The cars that are classed as reserves should be in the pit lane ready to go should they be needed. That would only happen if, say, a car broke down on the formation lap like we had earlier on. Then if that car can't be restarted, then it gives an opportunity for one of the reserves to drop themselves on the grid. But I do have a sneaky feeling that a couple of the reserves might have actually got themselves onto the formation lap, and therefore we are now in excess of the maximum 40 cars that can circulate around Donington Park under race conditions. When it's qualifying, you can have a few extra cars in qualifying, but it is absolutely set firm by the Motorsports Association, who license the circuits and take into account the average width of the circuit, take into account the length of the circuit, and then there's a whole raft of other things that go on to for considerations to what the maximum number of cars that can qualify, and then a reduced number from that, not by many, by usually 4 or 6 maybe, that can race. And as I look down the grid, I think we've got more than 40 cars. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. They're not all lined up even. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 41, I think. Right, okay. So I think once we have sorted out what's happening, Peter French and then number 13, Greg Caton. Right, yeah, we've got 2 more cars that have sorted themselves onto the formation lap that shouldn't have been there. So just a small oversight by drivers, one would have thought, that maybe weren't quite sure. It's not that often that, it's a nice problem to have, it's not that often that you get reserves, and therefore if you are a reserve you're maybe not quite aware as to what the correct procedure is. So now we have the 2 cars coming in. Right, so we'll then head off onto another formation lap, so let's have another go at this one. Unfortunately, we've now got a car that's stalled on the grid, which is Mark James, and alright, I was going to say if he can't get going then he would have to join in the back, but the number 30 car does get fired up, so he can take up his correct position now on the grid. So off they go again for another formation lap in what is a busy afternoon of racing here for the Classic Sports Car Club. Goldocks Magnificent 7, the first of 2 races for them. Then after that we will move on to the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, which includes the Mazda RX-8 trophy. We will have our new for 2020 series within the Classic Sports Car Club, the Slick Series, out as our third race of the afternoon. Our fourth race of the afternoon will be the Cartech Motorsport Modern Classics and Cartech Motorsport Puma Cup. And then our final race of the day will be a second race, a 30-minute race for these cars that are out there now, the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Not all of the drivers will opt to do race number 2, but many of them, looking at the entry list, have decided to do exactly that, and that should bring us up to 7:05 this evening. So it's a late finish, I'm afraid, so we're even more indebted to all of the fantastic work that all of our marshals and officials will be doing. They were the first to get here this morning. They will, without question, be the last to leave almost this evening as well, and they'll do it all again tomorrow, where the finish is a little bit earlier. It's just the other side of 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, so it's a long and busy weekend for our marshals, and hopefully, whilst it's still not a bad day for this time of year, it is starting to feel a little bit autumnal now. A little bit of work will actually keep them warm a little bit. So we massively thank them for all of their help and efforts. And if you're watching the stream or you're here at the circuits, then log on to marshals.co.uk. Marshals.co.uk. You can sign up to a taster day. It's the official website for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, and on that taster day you get almost a guided tour of the whole circuit in the morning, so you understand the process of scrutineering the cars, the process that they go through, albeit a bit different at the moment with COVID-19, but on a normal day you would head around the various areas of the circuit to understand what happens, and then head out onto one of the marshals' posts for the afternoon with your team, your experienced team that would be around you. They don't just drop you out there on a post with other fellow novices. You get allocated to an experienced post and get to enjoy what marshalling and understand what marshalling is about. So marshals.co.uk. So we're about to get this Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens race underway. Rich Webb qualified on pole position, the number 88 car, in a time of 1:09.9. He was about half a second quicker than Ben Simmons, who lines up alongside him. Lights are on the gantry. We're about to get 40 minutes of Magnificent Sevens racing underway here at Donington Park, and Ben Simmons is just ahead of the pole sitter Rich Webb, and as the lights go out, it looks like it's a good start from Stephen James from the second row of the grid, who's mounting a challenge here as they head up towards Redgate Corner for the first time. But Rich Webb, I think, has just about got the job done, has he? No, he's not. He's going to have a car sweep up round the outside and a car up the inside. So the pole sitter, I think, down to third by the time they exit Redgate Corner. But it was a great start from Stephen James, who for the moment I think has put himself into the lead of this race. Tim Davis is there in fourth place. This is a nice easy one to spot, the black car with the Dayglow orange rollover hoop to it. But yeah, the pole sitter is down into third position. Stephen James leads, Ben Simmons second, both of them very similarly liveried as well. They're both sort of white and black cars largely, but it certainly looks as though it was Stephen James that, with the inside line, led going into Redgate. Whether he still led on the way out, we'll have to wait and see. Whoever it is, they are certainly starting to sprint away in the lead of the race. The pole sitter definitely down there in third place, Rich Webb, and coming under pressure as well from Tim Davis as they work their way out of Coppice for the first time and start to head along the exhibition straight before they then head into the braking area. Rich Webb trying to attack back now and looking to try and get himself back into second position as they head in towards Roberts, and he's made it through. So Rich Webb, oh no, it's not Rich Webb, it's Gary Bates that's up into third place. Rich Webb's down into fourth and now he's back into third by the time they get towards Redgate Corner. So it's Ben Simmons that leads, it's Stephen James in second place, Gary Bates in third, Rich Webb there in fourth position, Tim Davis in fifth, that Colin Watson in sixth place. Then it's going to be number 98, which is John Cutmore, who's there in seventh place, Stephen Riley in eighth, ninth is Colin Watson, and 10th at the moment is car number 25, which is Matthew Drew from 17th on the grid. So it's been a stellar first lap from Matthew Drew. 7 places gained from his starting position, and I think that is, other than down in 21st position, car number 2, Richard Lambert starting in 29th. I think that's the highest gain of places that we've got after the first lap. So field carving our way already up towards Coppice Corner, with Ben Simmons looking to try and get the break and pull away. Driver who previously has competed in the MSVT Track Day Championship in a Caterham with Callum McDougall, where they were very, very successful in the Team Frugal racing car, but now he's going solo at the wheel of this Caterham. He's pulled away massively. Up to second is Rich Webb now, but Rich Webb is under attack by the look of things from Stephen James as they head in towards the braking area for Redgate Corner. We're side by side for fourth place as well by the look of things, which is Colin Watson fighting away with Gary Bates, and I think Colin Watson made it through on the run in towards Redgate Corner, so should be able to hang on to the place. Yes, he is. He's just ahead of the number 52 car of Gary Bate. Gary Bate is under attack though from another one of the Boss Racing machines, which is Tim Davis, who's looking for the inside line. All that got tight as they went down in towards the braking area for the old hairpin. But the door was firmly closed by Gary Bate on Tim Davis, who was absolutely adamant he wasn't going to lose a further place, having just lost one to the sister car of Tim Davis, that being Colin Watson, who is now looking to see if he can get a good run here, spurred on by that fantastic result in the 30-minute race at Thruxton where he claimed the win. There are no additional time penalties to worry about in the Magnificent Sevens because it's grid drops that you get. John Cutmore, the number 98 Spire, started 9th on the grid. He'd actually qualified with the 4th quickest time, but you get a 5-place grid drop if you win your group. So John Cutmore was the group winner from earlier on, so he dropped 5 places compared to where they qualified. And also the number 2 car, which is started by Richard Lambert, that made up all of those places, 8 places on lap number 1. That also was 5 places further down the grid than where in reality had qualified. That was the penalty for them winning their group last time out at Thruxton. So the leaders just heading their way out of Redgate Corner, starting to carve their way down through the Craner curves. Rich Webb now having pulled away a little bit from Stephen James, who's got himself there with Colin Watson. We've now got, by the look of things, Tim Davis is up into 5th place. Gary Bate has dropped down into 6th, I think, because they've gone out of Redgate Corner. Certainly looks as though that was the case. And it's not going to be that much longer, really, before the cars at the front are going to be starting to catch some of the traffic as well. Another lap or so, and we're going to be well and truly amongst the traffic. Pit window again only opens 10 minutes into the race, so 5 minutes to go before the pit window opens. But out front, Ben Simmons is pressing on and enjoys a 2.5 second advantage between himself and Rich Webb, who last time through set the fastest lap of the race and is now closing in again. He was another 0.9 of a second quicker last time through. So Rich Webb just heading out of Redgate Corner now. The white car ahead of him is the one he's trying to attack. Up towards Redgate goes Tim Davis, followed by Colin Watson. So Tim Davis gaining 2 places on that lap. The black car with its orange rollover hoop up to 4th from 6th. The white car with its orange rollover hoop. Teammates both from the Boss Racing stable. Colin Watson drops down into 5th place, and Gary Bate, number 52, drops down into 6th. So now it's Colin Watson that's at the head of that train of cars heading round through the old hairpin. John Cutmore's in there as well at the wheel of the Spire. That's the number 98 car. That's a good little fight actually for 5th, 6th, 7th, and I think Stephen Riley's tacked himself onto the back end of that, which is 8th place as well. The race leader though, Ben Simmons, getting caught all of the time by Rich Webb. They'll be coming up towards the conclusion of the lap again before too much longer. And here we go, Rich Webb's done it on the approach in towards the braking area for Roberts. That's where he's gone through to grab the lead of the race, out of my sight, but it is a change of the lead. Rich Webb now into the lead of the race, the pole sitting car in the lead of the race. Stephen James, who qualified 3rd quickest, running 2nd on the road. And those 2 cars are now about 4 seconds ahead of the squabbles that are going on further down through the order. So down through the Craner curve goes the race leaders. Here comes down through the Craners the black and orange car. That's Tim Davis, who is working his way through the traffic up the inside of the number 99 car of Peter French, who's one of the series driver representatives within the Classic Sports Car Club. Races in the series that he represents, the Magnificent Sevens, but stayed neatly out of the way and allowed the quicker cars to find their way through. 33 minutes of the race remaining, 3 minutes before the pit window opens. Big gaggle of cars coming over the start-finish line, all busy squabbling away, and into the pit lane, albeit before the pit window opens, is kind of at 172, so problems clearly for Robert Cooper, bringing him into the pit lane with 3 minutes before the pit window opens, so that'll be mechanical issues for him. In the meantime, the squabbles on circuit still continuing, with our race leader having to work his way through traffic all of the time. Now, one of the good fights is just going up towards Redgate Corner now, and that is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th places all together, and I think John Cutmore has just gone through and grabbed a position. Back out of pit lane goes the car that came in, which was Rob Cooper, so that's good news for him. Whatever the cause for concern was, it's been dealt with by the mechanics, and they're happy to get him back out onto track. Hopefully the problems will have disappeared. And the pit window is now only a couple of minutes away from happening. The fastest lap of the race that we've had is by Rich Webb, the race leader, 1 minute 10.265. That was on lap number 3. He's now on lap number 7 and is pushing on through as much as he can. Rich Webb, since taking the lead, has just pulled away. He's gapped Ben Simmons to the point of a second. In towards the braking area for the Robert chicane he comes. There's Ben Simmons in second position. Tim Davis looks as though he's there in third now. Yes, he is. Yeah, Tim Davis in third place at the wheel of car number 80. So TVR Tuscan racer with that black car with its orange flashes. So there's the top 3 cars all in the same shot heading up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner. Rich Webb leads by 1.2 seconds from Ben Simmons, who is nearly 3 seconds up the road from Tim Davis, number 80, who's up to third. Down to fourth as a result of that, it goes Stephen James. Up to fifth comes 98 John Cutmore. Down to sixth goes Colin Watson. But Colin Watson, car number 92 in sixth place, is the one to watch at the moment. He's doing some great defensive work, largely because he's got to. He's got Gary Bates, he's got David Watson, he's got Stephen Riley, all queuing up behind him, looking to try and unpick him if they can. So 45 seconds until we get the pit window open. 3 wide through Coppice Corner, some of the battles that are going on. It's great stuff to see, and I think that was one of the cars that's a little bit further down through the order that was 3 wide. And yeah, so Gaggle has just come through the Robert chicane now, and it was the number 77 car, couldn't exactly, that's the Simon Lancashire Liam Browning car that was 3 wide, and they're also having to watch their mirrors now because they're also being overtaken by the front runners. So we've got quick cars overtaking, not exactly slow cars, but slow cars that are also battling as well. So 8 laps now completed. Rich Webb still continuing to lead. But Tim Davis, though, he is looking to see whether he might be able to grab second place here from Ben Simmons. I'm not sure whether he is going to do it. I think he might have done, you know, down in towards the old hairpin. Might have just been able to slot his way through and grab the place. As we look, yeah, I think he has, you know. I think Tim Davis now is up into second place, into the pit lane, and this is just as the window opens, comes the number 99 car. So this is one of the driver representatives, Peter French, coming in to the pit lane. He's the first of our pit stoppers in, a man who does a lot of work behind the scenes on the committee of the Classic Sports Car Club. So here's the first to pit, but won't be the last to pit, because almost immediately we get another car joining him. Toby Bates comes in as well. So through goes over the start finish line number 80 Tim Davis, now, as I said, up into second place at the expense of number 14 Ben Simmons, who's dropped down into third position. Rich Webb leading as he just turns on towards the top of Hollywood and through the Craner curves, using all of the circuit onto the curve but nothing else beyond that. So just staying within the confines of the circuit, but the best of the fights is second and third at the moment. In the pit lane, as we say, is number 44 Toby Bates. We can see Peter French is in there, but whilst it was within the pit stop window, the bonnet is coming off the number 44 Westfield. It's the sole Westfield we've got in the entry list this weekend, the Westfield SE. Westfield originally building cars that were so much like the Caterham design that were actually taken to court over it, and they had to change subtly the design of the car. The original cars, the original Westfields, are known as pre-litigation cars. Into the pit lane comes 35 as well, so that's another car diving for the pit lane, which is Charles Holroyd. But out on circuit, the rest of the fights is just flicking its way through the Robert chicane. Tim Davis has managed to gap, I think, this lap through. I see the cars that had been doing battle with him, and as he heads up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner, Tim Davis fastest lap of the race that time, so 1 minute 10.256 for the number 80 car of Tim Davis, setting the fastest lap of the race and reeling in the race leader as well. Into the pit lane comes number 92, that's Colin Watson, who was right up there in the early stages. But Tim Davis is probably the man to watch at the moment. New fastest lap of the race, bringing the gap down between himself and Rich Webb to just 1.3 seconds on completion of 10 laps of racing. There's the number 135 car. That is Nick Cook that starts that one, the black car with its multicoloured flashes to it, really. And the battle for the lead of the race, round through Coppice, absolutely together. Tim Davis looking for the lead of the race as they went round through Coppice corner. You can see them humming on the straight behind us, that Rich Webb is under pressure from Tim Davis as they head in towards the braking area for the Robert chicane. Who's going to come out to head? It is still just going to be Rich Webb, but he's got the black car with its day-glow orange flashes right behind him as they head over the start-finish line in towards Redgate corner together for the lead of the race. So Rich Webb under pressure from Tim Davis, who brought the gap down by another 1.1 seconds that time through. So there's going to be no let-up in the pressure for Rich Webb. If he wants to win, he's going to have to work for it here, because Tim Davis is coming and it's not slowing down. Jolyon Kemp heads for the pit lane. I think we've also got Richard Lambert in from the pit lane. That car is the car that dropped down 5 places from its grid position, but Tim Davis really mounting the pressure on Rich Webb, the race leader. Tim with a slightly better run coming out of the old hairpin, but that was covered off by Rich Webb. Driver changes taking place now in the pit lane as well. First of our driver changes is Matthew Gilby giving way to Keith Fryer for part 2 of the race, but the leaders still together out of McLean's corner, up towards the double apex blind entry right-hander at Coppice corner. More cars feeding their way into the pit lane, and Tim Davis this time's got the overlap and has got the job done. He's through to take up the lead of the race. Tim Davis grabs it from Rich Webb, but now Rich Webb sits in the slipstream of Tim Davis, works his way back alongside, so he's on the right-hand side coming in towards Robert chicane, and he goes back through to take the lead of the race. So briefly in the lead was Tim Davis. He is surely now going to pick up a slipstream from the car ahead again and might have another challenge at Redgate, but he's just a bit too far back this time. So the lead swapped on the exit of Coppice corner, and by the time they got towards Roberts, it had swapped back again. You'd never know, would you, that Tim Davis had taken the lead. The lap charts won't show it either. But he's pushing hard again as they head down through the Craner curves. So through the left-hand section of the Craner curves, then in towards the braking area for the right-hander. Tim Davis looking for the inside line on Rich Webb, goes back at the inside of the old hairpin and retakes the lead of the race. Great stuff between the pair of them. Rich Webb saw it, the inevitable was happening, and left the door open in typical Caterham fashion. If these two work together rather than squabble, they can just make sure that they come back out of the pit stop window in a handy position and can then roll their sleeves up and slug it out like a couple of heavyweights for part 2 of the race, and in particular in the closing stages. More traffic to deal with. It stays neatly out of the way as the leading pair head round through Coppice corner. They're on lap number 13 at the moment. Tim Davis has not quite broken the toe on Rich Webb, so Rich Webb will close up again as they come up towards the braking area for the Robert chicane, but again he's just too far away to try and mount a challenge, so Tim Davis still hangs on to the lead of the race as they head through the Robert chicane and in towards the braking area for the end of the lap. But Tim Davis comes into the pit lane, so race leader Tim Davis into the pit lane this time through. So number 80 dives for the pit lane. There goes Tim, just down towards the bottom of pit lane exit. The black car with its orange flashes to it. So Rich Webb can now breathe a bit of a sigh of relief now. He has been let off the hook to a degree, but he still needs to keep pressing on because he knows that the pit stop in reality is the same for everybody. It's 2 minutes from pit in to pit out. The drivers, because of these multi-point roll cages and things, if you share the car, it does just take you a while to get out of the car, but there's 75% of the entry that are not sharing, so the driver could just leave the engine running, grab a sip of water, let the mechanics do what they need to do, i.e. adjust tyre pressures on the car, and then once the time has elapsed they can get back out and press on again. Into the pit lane comes number 30, that's Mark James, ready to hand over to Ian Mockett. More and more cars all feeding their way into the pit lane, including Richard Carter, and I think that might have been Charles Holroyd that came in. Race leader in as well, so number 88, race leader comes into the pit lane this time through. So into the pit lane comes Rich Webb. Now where is he going to feed out relative to Tim Davis? For the moment both Tim Davis and Rich Webb are in the pit lane. They were the two fighting for the lead, so he might have number 98 John Cutmore, if he stays out, go through into the lead of the race this time through. In fact he has, yeah, John Cutmore has stayed out at the wheel of the Spire, so he takes up the lead of the race, number 98. And second in the race is the sister car to it as well, which is the number 85 car of David Watson. So those are first and second in the race, largely because neither of them have pitted there. Through the old hairpin goes number 98. So John Cutmore leading the race. Erstwhile race leader still waiting for the seconds to tick away. Rich Webb, who qualified on pole, as I said, half a second quicker than anybody else managed at the wheel of his Caterham Blackbird. So it sits in Class I for the motorcycle engined cars with engines above 1.3 litres and a power output above 186 brake horsepower. Doesn't sound a lot, 186 brake horsepower, but in a car with a motorcycle engine that probably weighs little more than 450 kilos, the power to weight is more than significant. So through and over the start-finish line goes John Cutmore. He continues to lead the race at this stage. Second is number 85, which is David Watson. Both of them continuing. Another 6.5 minutes of pit window, so there's still plenty of time for drivers to dive into the pit lane. There's still a few other cars that haven't pitted as well. They are a little bit further down through the order. The next car that hasn't pitted is down in 13th position, for instance. But first and second, John Cutmore and David Watson still seem quite happy to stay out there at the moment. John Cutmore is carving his way through the traffic down at the old hairpin, followed by David Watson not far after. And we're now almost at the halfway point of the race as well, so 40-minute race, just over 20 minutes to go, another 5 minutes before the pit window closes, and Rich Webb, erstwhile race leader, working his way back through the order again, and the way that he has come out means that we have got the fight on for the lead of the race in reality. Quick spin for somebody, thankfully that is gathered up and will mean that we won't need the safety car deployed. That, I think, was number 39 David White that had the problem. Had a rotation but gets the car pointing in the right direction. Our race leader though still cracking on, as is the number 85 car of David Watson. So neither of the Spires having come into the pit lane just as yet. Elsewhere down through the order, number 28 Jack Andrews is busy having a squabble, and we'll just have a quick look at, now that's the spin up at Coppice Corner. Other cars I think having to almost take to the gravel in avoidance as well, but thankfully that car that rotated got itself pointing in the right direction, no harm done. So through Redgate Corner, Rich Webb still looking to try and push as hard as he can, Rich Webb. Tim Davis is now running the number 80 car that was in the lead of the race for a brief period of time, but that is now running in third position, and that is the first of the cars that has pitted at this stage. So John Cutmore and David Watson are almost the last of those to pit. Quick spin, that's Paul Begley, who gets the car pointing back round in the right direction, and will continue in the race as well. Paul qualified 14th quickest, but that will drop him down through the order following those problems. There's our race leader, still not opting to pit just as yet, whereas the car that's in second position, David Watson, has come in this time. So number 85 David Watson is in. Number 11 dives for the pit lane, which is Stephen Oakes. He's one of the last to pit, and we are slowly ticking off all of the pit stops now. I think there are only two cars that haven't pitted as yet. One is number 82, which is Matthew Willoughby still. He hasn't handed over to Ian Kinghorn that I can see, and the other car that hasn't pitted is the overall race leader, number 98, which is John Cutmore. Now John is already a race winner. He claimed victory in the 40-minute race at Thruxton, claimed victory by 13 seconds in the end from Tim Bishop. So in comes the number 82 car, Matthew Willoughby. So I think it is just John Cutmore now, who's still going on his merry way. 3 minutes before the pit window closes. He could afford to do the lap he's on and another thereafter before he came in. So up towards Redgate Corner he will go. So probably just for safety I would pit at the end of this lap if I were the race leader, because if you leave it too late then you can compromise your whole race. If you for some reason just come in a second after the pit stop window closes, then that's all it takes. That means you pitted outside of the window. You'll end up with quite a draconian penalty, as I mentioned earlier on. So the race leader heads over the start and finish line. Squabbles elsewhere down through the pack, just heading in towards the breaking out for the Robert chicane. So onto lap number 19 now has gone our race leader.
Richard Carter fighting away with Hugh Coulter. This will be for 11th and 12th positions. The light green car is Richard Carter. The white car with its day glow flashes down through the old hairpin is Hugh Coulter. And right behind them is the race lead, is what in reality will become the race leading car, which is number 80 Tim Davis, but that is only when everybody completes their pit stops, which John Cutmore's still not doing. So what's he got? He's got 1 minute and 50 seconds left before the pit window closes. A lap time is taking him 1 minute and 11, so he's got to come in at the end of this lap. If he doesn't come in at the end of this lap, number 98, he's left it too late, I'm afraid. So we'll see as to, at the end of this lap, whether we do see the number 98 race leading car head in towards the pit lane, up towards the braking area for Roberts. Here comes Tim Davis, the number 80 car, running in third on the road, but as he now heads over the start finish line, that puts him into second place now, as a result of David Watson having stopped a lap or so ago. Into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, comes Ben Simmons, the car that starts on the front row of the grid, and this is his second stop. He's already been in once as Ben Simmons, so for the second time he heads down pit road. This must be a problem with his car. Now Rich Webb in third position just heads round through the old hairpin. John Cutmore has not come in, I'm afraid to say. So John Cutmore has not come in, the race leader. That's significant because there he goes over the start finish line to start another lap, and there's only 34 seconds before the pit window closes. So John Cutmore, I think, might have got the calculations wrong here. He is leading on the road. He will have to pit at some point, but when he does pit, he is going to be outside of the window, and that is going to bring with it a penalty. It will be probably of at least a lap, possibly even 3 laps would be the penalty. Can't remember exactly what the regulations state, but it is a significant penalty that, if my understanding is correct, he's going to be picking up. Won't worry Tim Davis, because he was surely going to work his way back into contention and retake up the lead of the race anyway, but it's certainly going to harm John Cutmore's aspirations for this race. Somebody else going really slowly in towards the Roberts chicane. We saw Ben Simmons come into the pit lane a few moments ago. I think we might be destined to have another white Caterham into the pit lane before too much longer, because that car in the background is crawling its way, and indeed we do, and indeed it's another car that's towards the front of the order as well. The car that qualified third quickest, Stephen James, comes into the pit lane as John Cutmore, the race leader, finally comes in. So John Cutmore has decided to come in and serve his pit stop with 14 minutes and 30 seconds to go, was it, when he entered the pit lane? So we'll see as to what view is taken by the officials on that one, but I suspect it is going to be some sort of penalty that will be heading in the general direction of the number 98 Spire RB7. So it should now mean that Tim Davis now picks up the lead of the race. So there goes Tim Davis over the start finish line, leading the race. Back into the lead. Won't say it on the timing screen just as yet. It will be the next lap through where he will pick up the lead of the race, because John Cutmore will still be stationary in the pit lane, so that is sort of unlapping himself for the moment. But it's absolutely inevitable that as long as Tim completes the lap that he's on, it would give him the lead of the race next time through. Rich Webb should pick up second place once more, and it'll be interesting to see where John Cutmore files back out again. No matter where you look, there are still battles going on. Not unsurprising with 40 cars, the maximum grid having started. Still plenty of squabbles that are going on out there. Down through the Craner curves, we've got a couple of cars busy squabbling away. I think one of those is going to be Keith Fryer, the number 38 car, the MK Indy, who has got cars trying to pass him on the right, cars trying to pass him on the left as well. Stephen Oakes is trying to get out of harm's way as well at the wheel of the number 11 car that started in penultimate position on the grid. But through has gone Tim Davis to assert himself now into the lead of the race. And Rich Webb has also gone through, and only now does John Cutmore get going back out of the pit lane. So the car that had been leading leaves pit lane. The 2-minute pit stop has been served. So next time through the order on the timing screen, and on the left of your screens, if you're watching the live stream, will correct itself because John Cotmore, by the time he exited the pit lane, both Tim Davis and Rich Webb had already gone through. So he's going to be third position on the road for the moment, but we'll see as to whether, at best it will be third on the road. We'll see whether any other unravelling is done as to what happened when he came into the pit lane and had the pit window closed. Yes, as my view, there were 14 and a half minutes left roughly, so that means that is after the window's closed. So number 30, which is Ian Mockett now, pressing on round through the old hairpin. That car is sitting down in 23rd position currently. Our race leader though is about to head through and over the start finish line. Yeah, so Tim Davis leads the race. Second is number 88, which is Rich Webb. Third is 98's John Cutmore after his slightly delayed pit stop. Fourth is going to be car number 52, which is Gary Bate. But Gary is only now just heading over the start finish line, number 52. The white and black car with subtle red flashes to the nose cone of it. He's a long way drift of the top three. He's nearly 15 seconds shy of John Cutmore, who's in third place. John Cutmore is almost 15 seconds shy of the leading pair, who are still together. Tim Davis is not shaking away. Rich Webb for the lead of the race. The black and day-glow orange car still under pressure from the number 88 car of Rich Webb. Elsewhere down through the order, the battles continue as well, as Eddie Powell's being kept busy. He's having to attack and defend at the same time on the run out of the old hairpin up towards Schwann's Curve. That's the orange car of Eddie Powell.
We're just doing
flicking its way
working
right-hander at McLaren and on towards Clearways. But for the lead of the race, absolutely together over the start finish line, side by side, and as they get in towards the braking area, Rich Webb has the inside line and is going to retake the lead of the race at Redgate Corner. So through goes Rich Webb back into the lead. Tim Davis back down into second. So what can Tim Davis now do about trying to wrestle the lead of the race back away again? There goes Gary Bate up towards Redgate Corner. He's running in fourth position at this stage.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, normally it's riddled with...
Out of Redgate Corner and down through the Craner Curves. Good little fight going on behind him as well, Gary Bate, as another couple of cars turn their way down in towards the Craner Curves. So let's give you a rundown of the top 10 at the moment. Number 80, Tim Davis leads the race, or did, from Rich Webb as they came over the start-finish line. The order had changed by the time they got to Redgate. Could well have changed this lap again. It has. It's Tim Davis that leads as they come back over the start-finish line. Tim Davis leads the race. Rich Webb in second position. Third place is 98, which is John Cutmore. Fourth is number 52, Gary Bate. Fifth is 86, Stephen Riley. Sixth is number 85, which is going to be the car of David Watson, ahead of seventh, number 92. It's not Watson, but it's Colin Watson. Number 42, Richard Carter, is eighth. Hugh Coulter, number 93, is there in ninth place. And 10th, it's the first of the Holroyds. It is going to be David Holroyd, who's there in 10th place. Son Charles Holroyd is in 11th. So, fight for family honours there between the pair of them. So, down through the Craner Curve, that's number 42, Richard Carter. Look in his mirror,
right,
he's got Hugh Coulter right behind him.
The man on pole position,
so
Rich
this
Webb,
is the fight for what will be
clear run at it. What's going
eighth
through
and
your
ninth
mind
position,
now?
but it actually is the lead of Class F as well. So it's for cars with power outputs between 230 and 260 brake horsepower. So it's not just an overall position; it's for the class win in reality as well. We were looking at there, that light green car with the white and day-glow orange. Tim Davis, though, he is now leading the race, and on that lap has managed to gap a little bit more Rich Webb. There we go, up towards Redgate Corner. Tim Davis continuing to lead. Right behind him, not the car behind, there's now a back marker between them, but the next one thereafter is Rich Webb. So 7.5 minutes to go. We are side by side for the lead of Class F as well over the start finish line, with Hugh Coulter and Richard Carter absolutely together. Richard Carter's just going to hang on to the lead of the class.
Right, it's almost time for the turbo tin tops to head out on the...
Our leading pair still pressing on.
Right, it's almost time for the turbo tin tops to head out on the track. Before we do, let's grab a quick word with one or two of the drivers over here, shall we? Look, car number 7, look at this absolute machine. Sorry, I'm going to grab you very quickly. I'm going to grab
corner, bouncing over the curbs goes Tim Davis. He's now got 2 back markers between himself and Rich Webb, so he's dealt with the traffic beautifully well. Rich Webb waits until the exit of Coppice Corner to try and work his way back. So now we're back to being clear daylight between our race leader Tim Davis and Rich Webb in second place.
A lot of looking in the mirrors and trying to keep
three-quarters of a second gap between the pair of them. That'll be all it will be as they head over the start-finish line. It's 0.553 of a second. There's more traffic to deal with on the run towards Redgate Corner. Tim Davis goes through. Rich Webb slots his way through as well. So again, there's clear daylight between the pair of them. Both of them dealing with the traffic. There's a bit of clear road just up the road now at the beginning of this lap for Tim Davis, as there is for Rich Webb. So the two of them can now start to really push on again and see as to who might have the better car underneath them or the better tyres underneath them at this latter stage of the race. You can see the angle of Rich Webb's cars there, the load on the left-hand side of the car as it went in towards the old hairpin on the live stream, just how much the car was really loading up as he was pushing as hard as he could in towards the right-hander, and he needs to at the moment because the amount of daylight between himself and Tim Davis is very, very slightly increasing, I would say. Last time through, the gap came down by 0.3 of a second to half a second. This time through, I think it might have just climbed a little bit, and there is some traffic to deal with here, so Tim Davis gets past the traffic half the way down the straight. Rich Webb will also pass it before they get it towards the braking out for the Robert chicane. Thankfully for Tim Davis, though, he's going to meet it on the exit of the corner, and he should be able to squeeze his way past the next two by the time they get towards Redgate Corner. Tim Davis trying to decide and preempt what the back marker is doing. He's a little bit cautious, trying to dive up the inside of 2 or 3 of them, so that's just delayed him. Rich Webb was also just a little bit concerned as to what might be going on, so he just again took a split second longer to clear the traffic. The gap came down by 1/10 of a second that time through, but Rich Webb has still got one of the back markers in front of him as they head down through the Craner curves. Eventually he's released out of the grasp of the back marker. Tim Davis dives past the next one on the way in towards the old hairpin. Rich Webb gets a better run on the way out of the corner, so I think the gap will have closed again between the pair of them as they head up towards McLean's Corner. And lap after lap there is just going to be more and more cars to deal with, more and more traffic to deal with, and well, you've got to be so decisive in dealing with it. The back markers don't know exactly what to do. Their best bet is hold the line they're on, and you as the race leader pick your way through and past them. The marshals also assist with the waving of the blue flags, but Tim Davis is going to have his hands full here if he wants to claim his first victory of the 2020 season in the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. So here they come over the start finish line. Rich Webb this time is a little bit further behind as he's had problems. Car number 188 being shown the black and white warning flag. That's Robert Forsdyke at the wheel of his Caterham. Robert, a driver who was doing his ARDS race licence course the same day as I was, actually. So he is also off the pace a little bit, Robert, now as well. I think he's eased his pace, might have a problem that he's nursing that car. Right, we've got, I think, a couple in the gravel trap, I'm afraid to say, and that looks as though that is up at McLean's Corner. Now, one of them looks as though it might be one of the Boss Racing cars that's had the off. Couldn't quite tell what the second one was, but with 2 cars off and in the gravel, it's number 93 that is off, which is Hugh Coulter, and the other car, quite on the screen that I'm looking at pick out exactly what the other car is, but those cars are not in a particularly safe position. 3 minutes and 20 seconds of the race to go. They're being covered by waved yellows at the moment. Tim Davis threading his way through the Robert chicane and back out again for the 29th time of asking, onto lap number 30, and as he heads over the start finish line, over the start finish line, he will have very little time now to try and hang on to the lead of the race. Let's have a quick look at the replay as to what happened. You'll see it in the background of the shot, and as cameras looking at Coppice down towards McLean's Corner, both of them going into the gravel at exactly the same time. Clearly contact made on the way into the corner. Hugh Coulter's car facing forwards into the gravel trap, and the other car facing backwards, and both of them, I'm afraid to say, out of the race. The other car looks like number 172, which will be Rob Cooper. So that'll be Robert Cooper's car and Hugh Coulter's. Such a shame for Hugh, because he was looking to try and grab a Class F victory, because he'd been fighting away with the number 42 light green car for the lead of Class F, that being Richard Carter. Checkered flag is almost being readied now as well. A couple of minutes to go, and then we'll see the checkered flag fall on the Magnificent Sevens. But before we do, there's still a race to be had, because on this lap, Rich Webb has got back into the lead of the race down towards Redgate Corner. Rich Webb is trying to work his way past one of the Boss Racing cars. Now that is the teammate car to Tim Davis, who's in second place, so made it slightly harder for Rich Webb. I'm sure they'll make it substantially easier for Tim Davis to squeeze his way through, because both of these cars are from the same stable. And as they now head down through the Craner curves, all of the time, Tim Davis, who has been right at the sharp end, didn't qualify exactly where I thought he did. He qualified down in 5th place, but thought that he would work his way towards the front. It didn't take him long to become involved and start to mount a challenge for the lead of the race. One of the overtaking spots, of course, not available with those stricken cars in the gravel trap of McLean's Corner, which aren't going to be covered by just localised yellows for the rest of the race. But for Tim Davis, he's just now about to come through to conclude lap number 31 and has lost the lead to Rich Webb on this lap, and they've really only now got one lap to try and work his way back into contention through the Robert chicane, over the start-finish line. Less than a lap time to go. Rich Webb leads the race as they head up towards Redgate Corner. Tim Davis closing in the slipstream. He's going to try anything at Redgate Corner. He jinks out from behind. He's got the inside line and he's going to go through and take the place away. So Tim Davis now picks up the lead of the race. Rich Webb drops down into second place, but tries to cut back on the exit of the corner as they head onto the top of Hollywood. It's just the number 80 car, the black car with the day-glow flashes of Tim Davis. Traffic still to deal with as they head down through the Craner curves. Rich Webb trying as hard as he possibly can. The key and the catalyst to all of this might be whoever's leading at Coppice Corner is probably going to get towed down the straight and in towards the braking area for Roberts. Whoever is in the lead coming out of Roberts might get slipstreamed on the way to the line. It could be typical Caterham race this. It's decided almost on the sprint of the line coming out of the final corners. How many times have we seen that in Caterham racing over the years? So Rich Webb looking to try and grab the lead of the race from Tim Davis. Tim leading as they come out of Coppice for the final time. Rich Webb will close in the slipstream. Is he going to close close enough? There's more traffic as well just up the road to deal with. Tim Davis carves his way past one of the back markers. Can he get past the other on the way into Roberts? Not quite, so he's going to try on the way out, and he's just got enough on the charge to the flag to grab the win. Tim Davis claims the win in the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens from Rich Webb in second position. John Cutmore will finish third. Brackets on the road, close brackets, because for my money he did pit after the window had closed, but that's not for me to worry about. It's third place on the road, and that will get confirmed when the official results come out a little bit later on. Here comes John Cutmore now over the start finish line. Number 98, John Cutmore, finishes in third position. Fourth place will be 52, which is going to be Gary Bate, will come through and finish in what is fourth position. We're just waiting his car to come through and over the start finish line. Fifth place should be Stephen Riley that finishes in fifth place, and sixth place should be the other Spire that we've got, which is David Watson. So there goes Gary Bates. He finishes in fourth position. Stephen Riley finishes in fifth place, and we wait the arrival of the other Spire, which will be the car of David Watson, who now goes over the start-finish line and finishes in sixth place. Seventh place was number 92, Colin Watson. Eighth place was 42, Richard Carter. Ninth place for the Battle of the Holroyds. In ninth position, it was number 32, which was David Holroyd, just ahead of Charles Holroyd, who finished in 10th position. And that gives you the top 10 for the Gold Arcs Magnificent Sevens. So Tim Davis and Rich Webb both had opportunities to lead this race. Rich Webb started on the pole position. Tim Davis started in fifth position, but had to work his way into contention, and it was a great battle between the pair of them. Certainly Tim Davis looked very pleased indeed with it when he came in towards the checkered flag. And as they head down the pit lane, I don't think we are going to get the opportunity, I'm afraid, to chat to them. So if you are watching online, then we'll be hearing from Ian Waterhouse again very, very soon, because Tim Davis are race winner is heading down towards Parc Ferme area. So Magnificent Seven's done and dusted. Ian Waterhouse, if you're watching online on the stream, you'll be hearing from very soon. And the next race that will be coming up in just a few moments' time is going to be another epic one as well, I'm sure, for the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops that will be coming up very shortly. Confirmation of the results on your screen if you're watching on the stream, but we'll get ready for our next race that's coming up in just a few moments' time.
It's going to let Tim Davies in, the winner. Look at that. The athlete of the man. Let's let him go say hello to Rich first, Louis. I think the man over there wants to shake your hands. Rich Webb in second place. Fantastic battle between these two, wasn't it? Let's grab a quick word with Tim. Let him get his helmet off. He's a happy man. Started the race in 5th place. Don't forget, had to fight for that. Really had to battle his way through. And in true Magnificent Seven style, managed to get the job done. Tim, you look a little bit happy.
Yes!
Look, talk about that. You qualified 5th. You had to work hard for that, didn't you?
Well, I thought I qualified with an 11.7, so I was really disappointed. I'm like 9.9, 11.7. Then I looked at it and I woke up and I realised I was only 1 second off. And I think I can do that. I had a bad quali, I had a puncher. It was busy out there, and I thought, no, we've got this. And I was getting mixed signals off the old pit wall. They told me to slow down. Next thing I know, the bloke's flying up beside me. I'm going. So I just got back on it, and I didn't look at the pit again. I just, anything in front was a target, anything behind, sort of.
You picked him off, and eventually
I got stuck with traffic. I got stuck with traffic. He whopped up me inside. I thought, please don't let that be the last lap. And I don't know. Yeah, jubilation.
So you had a great fight with Rich up there as well. Then you two battling, so we couldn't call it. Even with 5 minutes to go, we couldn't call it.
No, absolutely. That was.
Did you have a bit of a plan near the end? Did you think, okay, I'm going to try and hang back a little bit, maybe try and get a tow, or was it just no I just want to be in front, I don't care?
Hell bent for leather. Me! Oh, yeah.
He's
my
a
TVR boys. My TVR boys. They're fantastic.
Yeah,
no, jubilant. Absolutely fantastic. Tyres held on brilliantly. I mean, they are truly an amazing tyre. And I didn't let go for the whole 40 minutes. I was ragging the bads off it. It's they're fine. I was expecting to skid off at any point in the last lap, thinking that I've killed my tyres.
No way.
But it was all the slowing down, with him right behind me. I mean, what's going on? Like, I'm looking, I'm going, I'm doing 100 and whatever, and you're looking and going, no, look at them. Oh, mate, brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Little, I see you're happy, mate. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you, mate.
I thought I was going to get done for track limits, so I got the flag, so I'll behave myself after that.
Top man. Well done.
Top boss.
Soak it up.
Well done, boss.
Soak it up. Well done. Tim Davies, your magnificent. Yes. Your Magnificent Sevens winner. It's time to get back on the circuit. It's almost time for the next race. Right, it's almost time for the turbo tin tops to head out on the track. Before we do, let's grab a quick word with one or two of the drivers over here, shall we? Look, car number 7, look at this absolute machine. Sorry, I'm going to grab you very quickly. I'm going to grab you both very quickly. Talk us through qualifying first of all. How did you go for you?
Well, it's a brand new car, so we was checking the brakes and scrubbing in tyres, so it was all a bit nervy on the first few laps, but yeah, you qualified us quite well, didn't you?
Yeah, considering straight out of the box, and we still got a lot of geo and setup to do on it. Qualified 7th, and we bumped to 6th because somebody's dropped out ahead of us. So we're really pleased with that.
So you've got a lot more confidence in the car now.
Well, a bit more, yeah. Still a long way to go, but
we know it brakes, and we know it goes round corners. We just got to do a bit quicker now.
So who's doing which stint?
I'm doing the first.
You're doing the first, Lisa, and obviously you're going to take it home. Now, what's the plan here? Is there a strategy? Is it just on the mark, 20 minutes each?
Hopefully, yeah. Unless there's a safety car or something, and then we go from there.
Take advantage, yeah. We've not seen one in the races yet so far, so fingers crossed. Best of luck, guys. Thank you so much for talking to us. That's the Fiesta there, isn't it? What a fantastic start position. Let's head down to car number 14 over here and grab a little word. We've got Mr. Campbell is sat in the car. Hello, guys. How are we doing? Hey, how you doing, buddy? You all right?
Yeah, not too bad.
This is some fine machine, isn't it? You looking forward to this one?
Yeah. It's going to be good.
It's look, talk us through your qualifying first of all. What was it like out there?
It was all right. Tyres was a little bit off, so got new tyres on now. So
got new
fingers crossed. Yeah, it's going to be a bit slippy.
All
first.
four.
All
replaced
four.
All four.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be grippy unless it chucks it down.
Yeah. The first lap's going to be a bit slippy with the new tyres, but yeah, after that it should be good.
What do you think you can do from where you are? Go forward.
Hopefully I can get one or two more. Hopefully.
A reserved man, that's all I like. That's all right. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Thank you very much, guys. Lovely, there you go. Thank you. By the way, look at this. Integra. It is just beautiful. It is shiny. It is absolutely stunning. Let's go chat to one of the RX-8s down here, shall we? Car number 47. Let's just go for a quick word. Of course, this does include the RX cars as well. There goes car number 10. Let's grab look at this door, by the way, as well. How cool is this, by the way? You can doubly get out of this car with this extra door here.
Yeah, it makes it slightly easier, I have to say.
Look, talk us through qualifying. How did it go for you?
Yeah, really good actually. I mean, really good qualifying. It was a bit of a busy track because we were sharing it with some of the faster cars, which obviously this isn't the fastest thing out there, so a lot of looking in the mirrors and trying to keep out of their way.
Do you know what I love about this? I don't know if the camera can see it. It's the original door panel still, isn't it? It's
better than that. We've got all
you've got audio. I mean, literally, it's just a ride and drive, isn't it, almost?
There you go. This is a Bose stereo, full Bose stereo in the car.
Add your roll cage and you're good to go, right?
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. I mean, they're great cars to drive. All the thing about people said about being unreliable, it's just you need to know the car, and if you work with a specialist, they're actually fantastic cars to drive. Limited slip diff, a standard rear carbon fibre prop shaft. They turn in, they slide about. They're great fun, and the guys we race with, they all respect. We try to respect each other and have a bit of fun. So.
Are you doing it all yourself?
Yeah, pretty much. Cage was fitted by a specialist, obviously, and the engine was prepared by somebody. But Joe and I, we look after the car ourselves and do it at the weekend. So,
well, look, if you ever want somebody else to have a little drive of it, I'm always around.
No problem at all.
Those guys, thank you very much.
Not if you're quicker than I am, you can't drive it. No,
I won't be quicker than you. Right, it's time for these guys to head out on track, and girls, of course, isn't it? It's going to be an exciting race in the Turbo Tin Tops. It's time to get back out onto the circuit.
So very shortly we will see the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, including the Mazda RX-8 Trophy competitors, heading onto the grid. They're just about to. Now the circuit has been cleared by the last little breakdown truck. We're now going to see the cars heading off on their formation lap. So off they will go. Let's guide you through the grid for this one. This series, which is now in its second year in reality. The Turbo Tin Tops series was the 10th series created by the Classic Sports Car Club and is the only series to cater exclusively for front-wheel drive, either turbocharged or supercharged cars. All of those in the main Tin Top series, of course, are normally aspirated. So let's guide you through the grid for this one. Number 21, Gary Parks will start at the wheel of the Motorsport School supported Vauxhall Astra VXR. That's the white car in the hands of the man from Lincoln that lines up there on pole position. Alongside is number 63, which is Alex Tate. 21 and 63. Row 2 of the grid is number 10, which is Matthew Pimlott, and car number 701, the beautifully prepared Honda Civic Type R that's started by Dan Ludlow, 10 and 701. The third row of the grid is number 11, that's Andrew Presswell, and car number 81, the Mini Cooper S Clubman, which is driven by Josh Fulbrook for part 1 of the race. 11 and 81. And row 4 of the grid is 7, Lisa Selby. This is the first ever race for this brand newly built Ford Fiesta ST, built up by a road car by Lisa and her partner Toby over the course of the last few months, making its debut here, and alongside is car number 99, which is Sept Leon of Bob Hosier. That's 7 and 99. Row 5 of the grid is 10, that's Charlie Newton Darby with his Mini, alongside car number 150, David Cox with the Volkswagen Golf GTI, 12 and number 150. Row 6 is 66, Richard Clark in the Ford Fiesta, and number 14, which is Lee Campbell with his Mini, 66 and 14. Row 7 is 75, Simon Evans, the first of the Mazdas on the grid, and alongside 97, which is Clive Seagar, 75 and 9. And row 8 of the grid is 33, it's Stuart Kilroy, and car number 47, the second of the Mazdas, which is Simon Hans, 33 and 47. The ninth row of the grid is 3, that is Kevin Matkin that will start alongside 46, started by Piers Maserati, that's 3 and 46. Row 10 is number 18, 1-8, started by Alexander Gray, and alongside is car number 100, which is Melvin Cockatoo, 18 and 100. And the final row of the grid should see number 5, John Walker, line up at the wheel of the Mazda RX-8. Now, in terms of Mazdas, if you do well in the previous round, you hand yourself a shorter time penalty. It's just 10 seconds that are being picked up by Simon Hans, the number 47 car, when he pits and hands over to Joe Roach when we get that window open again after 10 minutes, and it will close after 25. And for our Motorsport School Tin Top competitors, Alex Tate is on a 30-second penalty as a result of his efforts earlier on in the season. He lines up on the outside of the front row of the grid. Number 12 Mini of Charlie Newton Darby also has an extra time penalty. So Gary Parks and Alex Tate on the front row of the grid. Red lights go out. It's a good start from Alex Tate, who's just edging the Fiesta ahead, I would say, of the Vauxhall Astra, but he's on the outside line heading up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner, and Gary Parks is going to want to try and take the lead of the race, but Alex Tate sweeps his way all the way around the outside and gets himself ahead of Gary Parks as they head onto the top of the Craner Curves. And now Gary Parks is under attack from Dan Ludlow's Honda Civic, by the look of things, that sits there in third position. I think Matthew Pimlott's Sept Leon's dropped down into fourth position, but everybody is safely through the first couple of twists and turns, and the leaders are already pressing on through the old hairpin and starting to disappear back uphill again towards Schwantz Curve, which is where they will go. So good start from Alex Tate. He'll be looking to try and build a margin if he can in his Turbo Tin Tops race. As a result of, say, the win that he took at Thruxton, he has a 30-second penalty. Charlie Newton Darby secured the victory at Snetterton last time out, so he will have the extra time to spend in the pit lane this time through. Another 30 seconds for him. So for the car that qualified on pole, Gary Parks and Adam Chamberlain, they are in a reasonably strong position if they can press on and just keep Alex Tate within touching distance in the early stage of the race. That's what Gary's looking to try and do. Through goes Alex Tate. Gary Parks under pressure from Dan Ludlow, who's closing up in the straight line a little bit. The Vauxhall Astra of Gary Parks under pressure from Dan Ludlow. The Honda not quite as good on the brakes, is it? No, can't quite sneak its way through. And Matt Pimlott still sitting there in what is fourth position rather. So down through the Craner Curves they will go. Alex Tate just about breaking away very slightly, but it's a Ford from a Vauxhall, from a Honda, from then a Seat. Gary Parks running a little bit wide midway through the Craner Curves, almost two wheels onto the grass there midway through, but gathered up the moment by the time he got into towards the braking area for the old hairpin. The car just sort of seemed to wash out wide a little bit midway through the left-hand element of Craner Curves, the fast part of it. He knew that it was coming and then was just able to get the car back across to the right side of the circuit once more. So 4 still for the lead of the race. Bob Hosier sits there in 5th place in his Seat. He's a little bit adrift now of the lead quartet, who for the second time are just turning their way through Coppice Corner and onto the exhibition straight. And well, the gap first to second looks almost identical. Second to third in a straight line, though. That Honda definitely's got the legs over the Vauxhall Astra. And Dan Ludlow this time, is he closes enough? No, he thinks that discretion is a better part of valour in the early stages of the race. And he's just going to sit behind again as they head over the start-finish line. Alex Tate still leading. Gary Parks under pressure again from Dan Ludlow, who gets a really good run this time and puts the Honda ahead of the Vauxhall, heading in towards the braking area for Redgate Corner. And Matt Pimlott tries to squeeze the Seat up the inside as well of the Vauxhall, but Gary Parks having none of it. Makes sure that he hangs on to the place coming out of the corner. Can he just about do it? Yes, he can. Onto the top of the Craner curves. The Vauxhall just loses the one place. Dan Ludlow up to second, and now trying to attack for the lead. Down through the Craner curves, from being a quartet for the lead of the race, they sort of part the way through the Craner curve. They're almost paired off a little bit. Loving the livery on what is Matthew Pimlott's Seat Leon Cooper as well. It works really well with the shape of the car, black with sort of silver and Dayglow yellow to it. There's a great battle going on elsewhere down through the order as well, but the lead four are just heading up towards Coppice Corner once more. Alex Tate, remember, had an extra 30 seconds to spend in the pits relative to the 3 cars that are behind him, but he's just not getting away from them in the early stages, which is ideally what you would wish to be doing. So down the straight in towards the conclusion of what will be lap number 3 this time through. Fastest lap of the race went to the 4th place car on the first of the flying laps, Matthew Pimlott, but all 4 of them are still pretty much glued together as they come over the start finish line. Now Dan Ludlow is quick. That Honda is so quick in a straight line. Is he going to switch back on Alex Tate? So Alex Tate went from the right of the circuit to the left of the circuit, and then Dan Ludlow swapped to the opposite side and throws in the dummy on the way in towards Redgate Corner. But Alex Tate, I think, is going to cut back on the exit of it and is going to retake the lead of the race. So briefly losing the lead, Alex Tate. Dan Ludlow is running side by side with him through the first part of the Craner curves, though, and as they now head towards the bottom section of the Craner curves, it's Ford from Honda, then Vauxhall from Seat for the top 4 places. Still all of them pretty much rooted together as well as they turn their way up towards Schwantz Curve. Sort of pairing off again now almost, aren't they, as they head in towards McLean's Corner. Up towards Coppice they will go, and Dan Ludlow is again, well, I thought he put the nose of the car up the inside of Alex Tate on the way in towards Coppice, but he was just too far away, and if anything, that's going to compromise his run coming off the corner. He'd been better taking the usual line in and getting as much momentum as he could off the corner, because he already knows that that Honda is quicker in a straight line than the Ford Fiesta ahead. So, through Robert Chicane, over the start-finish line, Alex Tate, Dan Ludlow, Gary Parks and Matthew Pimlott, who now draws the Seat through and ahead of the Vauxhall Astra, and the Vauxhall just losing out in terms of straight-line speed relative to the other cars that are now ahead of it in the top 3. I think it might have it in the handling stakes, the Vauxhall, but just seems to run out of legs earlier on the straights. 4 minutes before the pit window opens, Alex Tate is driving solo in the lead of the race. Dan Ludlow in second place in the Honda will hand it over to Stuart Emmett. Matthew Pimlott, who is third at the wheel of his Seat Leon, is driving solo in the race. And the 4th place car, Gary Park, will jump out and hand it over to Adam Chamberlain for part 2. As for the leading Mazda as well at this stage, because we've got the Mazdas in here, it is the number 46 car that leads the Mazdas at this stage, and that is going to be Piers Maserati that leads the Mazdas. Traffic to be dealt with here by our race leader. Melvin Cockerton moves neatly out of harm's way, allows the leading 4 cars to thread their way through. That was on the approach towards Coppice Corner where the traffic was met, but sensible driving by Melvin Cockerton to stay out of harm's way and not disrupt what is a good fight still for the lead of the race. Towards the Robert Chicane, back out again and over the start-finish line. 5 laps now completed. Alex Tate still continuing to lead from Dan Ludlow. Gary Parks back ahead of Matthew Pimlott's Seat Leon again. So Ford from Honda, from Vauxhall, from Seat. That's the top 4 at the moment. 5th place is still Bob Hosier, who's there in 5th place, but he's got the Volkswagen Golf of David Cox not too far behind him. Those 2 are pretty close together as they head over the start-finish line, but the leading 4 down in towards the old hairpin yet again, with Our race leader, Alex Tate, still having to work overtime to try and hang on to the lead of the race. As for the lead of the Mazdas, just heading through shot there was the grey and yellow car. That's Piers Maserati. And second of the Mazda RX-8 trophy cars is not that far behind as well, I would say, which is Simon Evans. Now, Simon had qualified on pole. Battle of the two minis going on as well. Josh Fulbrook's got his hands full, as he's got one of the other minis sitting right behind him. The race leaders threading their way through the traffic. 2 minutes to go now before the pit window opens, and the top four are still not that far away from each other, but the order still remains the same. Alex Tate from Dan Ludlow, Gary Parks, and then at the tail end of that little quartet of cars for the lead of the race is Matthew Pimlott at the wheel of the Mark 1 Sept Leon Cupra R, another car which harks back to the one-make series that we had in the UK, the Mark 1 Cupra. If you won the championship, then you propelled yourself into a works drive with the Sept BTCC team at the time, and that was what likes of James Pickford amongst others did at the time. So out of Redgate Corner, on towards the top of Hollywood. Rob Huff was another driver that did well in Seat Leons and won the championship, and then went on to race for the Works Seat BTCC team, and then went on, of course, to race in the World Touring cars. But for the moment, that ex-Seat Cup car of Matthew Pimlott lies in fourth place. The minis all together heading out of Redgate Corner. Josh Fulbrook trying to lap Melvin Cockerton's car, whilst Josh Fulbrook also is hugely conscious that he's got pressure from behind as well, which is Lee Campbell's car, number 14 car, just sitting behind the clubman. They've had a good little fight over the course of the last few laps. Right, Gary Parks is back into attack mode again. He has closed up on Dan Ludlow for second place. Ludlow has fallen away from Alex Tate's Ford Fiesta that still continues to lead. They will head over the start-finish line with about 30 seconds to go before the pit window opens, so they can't pit this lap. They've got to wait until the next lap at the earliest to pit, and it depends on whether they think they're being held up. If you're in that queue, you're not that far away from the others, but you do feel you're being held up. That would be the decision to come in. It's a nice, easy decision if you're driving solo, because it matters not when you come in. But if you're Gary Parks or Dan Ludlow, you do need to consider how much driving time you will get relative to, in the case of Gary Parks, Adam Chamberlain. In the case of Dan Ludlow, how much Stuart Emmett would get. So there's that consideration, and also whom is the quickest of the two, and it always makes sense to leave the quicker driver of the two in for the longer period, as long as you can, because you'll make sure that the car is in as strong a position as you possibly can once the 40 minutes have elapsed. The battle of the two minis still continuing through Redgate Corner as well. Josh Fulbrook doing a really good job of keeping Lee Campbell at bay. Lee Campbell's going to run wide on the exit of the corner though. We've also got David Cox now at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf, has got himself ahead of the Seat Leon of Bob Hosier as they head through the old hairpin. So that will be Cox up into fifth, happened a lap or so ago. Bob Hosier down into sixth place. David Cox had been closing, so the inevitable was going to happen, but the lead four are still together, and Dan Ludlow again just showing the nose of the car to Alex Tate. He's too far back again on the run in towards the Roberts chicane, but in a straight line that Honda does seem to have a good amount of pace and is closing on the Ford Fiesta. He's still going to be too far away, I think, by the time they get towards Redgate Corner. Yeah, just not as good on the brakes. The brakes like flashed on before they came in. The Seat Leon into the pit lane, so Matthew Pimlott comes in from fourth position into the pit lane. He's the first of the pit stoppers. Maybe he just felt he was being held up a little bit by the trio that now are still together for first, second and third place. Alex Tate from Dan Ludlow, from the ever-present Vauxhall Astra VXR of Gary Parks, as they now, for the ninth time of asking, turn their way up towards Sheen Curve and McLean's Corner. We've still got the fight of the minis going on as well. Josh Fulbrook still under this pressure from Lee Campbell, and the two of them aren't actually slowing each other up because they are catching the car ahead. That's Bob Hosier's Seat Leon in sixth place. You can see that car was just ahead of them. Lead trio still together now. They're probably as close as they've been. Gary Parks almost got an overlap there. We've also got somebody off and into the gravel, I'm afraid to say. That is one of the Mazda RX-8s that's gone off and into the gravel trap. The leaders absolutely together, almost crawling over each other as they come through the Robert chicane this time through, and they are all still going to continue around to do another lap as well. So Alex Tate, Dan Ludlow and Gary Parks all still together working their way past the Peugeot of Stuart Kilroy on the approach up towards Redgate Corner. And I think they're all safely past the back markers. Gary Parks was a little bit slower getting through the back marker, but he still got past it before they got to the corner. Quick replay, and the off, very quick and off, and into the gravel trap, and just avoiding making contact with the barriers there. So that was very neatly avoided. And what was a very speedy off, thankfully had no real consequence, I'm pleased to say. That was Stuart Eardley at the wheel of his Mazda. So over the start-finish line have gone the race leaders. Bob Hosier now under pressure from the Mini of Lee Campbell, who's got ahead of Josh Fulbrook on that lap. So the R53S ahead of the Clubman now, the Cooper S Clubman. Very rare race car as well, the Cooper S Clubman. Slightly heavier than the others, but a slightly longer wheelbase, I think. So there is the Mazda that's in the gravel trap being hoisted out of harm's way. And for the lead of the race, all right, there's problems, and right, contact has been made as race leaders were getting past back markers, and Gary Parks has got involved, I'm afraid, with the Mini that was, I think that was going to be one of the Minis that was. Let's have a quick look. I think it might have been Keith Isett's Mini. Let's have a quick look here. Alex Tate was getting overtaken by Dan Ludlow, and in the background, I don't think the Mini spotted that Gary Parks was there, and a very fast off for that Mini through the grass and making slight contact, I think, with the barriers. Now that has, I think, not just damaged the Mini, but that has damaged the front end, I'm afraid to say, of the Vauxhall Astra, and a rather disappointed Gary Parks gets out of the car and surveys the damage. So the GMP developments team, which is Gary's team, looking around the car, but that's it, I'm afraid, for the Vauxhall Astra. That's also the catalyst for other cars diving into the pit lane as well. So into the pit lane comes Bob Hosier. Into the pit lane also comes the number 14 Mini of Lee Campbell. I think the Vauxhall Astra, I think they've inspected the Astra, might just get it back out, you know, so there is a possibility we might see the Vauxhall Astra back out. A quick inspection of the damage, and I think they've given the thumbs up that it maybe was okay. And I think it was, I said Keith Isett, but it's Kevin Fulbrook's car that I think made contact with the Vauxhall Astra. So down towards Redgate Corner goes Dan Ludlow. Now that he's taken the lead of the race away from Alex Tate, he has managed to gap the erstwhile race leading Ford Fiesta. Both of those cars still as yet to come into the pit lane. The pit window is open, by the way. It's been open about 5 minutes now. Now for Gary Parks, a disappointing incident, but thankfully it was as the pit window opened, so they can assess the damage and deal with the driver change all in one go, and maybe the Vauxhall Astra won't lose too much time. But we've got back into the pit lane and the driver out of the car, and that's Matthew Pimlott, I'm afraid. So what's the problem with the Seat Leon? Matthew lifting the bonnet, looking inside, a bit of tweaking of wires or wiggling of wires being done, but that car is going nowhere in the pit lane. The slightly battered Vauxhall Astra you could just see heading back out of the pit lane. Number 46 is the leading Mazda that we have in the field, and that at the moment is still in the hands of Piers Maserati. That's for the RX-8 trophy cars, which all run to very much a road specification. You can't even strip much, if any, of the interior out of those cars. All have to run the standard, even radio system that was in there and aircon. It's a very budget way of going motor racing, a very affordable way of going motor racing. And Ludlow, though, still continuing to lead the overall race, and has now got a 2-second lead between himself and the Ford Fiesta that sits behind of Alex Tate as they head through Redgate Corner. They're on lap number 13 at this stage. And Dan Ludlow has had to work hard to pick up this lead of the race, having qualified in 4th place himself and Stuart Emmett. Let's just have a quick look at another replay, and again we can just see, so Dan Ludlow jinks out from behind Alex Tate. In the background, Gary Parks is trying to go to the left of Kevin Fulbrook's Mini, and I think, Kevin just wasn't sighted. Gary was already, I think, left wheels on the grass to try and avoid the contact, and Kevin Fulbrook backwards at high speed through the gravel trap, but somehow, whilst it ripped the front bumper off the Mini, it avoided contact with anything. So I just think that was, Kevin Fulbrook saw the first two cars coming through, Alex Tate and Dan Ludlow, but then as he moved towards the left-hand side of the circuit to try and take the correct line into Roberts, I think he didn't realise that the Vauxhall Astra was to his left and the contact was made, I'm afraid. Racing incident it will go down as, for sure. No intent from either party, but damage done to both cars, I'm afraid. So we're fast approaching the halfway stage of this race. There goes Dan Ludlow over the start-finish line, still as yet to pit. Alex Tate in second place, as yet to pit. There is Gary Parks in the... Well, it's not Gary anymore, it will now be Adam Chamberlain, because they took the opportunity, once they assessed the damage for the car, they did the driver change at the same time. So that is now Adam Chamberlain that's jumped on board the number 24 Vauxhall Astra, the Motorsport School supported car, which of course also sponsor the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops category. Bob Hosier is sitting right behind. That's going to be Simon Hans that's behind the wheel of that car. I don't think we've seen that one come in as yet, so that will be Simon Hans. No, that car has been in, so that will now be Joe Roach that's behind the wheel of the number 47 Mazda. And other cars that all have been into the pit lane are all starting to work their way back out again. There goes Melvin Cockerton again. He is just about to be lapped by the number 14 Mini of Lee Campbell. So this will not be for... Well, it will be for position, but Cockerton hasn't pitted as yet. Into the pit lane comes Dan Ludlow. So Dan Ludlow dives for the pit lane. So driver change taking place for our race leading car. So it now means that Alex Tate picks up the lead of the race once more, his Ford Fiesta. Might be a series in its infancy, the Motorsport Turbo Tin Tops, but already the grids are building. Some great variety in there as well, with the likes of Vauxhall and Ford and Seat and Honda and Mini all coming in as well, the Volkswagen Golf, and of course they are joined by the RX-8 Trophy for this weekend. And with more and more road cars nowadays being powered by certainly turbochargers and less so superchargers, but most of the road cars now will find their way through into this series in the coming years as less and less true normally aspirated cars become available for conversion into race cars. So we are now past the halfway point of this race. Adam Chamberlain, the Vauxhall Astra, all seems well with it, considering the sort of car-to-car contact between the pair of them. All seems well for that car. Alex Tate still continuing to lead, still shuffling his way through the traffic as well, and he's going to continue in the race. So his Ford Fiesta continues in the race. The Ford Fiesta, in its first ever race of Lisa Selby, dives to the pit lane this time through. It's a self-built car, herself and Toby, who they spent hours and hours just on the wiring of the car, and even built some software and programming for some of the electronics inside it as well. A very meticulous build, having raced a Puma in the Co-Ord Sport Tin Tops for a good period of time. They move over to this one. So Lisa out of the car, Toby about to get in, and the other Ford Fiesta that we've got in the field as well, we haven't mentioned much as well, that's Richard Clark, number 66. He's just heading through Redgate Corner now and is coming under pressure from Piers Maserati. Piers Maserati at the wheel of the Mazda might be able to squeeze his way through there, you know. It's been a good drive from Piers. He's as yet to stop. He hasn't as yet handed the car over to James Brodie, but that leading Mazda, the Landmark Cars supported one, is now running in fourth position overall. Dan Ludlow, having got into the pits, has now handed the car over to Stuart Emmett, so back out comes the number 701 Honda Civic in the hands of Stuart Emmett. Alex Tate, though, in the meantime, still continuing round. Now, Alex doesn't need to come in this lap. He could do another lap if he chooses to, and indeed he is. So over the start-finish line goes Alex Tate. He is at the wheel of the Mini. Clubman is carving his way through traffic as well. So that is Richard Clark's Ford Fiesta that is trying to be dealt with by the Mini. The two of them side by side coming into towards the braking area for the Robert chicane. And it is just Keith Pizzett, who's been a long time Mini racer. He used to race in the Mini Challenge the best part of, 10-15 years ago. He was a regular in the Mini Challenge, but it's all largely Minis that he's raced. And he's now just looking to try and squirt his way past Joe Roach's Mazda RX-8 on the way through Redgate Corner, and will put a lap on that car. So that means that the Mini that was started by Josh Fulbrook, the clubman, is now up into 7th position at this stage. There's only one car that's still circulating that hasn't pitted as yet, and that is number 63, Alex Tate. So he is the race leader. He's got to stop for an extra 30 seconds, so he was not in the lead of the race when Dan Ludlow brought the Honda in. He needs to build up a 30-second advantage during the pit stop window if he wants to stand any chance of having a strong finish, but it was so close in the early stages, that's going to prove difficult. Now he needs to come in on the next lap because there's now only just over 16 3/4 minutes to go, and next time around when Alex Tate comes over the start finish line, there'll be less than a lap time left before the pit window closes, so he's got to come in at the end of this lap if he doesn't want to do a John Cutmore, which is what John did in the previous Goldart's Magnificent Sevens race. So through the next little bit of traffic, Alex Tate, again you can see the car just moving around midway down through the Craner curves, daunting section of the circuit in towards the old hairpin, very fast corner, the old hairpin. He's got past Andrew Wheatley's Mazda RX-8, that was the car that was started by Kevin Matkin. And by the time Alex Tate concludes his pit stop, I think we'll have Stuart Emmett's Honda back into the lead of the race in reality. So are we going to see Alex Tate dive for the pit lane this time through? Time is running out as he heads out of Coppice Corner. Still a little bit of traffic to deal with. He's dealt with the Mazda RX-8. The next little bit of traffic is the Vauxhall Astra that's in the hands of Adam Chamberlain, but that car has pitted, so Alex Tate surely must come in this time. Must come in. And he's gone over the start-finish line 25 seconds before the pit window closes. So I think again he might be in trouble by the time he gets back round again. So Alex Tate still not as yet pitted. He's just coming up to lap the Vauxhall Astra, so that would mean that the Vauxhall Astra would then drop 2 laps off the lead. The Vauxhall Astra itself in the hands of Adam Chamberlain, trying to get past the Mazda RX-8 of Simon Evans. Should get past Simon Evans, one would have thought, just on the exit of the old hairpin. So Vauxhall in 3rd, ahead of race-leading Ford Fiesta. Still leading the Mazda RX-8 section of the race at the moment should be the number 46 car of Piers Maserati, handing over to James Brodie. That car is in the pit lane, the bonnet is up whilst they're doing the driver change, so hopefully that's just a double check that everything is as it should be. It's for Alex Tate though. Surely this must be the lap where he comes in. So there are now only 14 minutes. My reading of the regulations, 40-minute race. The pit window closed after 25 minutes. Well, that now means that he's going to be outside of the pit window. And Alex Tate is still going around. Confirmation on the screen. Pit window is closed. Alex Tate has got other ideas though. So he continues in the lead up towards Redgate Corner. But not only does he have to pit, remember, which he hasn't done as yet, he also needs to stay stationary in that pit box for an extra 30 seconds as a result of the win that he took previously, last time out at what would have been Thruxton. So, for Alex Tate, he needs to, at some point, get the message from the pit wall that he needs to dive in towards the pit lane. Stuart Emmett is still trying to work his way through some traffic. He's just coming through the Robert chicane at the moment. Stuart Emmett at the wheel of car number 701. Here he comes now. Light blue Honda. So this is the car that in reality, once Alex Tate eventually pits, which surely he's inevitable to do at some point, but with only 13 minutes to go, it's a moot point, I suppose, at the moment. It will be this car in reality that picks up the lead of the race, which is Stuart Emmett, just heading out of Redgate Corner now and down through the Craner Curves. So Stuart Emmett, having taken over the car from Dan Ludlow, looks fantastic, the livery on the car, the beautiful metallic blue wrap that's on it that then moves to white and then black at the back end, works really, really well. That will take up the lead of the race. Alex Tate, for the moment though, just keeps going round and round and round and round and round. I don't think he's got any intention to come into the pit lane. I'm not convinced he's getting any messaging from the pit lane. If he is, he's clearly ignoring it, because he's continued on a further lap. Now Stuart Emmett bounces over the curbs, still trying to work his way through traffic. That will be Bill Gray's Mazda RX-8 that he's just got past. The next of them is going to be the Ford Fiesta making its debut in this series. Toby Harris, that's now jumped on board the number 7 Ford Fiesta. Say it's its first ever race for this car that's been built up by the pairing of Toby Harris and Lisa Selby. Bought the car as a road car about 12 months ago and have worked tirelessly, and many hours gone into the build of this car. It makes its debut this weekend, but it's about to head off the lead lap now as the race leader is going to go through. Stuart Emmett is now on to lap number 21. Hasn't got past the Fiesta as yet though, so Toby Harris still pedalling as quickly as he can, wanting to see if he can stay that lap ahead of the car that's right behind him. I've got to say, they look evenly matched. They're not on the same lap, but the Ford Fiesta is more than able to hold its own from Stuart Emmett. So it's going to take a while longer still for that Honda to get through and ahead of the parts box supported Ford Fiesta. Alex Tate, right, okay, back round over the start finish line, 11 minutes to go, 21 laps completed, still not having pitted, still not having carried out that 30-second pit stop as a result of the win at Thruxton either. So it's not that often that we get cars that pit outside of the pit window. We've had 2 in the last 2 races. John Cutmore in the Goldart's Magnificent Sevens, and Alex Tate, brackets for whatever reason, close brackets, in the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, incorporating the RX-8 trophy as well. So through the Robert Chicane comes Stuart Emmett. This is the car that in theory will be leading, in theory, because I can't imagine there is anything other than a penalty going the way of Alex Tate now. They won't remind him, you know, there's a board that's held out that says pit window open, and then there's a board that held out that says pit window closed. As a driver, you drive past it. If you don't spot it, that's up to you. What they will do is just let Alex Tate continue on his merry way, and they'll hand him a penalty at the end of the race. Is he going to come in this lap? No, I suspect is the answer. He is still continuing over the start-finish line. I can't see any animated mechanics or team supporters either on the pit wall that are ever more vigorously sort of waving at him to come in. So I don't think he's got any team support here this weekend, Alex. If he has, then they are also probably scratching their heads as to why he's still, with only 9.5 minutes to go, just over, circulating round and hasn't pitted. Stuart Emmett is about to put another lap on the number 66 Ford Fiesta of Richard Clark. Richard sees the quick Honda coming through, will just ease off the throttle just very slightly to allow the Honda to get by, so no trouble at all there. The leading Mazda at this stage of the race is now going to be the number 75 Mazda of Simon Evans. That's the red Mazda RX-8 that leads the RX-8 trophy at this stage. That was because of the delayed pit stop for the Piers Maserati car when he was handing it over to James Brodie, so they lost the lead of the RX-8 trophy element of the race with that slower pit stop and having to lift the bonnet. But for Stuart Emmett and Dan Ludlow, they are certainly looking as though they are going to grab a victory. The 2 Fiestas now together as well, so this is Toby Harris down through the Craner curves in the all blue one, Richard Clark ahead of him, and this is actually for position as well, so this is for 3rd and 4th in Class D, but 6th and 7th overall in the race. And as for Alex Tate, another lap completed. Another lap where he's still continuing on his merry way. So the two Ford Fiestas together. Leaping over the curbs goes Richard Clark at the wheel of his ST. The dark blue car of Toby Harris looking to try and close in. The gap between the pair of them last time through did come down as well. Toby Harris pushing hard, bringing the gap down to 1.1 seconds between the pair of them. It came down by 1.3, and Toby Harris this time on the approaching towards Roberts is able to go through, get that car inside the top 6 in its first ever race. So Toby Harris now at the wheel of number 7 moves up from 7th to 6th, and Richard Clark at the wheel of 66 drops from 6th to 7th. Out of Redgate corner goes the Honda of Stuart Emmett, say lying second on the road, but only on the basis of the lead car is still as yet to pit, and still hasn't pitted with 7 minutes to go. Back over the start finish line yet again goes Alex Tate. Surely he must have worked out by now that the pit window has closed, unless he's entirely forgotten that there is a mandatory pit stop that he needs to serve. But Alex has done a few of these races now. He's come from a sprint racing background where always raced saloon cars, Alex, but then has sort of moved over to this semi-endurance race format, so a longer race but with a mandatory pit stop that you need to deal with, and he's done a few of them, so he should be aware. The fight for 6th and 7th is still on again, because it looks like Richard Clark isn't happy that he's just lost 6th place in his Ford Fiesta to the blue car of Toby Harris, who's gone through, so he's now mounting a charge and a challenge to get right back up onto terms with the car. The two of them were pretty close together round through Coppice Corner. By the time they head down the exhibition straight, it actually looks as though the gap has opened up again, so I think Toby Harris is not going to be overly concerned by the time they head onto the start finish line, but the gap is now at least double what it was just a couple of corners ago. And as for our race leader Alex Tate, what is he going to do? He's going to come through to complete another lap again before too much longer. The second place car is a lap adrift, a lap and nearly 2 laps adrift really. That's all because the race leader hasn't pitted, still hasn't pitted, goes over the start finish line and chalks another lap into the book. 25 laps now completed, and everybody having shown has been in the pit lane at least once, other than the race leader, number 63, who on his merry way turns his way back out of Redgate corner. So number 63, Alex Tate, leading on the road. Second is 701 Stuart Emmett. Third is number 21, Adam Chamberlain in the battered Vauxhall Astra. Fourth is 99 Bob Hosier. Fifth is 81 Keith Izzett. Sixth is number 7 Toby Harris. Seventh is 66 Richard Clark. Eighth is number 12, which is Charlie Newton Darby. Ninth is now number 97, that's in ninth place, and that is Andrew Grimm. And 10th is the car, I think, that's just come into the pit lane and into retirement. It is indeed, yeah, number 14. Lee Campbell came into the pit lane and into retirement, so that now drops him down through the order. That will put the leading Mazda, number 75, which is Simon Evans now, up inside the top 10. So Alex Tate will be heading towards the conclusion of the lap again before too much longer. Here comes Adam Chamberlain. Adam Chamberlain needs to be careful here though, because the Seat Leon of Bob Hosier is not that far behind, and this is 4th position. This is 3rd and 4th place. There's traffic that they had to deal with on the way out of Coppice Corner. The second place car of Stuart Emmett is a long way up the road, but here are, yeah, the battered Vauxhall Astra, then the Seat Leon behind it. This is the fight coming in towards the Robert chicane for what is 3rd and 4th position. And the gap has closed up. Through goes Adam Chamberlain, 2 minutes 23.4. Through goes Bob Hosier at 2 minutes 24.5. So the gap that had closed up has opened back up again this time through. So it doesn't look as though there is going to be the shuffle in the order that I thought was inevitable. Down through the crane of curves goes Adam Chamberlain. 3.5 minutes just over to go, being chased all of the time by Bob Hosier, who's done a lot of his racing down in the southeast of the country. He was a regular at Brands Hatch in the various saloon series that we had there. The second place Honda back up towards Redgate corner, so not leading the race, but I suspect on corrected times it will be once all penalties have been issued. And whilst we won't hear it on the circuit commentary, for those that are watching the live stream, Ian Waterhouse may well be able to have a conversation with Alex Tate in the Parc Fermé area and try and establish as to exactly what the issue was and why he hasn't opted to come into the pit lane. And we're now into the final 3 minutes of this race. The fastest lap of the race went to Dan Ludlow nice and early on the race. 3 laps in, 1 minute 20.347 was the fastest lap of the race that we've had. Now Bob Hosier, this time through, is still trying to hunt down the Vauxhall Astra that lies ahead. Adam Chamberlain has upped his pace a bit more now. I think he'd realised that he was getting caught from the car behind and probably got the hurry up from the pit wall, so Adam Chamberlain's lap times are now about as quick as he's been doing in the car since he dived into it. Bob Hosier also had a poor lap that time through, so that sort of exacerbated the issue. Stuart Emmett at the wheel of the Honda that lies second on the road, but surely is going to go through and grab a win. I can't imagine anything other than some sort of penalty being issued, but for the moment is showing as in second place, still having to work his way through some traffic. But for Alex Tate, still no sign of a pit stop. Next time he comes through, there's only going to be seconds left on the clock. He will be shown the checkered flag first. It will work that way, that, you know, the marshal on the start finish line, there's no indication of a penalty for it, so the checkered flag will get shown to the number 63 car of Alex Tate. Whether he hangs on to the win is I think very much up for dispute at this stage. So Alex Tate just turning his way through the old hairpin. The race leading Mazda still that we have that leads the RX8 trophy element of the race is number 75, which is Simon Evans. So that's the all red RX8 that's looking as though he's heading towards a victory in the RX8 trophy aspect of the race. Stuart Emmett still at the wheel of the Honda, having to deal with traffic as well, just turning his way through the Roberts chicane and about to reappear into view. And we're now into the final 45 seconds of this race, and Alex Tate should shortly be heading on to his last lap of the race. One car slowing down out on circuit as well. I think there might be problems for Melvin Cockerton's car. Yeah, just coming out of the old hairpin. There it is. Yeah, slowing down. So Melvin Cockerton's car is crawling its way out of the old hairpin and has got a problem in the closing stages. Maybe, again, short fuel in the car, possibly. Not quite the amount of fuel in it that was required. It's going very slowly up towards Schwantz Curve. But the clock is now showing we are into the final 10 seconds of the allocated 40 minutes. The second place Honda in the hands of Stuart Emmett, just turning its way out of the old hairpin up towards Schwantz Curve. Alex Tate will be coming through towards a conclusion of the lap as well. The checker flag is about to be shown towards Alex Tate. Melvin Cockerton's car is still crawling its way around the circuit. It's up at McLean's at the moment and is nowhere near race pace anymore. I think it will struggle to even have the motive power to get towards the start finish line, but the checkered flag is being readied. Number 63 Alex Tate has already been a race winner over the course of this season. That came at Thruxton. He is going to win the race here, the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops race at Donington Park, but is it going to be a race win that he is going to be able to hang on to? There will be conversations going on with the stewards and the officials, and I do think that Alex Tate is probably going to have the victory taken away from him. Stuart Emmett's just heading over at the start finish line to start his final lap of the race, so that's the second place car that's almost 2 laps adrift of the race leader. Here comes Alex Tate. Checkered flag is being readied as Bob Hosier has gone off into the gravel, I'm afraid to say, in the closing stages. We've also got Melvin Cockerton's car still limping its way. Last time we picked up on it, which was 2 minutes ago, it has got to McLean's corner. Well, it's now only at Coppice, so that is going very slowly to say the least. Alex Tate claims the win on the road as the checkered flag goes out. Let's have a quick look at the replay of Bob Hosier down in towards the braking area for the old hairpin. Oh, and I'm afraid to say that there was contact there with the Mini of Keith Izzett that just pitched Bob Hosier sideways into the gravel trap down at the old hairpin. Rear wheels in the gravel, front wheels on the tarmac, but that's the frame of Bob, romping away from the Seat Leon. He is out of the race in the closing stages as a result of that contact. So Alex Tate claims the win on the road. We're still awaiting the second place car to come through, which I would say is the moral victor in this one. We will wait the arrival of the car that was started by Dan Ludlow, that was brought to the checkered flag by Stuart Emmett. And that Honda should be almost, I think, one of the last of the cars to take the checkered flag. We've already had the third place car over the start-finish line, Gary Parks and Adam Chamberlain. Here comes Stuart Emmett and Dan Ludlow, second on the road, but surely the win when the results are fully analysed and issued. The final results: number 21 Gary Parks and Adam Chamberlain finish in third place. Fourth place will go the way of 81, which was Josh Fulbrook and Keith Izzard. Fifth place is the car that I'm afraid is in the gravel trap down at the old hairpin, Bob Hosier. So he is then put down from fifth place to sixth place as Toby Harris, started by Lisa Selby, the Ford Fiesta, comes through and finishes third in its class and fifth overall on its first ever race. And number 99 Bob Hosier will complete the top six. Seventh place is going to be the number 66 car of Richard Clark. Eighth place is 12, which is Charlie Newton Darby. He wins Class C. Ninth place is number 97. That's the car that was started by Clive Seegers. Andrew Grimm brought it towards the checkered flag. And in 10th position, that is the winner of the Mazda RX-8 trophy. Claiming that victory as a result of a slower pit stop and problems in that pit stop for the number 46 car of Pierce Maserati, giving way to James Brodie. But whilst they had issues and spent more time in the pits before the car came back out, there was no such woes for number 75 Simon Evans, who comes through to grab the Mazda RX-8 trophy win and complete the top 10. So the cars are heading into the pit lane area. For those of you that are here at the circuit, then we will shuffle the paperwork ready for the next of our races that will be coming up very, very shortly. That will be for the Slick Series. But for those of you that are listening online on the stream, the next person you'll be hearing from is Ian Waterhouse, who hopefully is going to catch up with some of the drivers.
Right, I'm down with Alex Tate here. Alex, congratulations of sorts, but you did a pit stop.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for that?
No, not as much as I know. I was just going around until I got told to come in. I never got told to come in, so I don't know about that one.
Well, look, you finished first on the track anyway, so congratulations in that sense. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see what the result is, won't we? It's supposed to be, of course, a mandatory pit stop, so I am sorry, I'll let you go in a second, but let's find out what happens anyway, Alex. But good driving anyway to get over the line first.
Thanks.
So congratulations, and we'll see what the results are, Alex.
Yeah, thanks.
Right, I'm going to try and grab the winner as well whilst I'm down here. Well, that is Alex Tate, winner on track, but I'm looking for car number 701. It was Stuart Emmett who took the car home. We think that is going to be in first place. So I'm just waiting for the car. I haven't missed the chaps already. I don't think I have. Here's Ben Sharp, a good friend of mine. Hello, Ben. How are you? All right? Quick word. How'd your guy go?
We won.
Oh.
So they won the RX-8, so happy now.
Congratulations.
He's in the next race though, so we've got to try and get him in the corner.
Go. Ben Sharp there, looking after one of the RX-8 cars, who won the RX-8 race just now. Of course, it was a split grid, wasn't it? So fantastic stuff there. I think I can see what we think is going to be the race winner, 701 here. We'll grab a quick word with them if we can as well. They're just coming down. I'm going to navigate them through. Thanks for bearing with us whilst we just wait. I'm just going to get them out of the way so we don't totally block everybody if we can. Then I'm going to grab a quick word. Oh, how nice is this car, by the way? Let me go around the other way. I'll just let him get his helmet off, but look at this livery design. It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Hopefully I could be the first to offer congratulations. That would be nice, wouldn't it? We'll just wait here. So Stuart Emmett behind the wheel. The guy's just getting out, as you do. And here he comes. Nice helmet design, by the way, at the back. The family. The family. It's what good luck token. Well, it was good luck, wasn't it? Now we think, it's not official, but we think you are the race winner because Alex Tate didn't pit, which is a bit unusual, would you say?
He didn't pit, did you say?
He didn't pit. So we're not sure what upstairs are doing, what scrutineering are doing. So there's every chance you might be the race winner. So I don't want to assume.
You don't want to jinx it.
I don't want to jinx it for you.
If he hasn't pitted, I'm not sure what's happened there, but I think that car was also carrying a 30-second penalty from last. So I think really Dan done all of the hard work for the first stint, and I went out and didn't see any cars apart from back markers. I didn't see nobody in front of me to catch and no one behind. So
So relatively easy run to the flag then.
Yeah, I think Dad done the homework this time, so my turn next time. But yeah, all good.
Congratulations, well done. And let's see what the result is. But we think car number 71, these guys here are your race winners. Right, it's almost time for the next race. So let's hand back to the circuit. It's almost time for the Slick Series, and by the way, just look at this already. Absolutely stunning, aren't they? We've got the man on pole position, Rob Fenn here. He's having to push his car. Would you like some help, Rob? There we go. Look, we'll just push it into place.
Meant to be there.
Oh, are you?
Ah, take a swing at it.
Live TV's the best, huh? Are we still going? I think we're going to push it and then reverse it, and then we'll grab a quick word with the man on pole. In fact, let's do it whilst we're trying to solve this, shall we? Pole position. Do you want to push and talk, or?
Yeah, well, we can have a quick break.
I think so. Yeah, I think we've earned it, haven't we? After that, the pole position, clear run, race win.
Yeah, we're really happy. We're in the reserves, so I didn't know if I was going to qualify until we got to the assembly area. So
nobody else likes you very much, then, right?
So yeah, it was good news. Obviously, there's an eclectic mix of cars, so we didn't know where on earth we might finish. But testing went really well on Friday, so we knew we were there or thereabouts, and it just sort of managed to get that one clear lap, and it was enough. So very happy.
Fantastic. Look, it's going to stay dry. I think that.
I just felt a drop actually.
Did you? Oh,
but we'll see.
Oh, we're going to see.
I fancy my chances in the wet anyway. So.
Look, best of luck. Enjoy.
Cheers.
I'd help you, but I've got to do some other interviews, unfortunately. Ben, that's the man on pole position, and how glamorous is that? You have to actually push your own car back into position if you get into the wrong place. Look at this Porsche, by the way. Third place, Daniel Wiley here is going to start the race. Let's grab a quick word with these guys, shall we? Chaps, quick words. Oh, very well. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Look, talk us through your qualifying. Must be reasonably pleased.
It was terrible.
Oh, you're not happy at all?
No, well, it was a bit busy out there. Quite a few cars were going off and oil on the track, etc. But pretty pleased with the performance.
Does that mean you're going to go forward very quickly in the race?
Well, let's hope so. What have I got? One to make up?
Two, I think.
Two. I'm dyslexic. I can't count all that well. So,
don't worry about that.
Yeah. So fingers crossed it'll be a good race.
Yeah. Look, we're looking forward to it anyway. Best of luck. Enjoy it, won't you? Thanks for talking to us. Take care. Let's just move down a little bit. If you're watching the feed earlier, you might remember this car. Mr. Fielding had a little race win a little bit earlier. Here we are. Look, car 174. Look at this fine BMW here. You're certainly not going to miss this little machine. Let's see if we can have a quick word. I'm just going to wave. He's going to have a quick word with us. That's what we like. Yeah, good man. Okay. Well, thanks for that. Thanks for talking to us.
That's okay.
Look, talk through your qualifying. How did you go? You're happy with it, first of all?
No, I'm having a bit of a mare. I've got no ABS, so it's just failing. So I just keep looking up front right.
So you have no bit, and it's still not sorted.
Yeah. So I just on the unloaded front right, braking into the chicane at the end. I'm just locking it up. So I basically did the whole session on a flat spotted sort of canvas front right, which wasn't.
And now you've got to do full 40 minutes.
Yeah, we put an old slick on it, so it's not ideal, but we still haven't fixed the problem, so just got to try and manage it a little bit. So try and.
I'm sure you'll get into the groove of it after 5 or 6 laps or so.
Hopefully, so yeah, it wasn't the greatest sort of quality, but looking forward to a good race. There's some lovely cars out here. So it's just nice to get out, Hopefully it stays dry. All we can hope for, really.
Well, look, we'll be watching. Best of luck. Enjoy, won't you? Thanks for your time.
Pirouetting into the chicane.
We'll cut the camera off if that happens. Cheers. Thank you. Right, it's time now for the Slick Series to get out on the track. Do enjoy it. It's going to be quite some show, isn't it? I'll make sure before I get run over. Right, let's get out onto the circuit and watch these guys go racing.
So we move on with our next race coming up very shortly. The new for 2020 Slick Series. That's a new addition to the Classic Sports Car Club portfolio, designed for all saloon, hatchback, sport and GT cars with doors running on slick racing tyres. No single-seaters, no sports racers, no 7 types cars either, like the magnificent 7s. I say it's new for this year. Now, we've already had one previous round of it that took place at Thruxton when we were down there on the 25th of July, and on that occasion it was Ollie Brown who claimed the win. Now, Ollie isn't with us this weekend. He's largely been concentrating on having secured the Team Hard Ginetta Scholarship for 2020. He has very quickly graduated to racing in the British Touring Car Championship, so we haven't got Ollie out, the race winner, last time out with us, so there's no time penalty for him to worry about. We also don't have the second place car either, number 77 Kevin Clark, but we do have the third place car, which was the number 69 Porsche 911 GT3 of Daniel Wiley. So let's give you the grid for this one and the starting drivers as they head off on their green flag formation lap. Car number 661, the Lotus Elise of Rob Fenn, qualified on pole position. He was about half a second quicker than anybody else could muster. And alongside is car number 458, which is Alistair Fazekas, who starts on board the Ferrari 458 Challenge car. He will hand the car over to the hired hand for this weekend. The very rapid Michael Lyons will take over for part 2 of the race. That car will really come alive. Michael acting as the driver coach to Alistair Fazekas, who you'll notice it's got the red square with the black cross through it, which means that he's in his first 6 races trying to get signatures, Alistair Fazekas, so new to motorsport, but with a very experienced driver helping him out. So 661 and 458 on row number 1. Row 2 of the grid is 69, Dan Wiley. He's got a 10-second extra penalty, 10 seconds extra to spend in the pits as a result of his third place last time out. Again, it's not 30 seconds if you win for the Slick Series. It's a graduated approach that they have for the cars that claim honours in their respective categories. So it's going to be 10 seconds extra he will have to spend at the wheel of the Porsche, number 69. Alongside is 12, Kevin Jones in the Noble, 69 and 12. The third row of the grid is 8, Darren Fielding, and number 3, the Thundering Great 7-litre TVR Cigaris of Darren Dowling, 8 and 3 on row number 3. Row 4 of the grid is 11, long time racing driver Pete Challis, was a former BMW Car Cup champion back in the very late 80s, early 90s. I think he won in a 5 Series, so he's driven this Porsche for a good number of years now. Pete, huge amounts of experience. And alongside is 174. If you're watching on the stream, you'll have heard from Dominic Malone. It's actually an ex-Andy Prio World Touring car that he's out in. So 11 and 174 on row number 4. Row 5 of the grid is 75, Simon Evans, and 62, Matthew Evans at the wheel of the 1 Series alongside the Porsche, 75 and 62. Row 6 is 13. Now that's a change of car. Josh Ronchetti sharing with Julian Westwood. It should have been the Ford Mustang, but it's a Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, hopefully, that they're out in. And alongside is 93, which is Darren Fielding stroke Colin Wells with the 1 Series. The next row of the grid is row number 7. Number 6, Jonathan Haynes with the beautiful looking, fabulous sounding Maserati Gran Turismo MC GT4. And alongside is number 40, which is Jasper Sapra at 6 and 40. Row 8 is 169. Chris Everall will start in the G55. Alongside is another red Ginetta. It's number 55, the Ginetta G50 of David Beattie, 169 and 55. The next row of the grid is row number 9, 14, John Cockerton, and 83, which is Scott Scott Aprigliano, and then the next row of the grid is number 46, Stuart Entwistle with the Chevrolet Monte Carlo alongside 21, Adam Howarth, and number 73, Matthew Straunders stroke Jack Layton sit at the back of the grid. We don't have the starting drive for that one. What we do have is a TVR facing the wrong way at the end of the formation lap, I'm afraid to say. So are we going to get a delayed start for this one? Darren Fielding's car facing, or Darren Dowling's car facing the wrong way? No, we don't. TVR stricken in the middle of the circuit. The race gets underway, and it's Rob Fenn that carves his way from pole position into the lead of the race as they head up towards Redgate Corner for the first time. He leads the race as they turn their way in towards the Redgate Corner. And who's going to come out in second place? Everybody's safely through. The TVR finally gets going, so Darren Dowling gets moving on his merry way and only now starts the race, even though 30 seconds ago we got the race underway in reality. So it took him that amount of time to get the TVR pointing around in the right direction. Cold tyres, enthusiastic throttle pedal, I would imagine, was probably the cause of that. I didn't see it, so can't comment any further than that. But there is the orange TVR just heading onto the top of the Craner curves now, a long way behind the rest of the field. So Rob Fenn leading the race. Alistair Fazekas has not been able to hang on to second place at the wheel of the Ferrari. He's dropped down into third place as Dan Wiley got the jump on him as the lights went out. So it's Lotus from Porsche, from Ferrari, the top three. And as they head up towards the conclusion of the first lap of the race, remember again, this is a 40-minute race. Again, the pit stop window opens 10 minutes into the race and closes after 15 minutes. Of the 15-minute race, it stays open for 15 minutes. Over the start-finish line, big squabble of the BMWs going through. That looked as though it was Jasper Sapra under attack from three cars, including the late braking car of, I think that was Darren Fielding and Colin Wells, looking to try and squeeze their way through. Also in there was Dominic Malone at the wheel of the black ex-World Touring Car machine. But for the lead of the race, Rob Fenn was already starting to sprint away in the early stages. Alistair Fazekas has lost further places at the wheel of the Ferrari 458, so understandably for a driver who is pretty new to motorsport, he's partnered up with the very experienced Michael Lyons, who is a very rapid driver of historic single-seaters, including historic Formula 1 and Formula 5000 cars, but has also raced contemporary GT3 machinery, not just in the UK but across in Europe as well. So Alistair Fazekas has got himself a very good driver to learn from, and at the moment understandably that Ferrari from its qualifying position is dropping down from where it was, but he'll be learning all of the time and taking on board the wise words, I'm sure, of Michael Lyons throughout the course of today. Through has gone Rob Fenn, so it's still Lotus from Porsche. Third place is Kevin Jones at the wheel of the Noble, and look at the battle that's going on for fourth position. It is just going to be Matthew Evans. So Matty Evans is running there at the wheel of this beautifully prepared 1 Series car. He's got the Ferrari 458 sitting directly behind him, and off the back of that then is Pete Chalice as well. So that little trio of cars picking their way down through the Craner curves, fighting for what is 4th, 5th and 6th places. Matty Evans now has got himself ahead of the Ferrari, is already starting to pull away a little bit, and Alistair Fazekas is now trying to see whether he can keep the Porsche 997 GT3 Cup car of Pete Chalice behind. So Rob Fenn through Coppice Corner and starting to build the advantage ever more. He was nearly 3 seconds to the good after just 2 laps of racing, coming up towards the conclusion of lap number 3, and he's almost got half the length of the exhibition straight between himself and anybody else. Jos Ronchetti under pressure. He's got Scott Aprigliano right with him at the wheel of the Peugeot 206 Silhouette. Might look like a Peugeot, but there's no Peugeot in there. It's a space-framed car with a fiberglass body shell. The leader heading up towards Redgate Corner. The best of the fights is for 4th and 5th place. The Ferrari under pressure from Pete Chalice's Porsche that sits behind, but I think Pete is just a bit too far away from Alistair Fazekas as they head in towards Redgate Corner that time through. So Ferrari will still hang on to the place for the moment, that being 5th. Pete Chalice still sitting there in 6th. Another good fight going on between the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Josh Ranchetti sharing this car with Julian Westwood. They're just coming out of the Robert chicane now. They've got, that's the number 21 car of Adam Howarth right behind them as they head down the straight. Round through Redgate Corner goes John Cockerton's Porsche. That will be coming under pressure from the Ginetta G50 of David Beattie, and also the recovery of Darren Dowling's TPR Cigaris, the 7-litre car that caught him out at the start of the race. Well, he, remember, dropped all the way down to the very back and 30 seconds adrift as well. Well, he's now up to 14th position actually, so that is not bad at all for his recovery. So Rob Fenn already safely over the start-finish line. Here comes the Noble towards us now, which is the Noble M12 of Kevin Jones, followed by Matty Evans. We've got Alistair Fazekas in the Ferrari under a bit more pressure from what is Pete Chalice. Pete Chalice looking for the inside line at Redgate, but wasn't quite going to work that time through. So still Ferrari from Porsche for what is 5th and 6th position. And I would say Alistair Fazekas is doing a good job here of making sure that that Ferrari doesn't drop too far down through the order, through the old hairpin. Still with the Arrow Pack supported Porsche, which is Pete's company, who are based down in Suffolk area, Norfolk Suffolk borders. They do a lot of work with the US Air Force bases, moving the military and all of their things from America over to when they're based in the UK is what the company was built on. He is certainly hounding that white Ferrari 458 as they went round through Coppice Corner. No let up in the pressure. Can he unlock the door though to gain the place? We'll have to wait and see. So Rob Fenn safely through. Dan Wiley in second place. Ferrari still ahead of Porsche. However, they've got Stuart Entwistle's Chevy Monte Carlo just up the road to try and deal with. They both work their way through and past that car, which harks back with its livery to the days of thunder. Also got Dominic Malone looking to try and attack Jasper Sapra, so the white BMW up towards Redgate Corner, just behind the Ferrari and the Porsche of Fazikis and Chalice. Then there's another little fight just behind them, another pair of cars all busy squabbling away, but Ferrari of Alistair Fazikis, is this the opportunity for Pete Chalice? No, not down at the old hairpin. He thought about it, but guessed that, yeah, the door was going to close. It's a very fast corner, the old hairpin. Into the pit lane and back out. Before the pit window opens, has gone number 8, which is Darren Fielding. So not quite sure what he came into the pit lane for, but his car is in and out already. So that is a pit stop being shown for him, but it's still another 3 minutes to go before the pit window opened when he came into the pit lane, so that one will not count. And it also wasn't long enough either. John Cockerton at the wheel of his Porsche 996 GT3 Cup car, coming under pressure from David Beattie, who puts the G50 up the inside of the Porsche heading in towards the old hairpin. Place gain for Beattie, place lost for the 996 GT3 that we've already seen John Cockerton race here this year. We saw him racing here with the historic Masters in Aston Martin Endurance Legend series that they run. Also, by the look of things at Redgate Corner, that's the door open for another Porsche to gain a place, and that is going to be Pete Chalice now, that's through and ahead of the Ferrari of Alistair Fazikis. So it's taken a while for him to work out where he had the best opportunity, and with all of that experience, Pete Chalice finally managing to unlock the door and grab the place away. So that puts the Porsche number 11 Pete Chalice now up into 5th place. The Ferrari 458 of Alistair Fazikis, still with Michael Lyons to jump on board that car, now drops down into 6th position. Still plenty of racing to come. 31.5 minutes of the race still to go, there or thereabouts. Rob Fenn turning his way over the start finish line onto lap number 8 this time through. 7 laps completed for him, and he leads very comfortably now from in 2nd place Daniel Wiley, whose Porsche did not come through, I don't think, that time through. Not sure, I saw the Porsche go through, so either that or its transponder failed to work as it came over the start finish line. But there we go, yep, transponder wasn't working, so he did sneak through. Number 69 car doesn't have a transponder that's working. It was working intermittently in qualifying this morning, so a note was made by the timekeepers that probably needed repositioning. Fight is still going on though. Pete Chalice might have got himself ahead of the Ferrari, but Alistair Fazikis is not overly keen on that idea. He desperately wants to try and haul his way back through and ahead of it, so the two of them not separated by huge amounts. He's a bit too far to try anything in the bottom section of the circuit, but if Alistair Fazikis keeps pushing hard, there could be the chance, and I'm afraid we have lost Jasper Sapra at the wheel of the E46 M3. We've lost Jasper Sapra somewhere out on circuit, and that is at Redgate Corner, the approach to it, where he's pulled the car off on the left-hand side very quickly and has pulled it into the gravel trap. He was so keen, I think, to get it off the circuit. He's dropped it into the gravel trap out of harm's way, so that's Jasper out of the race, I'm afraid. A driver who is always massively enthusiastic. We see him racing almost every weekend in the UK, Jasper Sapra. But today is not a good day for him in this new for 2020 CSCC Slick Racing Series. Fight Porsche to Ferrari still going on. He is just starting to edge away Peter Chalice, but not by huge amounts. If he keeps locking the brakes like that at Redgate Corner, then he is going to struggle ever more to try and keep that Ferrari behind. It was just a brief lockup. It was the unloaded wheel, but the problem is that it was enough of a lockup so that if he does it a couple of times, and that is going to flat spot the tyres, and that is not going to help him at all. A, because of the vibration down the straights, but also every time you apply the brake pedal, it's going to want to go back and stop rotating on that same flat spot again. So just needs to be careful. So few little spots of rain just beginning to appear on the camera lens there, looking out of my windows. Yeah, just a few little spots of rain in the air. Won't be affecting the cars as yet, because there'll be enough temperature in the tyre to disperse any of the moisture that's falling on the track. Dan Wiley at the wheel of the second place Porsche, carving his way through traffic. That's Adam Howard's BMW that he's placed down a lap. Remember, come the pit stops when they come in, which the pit window is now open, by the way. Daniel Wiley will have to remain stationary for an additional 10 seconds compared to everybody else. First of our pit stoppers, I think, has just opted to come in, and indeed, yeah, so Matty Evans into the pit lane at the wheel of his beautifully prepared 1 Series 1M. Rob Fenn out front at the wheel of the number 661 Lotus leading the race. Number 69, Dan Wiley's Porsche in second place. Third is number 12, which is the Kevin Noble driven Noble M12. Fourth is in the pit lane, Matty Evans, so that will drop him down through the order. Fifth is Pete Chalice, the number 11 Porsche. Sixth is the Ferrari car number 458 of Alistair Fazekas. Seventh now is number 3, which is Darren Dowling at the wheel of the TVR Cigaris. 8th is 174 Dan Malone. 9th is 75, which is Simon Evans with his Porsche, completing the top 10. Just to give you that, it's car number 93, which is the Darren Fielding and Colin Wells BMW. So that's the order of the top 10, just as the pit window opens. And with only really one taker for the pits at the moment, there's the camera that you can see up at Coppice Corner. It looks as though they've had maybe a bit more rain up at Coppice than we've had the few spits on our commentary box windows here, because certainly on the camera that I can see up at Coppice, it looks as though there's a few more spits of rain on it. Not enough as yet for drivers to be putting windscreen wipers on, so Daniel Wiley heading down through the Crane of Curves, no windscreen wiper on. The Ferrari is in, so Alistair Fazekas heads into the pit lane, which now means that the pro driver Michael Lyons is going to jump on board. We've also got Dominic Malone at the wheel of the 174 BMW, the E90 BMW, coming into the pit lane. That's the car that, say, was an ex-World Touring car and was Andy Prio's World Touring car back in period. Nice to see it out racing in the CSCC Slick Racing Series. There is that black BMW, say ex-Andy Prio World Championship winning touring car. The progress of the orange TVR continues to impress me as well. Darren Dowling, who was put behind him whatever problems befell him at the start of the formation lap. Noble having to pick its way through traffic, going through the Roberts chicane. That's Kevin Jones in third place, looking to try and minimise the impact of working his way through traffic. Dives at the inside of the next of the cars that he needs to deal with, which was Adam Howard's BMW E36. I think Adam, probably last minute, just saw him coming there because he was about to close the door, and then I think I saw him take a bit more lock off. More cars heading for the pit lane. Peter Chalice comes into the pit lane, so that is one of the Porsches coming in. Number 11. Dan Malone still waiting for the clock to tick down before he can head out, but also John Cockerton's Porsche came in that time through as well. And we've also now got number 93 trundling its way into the pit lane, which is the Darren Fielding and Colin Wells BMW. So clock ticking away for a few cars, including Peter Chalice's Aeropack Porsche that sits patiently in the pit lane waiting for the 2 minutes to elapse. Out front though, Rob Fenn is still pressing on in the lead of the race as he comes over the start finish line onto lap number 13. So 25 minutes of the race to go. Rob Fenn out of Redgate Corner. Dan Wiley on that lap was a full second quicker, the Porsche, than the race leading Lotus, so the gap is down to 4.8 seconds all of a sudden. Dan Wiley setting his best individual lap of the race as the pit stops still continue for some of the competitors. Darren Fielding's E46 is in the pit lane. We've got the 1 Series of Darren Fielding and Colin Wells. Quite how that works, I don't know. That Darren Fielding's going to do the whole race in one car, but he's going to do half the race in another. I'm not quite sure, but that's what the grid sheet says. Josh Ronchetti dives for the pit lane at the wheel of the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Now, are we going to see a driver change for this car? I'm going to keep an eye with the naked eye for this one, because Jules Westwood was scheduled to have jumped on board that car. And let's have a quick look. Yes, we are, and that looks like it's Jules Westwood that's just about to jump on board. I suspect the last race Jules Westwood had would have been the Bathurst 12 Hour, where he's racing a Lamborghini. Race leader is in, so in comes Rob Fenn. Rob Fenn into the pit lane at the wheel of the race leading Lotus. So there is Rob Fenn, just waiting patiently. You can see them using almost a leaf blower, it will be, just to get the temperatures down in that car, so blowing onto the radiator to try and reduce the temperature of the radiator in the front of the car, or the oil cooler as well, just to try and bring the temperatures down. So that now means that Dan Wiley with the number 69 Porsche now picks up the lead of the race. So number 69 Dan Wiley will now be leading. Still several cars to come up into the pit lane. Up to second will be the white Porsche 996 GT3 of Simon Evans, and I'm afraid in the gravel trap is the recovering TVR. Now that is at McLean's Corner, where there's been a further spin for the 7-litre cigarist, Darren Dowling, who'd been doing really good job of carving his way back up through the order after the spin at the end of the formation lap, just before about to go green, which we did anyway. It left him stranded and 30 seconds behind, but this time he's had a spin coming out of McLean's Corner. Front of the TVR is right on the edge of the track. The back of the TVR is in the gravel trap and going nowhere, I'm afraid. So that is going to need one of our snatch vehicles to deal with it. The snatch vehicle is heading from Coppice down to that point of the circuit at the moment, so there'll be no overtaking at that part of the track. Michael Lyons is now behind the wheel of the Ferrari 458 and is pressing on, to say the least. So Michael Lyons slowly looking to try and work that car up through the order. In the pit lane we could still see, there we go, just heading out of the pit lane now, our erstwhile race leading Lotus. So Rob Fenn about to rejoin the race, and as he heads out of pit lane he can really start to press on. Maserati Gran Turismo of Jonathan Haynes has just been passed by the Ferrari, so the two Italian sports car giants, same part of the circuit but on different laps. Safety car is coming out, so if you haven't pitted, dive for the pit lane now would be my advice. Don't leave it another lap, and I suspect any remaining cars will do exactly that. We've got 21 and a half minutes to go. The safety car out because of that Strickham TVR that is half in the gravel, half out the gravel up at McLean's Corner. So the BMW safety car heading round through what is Redgate Corner has come out in front of the Maserati Gran Turismo of Jonathan Haynes. Now there I can see on, if you're watching on the stream, that the Strickham TVR, the front of the car, well, it's off the tarmac. The front of the car is sort of half in, half out the gravel. The rear wheels of it are fully in the gravel, and with a 7-litre engine and a low slung car, what they're going to have to do is snatch that car backwards, I would imagine. So they'll try and attach the telehandler to the tail end of the TVR and drag it through the gravel trap and back out the other side. So safety car out there, the clock will continue to tick, and we will get hopefully the TVR extracted out of the position at which it came to rest before too much longer. Shouldn't be any damage to the car, it was just a spin and just couldn't get the car stopped in time, and it was the gravel that abated the speed in the end of Darren Dowling's car. So on goes the tow rope, and then once the tow rope is tight, should then see Darren Dowling's 7-litre TVR Cigaris being dragged backwards through the gravel to get it out of harm's way. And what they will do is they will make sure that it gets onto the grass and then pull it further away from the corner and park it up as close to the wall as they can. But that is going to be it, I'm afraid, for Darren Dowling. A good recovery drive after his spin at the end of the formation lap. Before we'd even got the race underway, it spun coming out of Goddard's and was pointing in the wrong direction, but all of that hard work to carve the car back up through the order has all come to not a great deal. So once we get that car out of the way, of course, then what we need to do is get the telehandler back behind the wall in the little snatch gaps that exist around the circuit, and then we can get racing again in our new for 2020 Classic Sports Car Club Slicks Series. Still 2 more races to come after this one as well. We've got the Cartech Motorsport Modern Classics and the Cartech Motorsport Puma Cup are involved in a combined race. And then our final race of the day, we've seen them out earlier on. It was a 40-minute race for them first time round, but it's just a 30-minute race for them second time round. It's the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens second race of the day, and plenty to get through tomorrow as well, with a mixture of qualifying in the morning. Our live stream, if you are watching that, will not be showing the first race live. We will cover it at the circuit live. We won't be covering qualifying live tomorrow at all, but we'll cover the first race live at the circuit, and then we will be back with the live stream later on over the course of the morning, and we will show highlights of that first race of the day, the Special Saloons and Mod Sports race, if you're watching on the live stream. So safety car continuing round. Any remaining cars now conducting their pit stops, which is absolutely the right thing to do. There is only one car that hasn't pitted as yet, and that is the Chevrolet Monte Carlo of Stuart Entwistle that hasn't pitted. And surely next time through, you would imagine he would dive for the pit lane. The TVR is now up against the wall. The teleloader is almost back in position so that it's behind the barriers, and I think probably within the next 20 seconds we'll be out of harm's way. The safety car is just going past McLean's corner now. I can see the telehandler is behind the barriers now. Yep, so it's gone into the snatch cap. So whilst lights are on the safety car for the moment, the safety car, when it heads along the exhibition straight, I think will extinguish its lights, and that will be the indication to the drivers behind that we're about to get racing back underway once more. So out of Coppice Corner, onto the exhibition straight comes the safety car. The lights are still on for the moment, and let's see whether they get extinguished down towards the bottom of the straight. So for the moment, no, lights are still on, which suggests that we're not going to get the race back underway, at least on this lap. So we might have one more lap behind the safety car before we can then finally get things done. 17 minutes of the race still remaining. Lights are still on the safety car. I think we've got a bit of reordering to do. I think that's the problem. I think they are going to perhaps reorder this slick racing series, because we haven't got the race leader behind the safety car at the moment, and ideally that's what we need. We need the number 75 car of number 661 car of Rob Fenn as the first of the cars behind the safety car, but he is about 5th or 6th or 7th in the queue, so a little bit of shuffling potentially to be done. We'll wait and see as to whether they reorder the field. Sometimes they do within the Classic Sports Car Club, sometimes they don't. So are we going to see? Yes, we are. So I think we are going to see the field reordered as they head down through the Craner curve. Yeah, cars are being waved by now to make sure that we end up with Rob Fenn, the Lotus, as the first car behind the safety car. So all the cars being waved by. We still haven't had as yet Stuart Entwistle's 5.7 litre Chevy Monte Carlo into the pit lane. Dan Wiley gets waved by. He's in second place in the race, but of course he needs to do another full lap to catch the train up. So it's going to be another couple of laps really before we end up with all of the cars that have been waved by having caught up the safety car again and have got themselves formed in one big crocodile back behind the safety car. So it's not just a case of waving them by and we get the race underway, it's waving them by and waiting for them all to catch back up again. So they've got a full lap to do to catch what is the remaining train behind the safety car, of which the first car in the train now ought to be the race leader. So the cars that have been waved by, in theory, should be pressing on to make sure that they catch the train ahead. So there goes the Maserati through Redgate Corner, followed by Pete Chalice's Porsche and the BMW and the Noble, and then the next batch of cars which have Stuart Entwistle's Chevy Monte Carlo at the front. Stuart needs to be pressing on a bit more because we need all of this train of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 cars to catch up. The first batch is half a dozen, the next batch is most of the pack. And the safety car is coming in, so it's just waved them by. We're not going to get them all caught back up again. We're going to get the race back underway by the look of things. So 14.5 minutes to go. Safety car is coming in, and Rob Fenn, as and when he comes back round, should see the green flag being waved, and we'll be able to get the race back underway. But for everybody else, they are still working to try and sort of catch the train of cars. So safety car is in. Where is Rob Fenn? he is it'll be Dan Wiley, I think, that will take up the lead of the race. Dan Wiley and Rob Fenn were pretty much together, but one had just completed the pit stop. So here comes some of the cars over the start-finish line, and in theory now the race is back underway. Dan Wiley and Rob Fenn are going to be pretty much together for the lead of the race and up to third in the race. This will have helped Michael Lyons at the wheel of the Ferrari massively, the number 458 car, because that car has now been able to catch back up with cars that otherwise would have been much further up the road from it. So we're about to get the race back underway. Dan Wiley was almost pushed off the road there by Dominic Malone, so we get the race back underway. Dan Wiley's Porsche leads the race. Rob Fenn in second place at the wheel of the Lotus, heading up towards Redgate Corner, but look for the white Ferrari in the background, because that is Michael Lyons, and he is ready to pounce. So through Redgate Corner, out of Hollywood, the leading Porsche carving its way through the traffic. The black Lotus with its light green stripes down the centre in the hands of Rob Fenn, not that far away. Michael Lyons at the wheel of the Ferrari, just treading gingerly, working his way past the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, and then Dominic Malone's ex-Andy Prio World Touring car on the run out of the corner. So it's Porsche from Lotus, from Ferrari, first, second and third, as they head round through McLean's Corner and start to head up towards Coppice, and Rob Fenn dives at the inside very decisively at Coppice Corner. Dan Wiley was going to turn into the corner, had to take steering lock off, because as he was about to pitch the car in, the Lotus was already there. So Rob Fenn goes through at Coppice Corner to grab the lead of the race. Dan Wiley's Porsche down into second, and both of them, I would imagine, are being caught by the Ferrari that's there in third place in the hands of Michael Lyons. Over the start-finish line they'll go in a straight line. The Porsche quicker than the Lotus. The Lotus is the lighter car though, so it can brake later. It's got the handling through the twiddly parts. Rob Fenn is going to still lead the race as they head through Redgate Corner, but Dan Wiley is hugely keen to try and wrestle the lead of the race back from his grasp, and all of the time, whilst Michael Lyons in third place is going to be closing on these pair. A, because I think he generally is a quicker package, the car and the Ferrari together, but equally they're slowing each other up now. That all-white Ferrari in the hands of the pro driver Michael Lyons is really starting to close in, being cheered on no doubt by Alistair Fazekas, who did all of the hard work in the early stages of this race. But who is going to come out on top in this one? We've still got 11.5 minutes of the race as well to look forward to. The lead three all together. There's traffic for Rob Fenn to deal with as he heads round through Coppice Corner. The Porsche of Dan Wiley just dropping away from him a shade in second place, but he's going to come under attack surely from the Ferrari over the course of the next few corners or so. Rob Fenn caught up behind a little bit of traffic, and he's not going to get past that traffic before the Robert chicane. He's going to have to wait until the exit of the corner to work his way through. So Rob Fenn, it's Matty Evans that is being the thorn in his side at the moment. Matty is not a slow driver, but he's got three now for the lead, queuing up behind him. Lotus, Porsche, Ferrari, all together as they are trying to work their way past the BMW of Matty Evans, who is desperate to try and stay on the lead lap if he can. Down through the Craner curves they'll go. The 1 Series BMW is not being overly helpful here to Rob Fenn, who's now going to try on the outside as he heading in towards the old hairpin, and then he comes across the nose of Dan Wiley and eventually gets the propulsion to draw himself alongside Matty Evans, who is still not being overly helpful here. Eventually Rob Fenn, surely at McLean's Corner, is going to go through and grab the lead of the race get past that rather difficult BMW. In the meantime, the Ferrari now of Michael Lyons is up into second place because Dan Wiley has been unpicked, and now Michael Lyons flashes his lights to let Matty Evans know that he needs to go through. Dan Wiley follows him through, and now they set themselves about catching Rob Fenn's Lotus, and is just a little bit further up the road into the braking area for the Robert chicane. They will come 3 as 1. Lotus from Ferrari, from Porsche. Dan Wiley makes a bit of a mistake midway through the Robert chicane. That slows him down on the exit of the corner, and means that now he is no longer involved with the lead battle. The Ferrari round the outside at Redgate Corner. Is he going to try and make it stick? Let's have a quick look. No, not quite, I don't think. Rob Fenn will try and push him wide on the exit. Michael Lyons bounces over the curbs. Can't quite do it as yet, so Rob Fenn sticks his elbows out. Michael Lyons flashes his lights to let Rob Fenn know that, well, okay, I'm here, but I'm sure Rob Fenn can see there's a big white Ferrari with its lights on, and they're flashing right in his mirrors as they head down through the old hairpin start to climb up through Schwantz Curve. Through the twiddly parts, the Lotus has the advantage over the Ferrari. The Ferrari running to 458 Challenge specification. It's not a GT3 car, it runs to the European Challenge spec. And as they now head in towards the braking area for Coppice Corner, Rob Fenn has about 5 or 6 car lengths at Coppice Corner. He is going to lose out in a straight line though, as they head down the straight and in towards the braking area for the Robert chicane. Dan Wiley still in the Porsche there in third place, but dropping ever more away. Over the start finish line comes Rob Fenn. The attack's coming again from Michael Lyons in a straight line. Rob Fenn needs to defend that inside line at Redgate Corner. He can't quite close the door on time, and then finally manages to just squeeze his way through. There's traffic to deal with as well, so Rob Fenn still manages to hang on to the lead of the race. He left the door open. It was hugely inviting for Michael Lyons, but eventually the door was just closed as they headed up towards Redgate Corner. So it's still Lotus from Ferrari, 8 1/4 minutes to go in this one. We've also got Josh Ronchetti's car that's now in the hands of Julian Westwood fighting away for places further down through the order. I think that was Adam Howell that they were fighting with. That won't be for position though, I don't think. Adam Howarth, that is going to be that difference between those two cars. But for the lead of the race, Michael Lyons still flashing the lights, anything to try and put Rob Fenn off. Well, nothing at the moment is putting Rob Fenn off. Up towards Coppice Corner, the pair go. Dan Wiley still there in what is third position. Fourth at the moment is number 75, Matty Evans. He was the car that really was desperate to stay on the lead lap, but it didn't quite work for him. And as they now head in towards the braking area for the Robert chicane, it does look as though he's made it through. So Michael Lyons has been able to squeeze his way through and past Rob Fenn. The inevitable was coming. I always did say that I thought Michael Lyons and the Ferrari were a better package. Well, he has finally managed to grab the lead of the race away from Rob Fenn, the pole sitter. The two of them were separated by 0.4 of a second in qualifying. Come the race, certainly looks as though Michael Lyons has found a bit more pace at the wheel of the Ferrari. Best lap time that he has done is a 1 minute 9.994. Well, it was a 1 minute 11.1 that was done in qualifying for that car, so there's been a bit more pace found there. For Rob Fenn, his best lap time is a 1 minute 10.8. He qualified in a 1 minute 10.6, so he is, as you would expect, in race trim, very slightly slower than his qualifying time, whereas for Michael Lyons, that car is now lapping a lot quicker than it did in qualifying. Battle further down through the order, John Cockerton fighting away with the red Ginetta G50 of David Beattie. Again, that is not for position. There is a full lap difference between those two cars. They've also got the the 6th place car beginning to close in on them as well, which is the Noble of Kevin Jones, who was right up there in the early stages, but seems to have lost out somewhat. So he's dropped down through the order. Jules Westwood still going well at the wheel of Bullet, as it's known, the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. We've got a black and white flag going out for car number 14. That is John Cockerton's Porsche. So track limits being investigated with regards to John Cockerton's Porsche. So with 5.5 minutes to go, just run you down through the top 10. Number 458, Michael Lyons leads the race, 661. The Lotus of Rob Fenn in 2nd place, and 3rd is number 69, Dan Wiley. 4th place is 75, which is Simon Evans. I think I said Matty Evans earlier, but it's Simon Evans that's there in 4th place. 5th place is number 169, which is the Everalls, father and son pairing. It will be Ross that's behind the wheel at the moment of the G55. 6th place is number 12, which is the Noble of Kevin Jones. 7th place is 11, Peter Chalice's Porsche. 8th place is 62, that's Matty Evans. 9th place is 73. Don't know which driver started that car, it started off the back, but Matthew Sanders sharing a game with Jack Layton. And completing the top 10 is 174, which is Dominic Malone. I'm afraid to say that Adam Howarth's race might be done as well. Can he dig himself out of the gravel trap following his spin? He's having a go. At the moment hasn't made it fully back out of the gravel trap wherever he came to rest. So the number 21 BMW at Redgate Corner, I think might just have to wait for a gap in the traffic before he can get going, or is he even able to get going? I'm not entirely sure he can. That car is not in a safe place. 4 minutes to go. We'll have to wait and see what the outcome is, but yeah, you can see the rear wheels in the gravel, the front wheels almost off it, bit of a shove from some marshals might get him there. Let's just have a quick look at one of the replays. And there we go. Well, it was Jules Westwood that was directly ahead of Adam Howarth as they went into Redgate Corner. And marshals on hand to have a check. Let's have another quick look at the replay. They come into the corner, and I think there's a little bit of contact there between the pair of them yet. So Adam Howarth pitched into a spin as Jules Westwood was trying to sneak his way up the inside. So, as I thought, a bit of a shove from the marshals was all that was needed. Well done to our fantastic Donington Park Emergency Services team and the British Motorsport Marshals Club, BMMC. Now, Adam Howarth is having to do a bit of a three-point turn to get the BMW pointing in the right direction. He will continue, but I'm afraid off has gone now the Chevrolet Monte Carlo of Stuart Entwistle, and that looks as though it is on the exit of McLean's Corner and on the approach towards Coppice. Yeah, telltale dust cloud up at McLean's Corner's exit tells me that, yes, that is where he's gone off. He's slithered from one side of the circuit to the other and has then bumped into the barriers. Not at great speed. We'll get a quick replay if you're watching the live stream. Yeah, ran wide and onto the grass, gravel on one side, tried to catch it. The car started to snap back. He had another go at catching it, and then it speared him from the left of the circuit into the right of the circuit, the front of the car making a little bit of damage, a little bit of contact with the barriers, and then the back just swinging round and also brushing them as well. Don't think there'll be too much damage to the Chevrolet Monte Carlo, and hopefully we will see that car back out as it's scheduled to be in Bernie's V8 race tomorrow as well, which joins us as part of the Special Saloons and Mod Sports race. So we've now got 2.5 minutes to go. Michael Lyons leading the race by 4.3 seconds now from Rob Fenn, who is just 0.6 of a second up the road from the Porsche of Dan Wiley. So Dan Wiley has worked really hard at the wheel of that Porsche to try and close in. Is he going to be able to work his magic and steal the place away in the closing stages of this one? Over the start-finish line goes Dominic Malone, out of the car and just surveying the damage is Stuart Entwistle up at the exit of McLean's and the entrance to Coppice Corner. The battle's still going on circuit as well, and this is BMW to BMW, but it's 1 series fighting away with 3 series. Dominic Malone can't quite manage to muscle enough pace out of his car so as to try and sneak through and ahead of what is the Colin Wells and Darren Fielding 1 Series M. Right, battle for second. Over the start-finish line comes a battle for second, and Dan Wiley is back ahead again of the Lotus. So Rob Fenn now, who had been leading the race, has now dropped down into 3rd position. So into the final 60 seconds of this race. Michael Lyons and Alistair Fazekas looking potentially good for a win. There goes the 2nd and 3rd place battle through the old hairpin, which is Porsche now ahead of Lotus. So that changed on the previous lap, where Dan Wiley, who lost time coming through the Robert chicane a few laps ago and dropped away from that Lotus, has worked tirelessly hard to try and catch back up, and then has managed to also wrestle 2nd place away from Rob Fenn, who was looking potentially good for a win. Safety car undid a chunk of that. Michael Lyons and the pace that he and the Ferrari have got undid another chunk of it. But for Michael Lyons, he's going to get over the start-finish line with 20 seconds to spare. So onto the final lap of the race goes the Ferrari. As for 2nd and 3rd, well, they are still together. There's traffic to deal with as well, which is going to be the Ginetta G55 of Ross Everall that's just ahead of him. Porsche, is it going to get through and ahead of Ross Everall? Yes, it does. Just on the approach towards Redgate Corner. Rob Fenn is hugely keen to try and carry loads of momentum through Redgate Corner onto the top of the Craner curves. And this is now where the Lotus had a very slight advantage, because more powerful Porsche is not quite as good through the corners. It's a bit heavier as well, so he's got to get on the brakes that little bit more. The tyres might be feeling, and look at the mid-corner speed through the old hairpin. The Lotus was so much quicker than the Porsche, but the speeds build again once you come out of that corner. So by the time they get towards McLean's Corner, Dan Wiley has still got just enough daylight between himself and the cars behind. Through Coppice for the final time goes our race leader, the Ferrari in the hands of Michael Lyons. Dan Wiley again has been caught by Rob Fenn, who is absolutely on the bumper of the Porsche as they come round through Coppice corner for the final time. They're overlapping, almost coming out of Coppice, but the straight line speed of the Porsche should tell, and he's hanging on to second place. But on the brakes, can the Lotus sneak his way through? Michael Lyons claims the win. Who's going to finish in second place? We'll only find out when they reappear into view coming out of the Robert chicane, and it's just Dan Wiley from Rob Fenn who finishes in third position. The Porsche just ahead of the Black Lotus. You can hardly see on the live stream the Lotus behind because it was so far behind Dan Wiley and tucked underneath the bumper, it was almost obscured by it. So Rob Fenn with a fighting drive, but only third place in the end. Fourth place should go the way of the Noble M12, which will come through and finish in fourth place. Fifth should then also be the number 75 Porsche 993 GT6 of Simon Evans, who will take the checkered flag very shortly. But we've still got those fourth and fifth place cars to take the checkered flag. Sixth place already through is number 11 Peter Chalice. Seventh place is the Chris and Ross Everall Ginetta, that's already taken the checkered flag. Eighth place is number 62 Matty Evans. Ninth is Matthew Sanders and Jack Layton, number 73, and completing the top 10 is number 74 Dominic Malone. Here now comes our fourth place car. Through goes the Noble, confirmed in fourth place, number 12, and fifth will go the way of the number 75 Porsche 996 GT3 of Simon Evans. So fantastic racing from the Slicks Racing Series. It's a win for the pairing of Alistair Fazekas and Michael Lyons. A great start. The first time that we've ever seen them in the Slick Racing Series. To be fair, it's only the second ever race we've had for the Slick Series, but we look forward to hopefully seeing a little bit more of them. And yeah, good drives, some good fights, and nice to see three different manufacturers mixing it in the early stages, or four you could argue really, because we had the Ferrari, we had the Lotus, we had the Porsche, and we had the Noble as well. So great race from them. We've still got two more races to come up as well here at Donington Park on day one of the Classic Sports Car Club. The combined race for the Kartech Motorsport Modern Classics and Kartech Motorsport Puma Cup will be up next, and then we will conclude our first day of racing with a 30-minute race for the Gold Arts Magnificent 7. So the cars trickling their way into the pit lane. It's a win for the Ferrari of Alistair Fazekas and Michael Lyons, and as they head off the circuit and in towards the pit lane, fantastic looking Ferrari, Michael Lyons giving a bit of a wave. The next person you'll be hearing with, if you're watching us online, will be Ian Waterhouse, who is hopefully going to catch up with some of the drivers down there in Parc Fermé.
We are good. Down here on there is Rob Fenn as well, came home in third place in the end. It was a tight race, wasn't it? Rob Fenn early doors was running away with the race, but unfortunately with the Ferrari here, Michael Lyons and co managed to get away with it. Hey, God, there's a smile. Look, he's got a big smile on his face, and rightly so as well. Coming home first place. Let's just let him get his helmet off, catch a bit of a breather, and while you're doing it, look at this fine Ferrari, by the way. If there's I wouldn't mind having a little spin in this, although I'm sure we'll just let a little congratulations here.
Yeah, the one in turn one, I was like, oh, it's a bit too much, and I didn't like, just right. But yeah, thanks for leaving me the space in that one. So I was like, oh, this is a bit too much. It was a bit. But thanks, mate.
Chaps, great race. It sounds like a lot of respect there as well. Congratulations to you both, really. I know, Rob, perhaps it didn't quite go how you were hoping it might at the end. But Michael, congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of luck, didn't we? Let's be honest. that safety car helped a lot. Alistair did a good job in the first stint, just settling in. I mean, being chucked at the front of the grid in your fifth race, sixth race, It's a lot of pressure, isn't it? Everyone's looking at you. Turn up in a bright white Ferrari. It's hard work. But,
well, if you are, yeah, exactly. If you are going to turn up in a Ferrari, what do you expect? I mean, it's a fine-looking machine. What's it like to drive? Does it just stick to the corners here?
It's fantastic, you know. I mean, against Rob, obviously I had a little bit of a power advantage. He had the weight advantage, so it made for quite an interesting scrap.
Early doors, Rob was sort of getting away. At one point, he had a 6.5 second lead, but you managed to pull that back. Why was that? Was that an issue with Rob's car, or is it just?
Well, the safety car bunched us all up, and then in the restart, I think one of the cars in the lead battle, we went when the green flag came like halfway down the back straight rather than waiting to the line, so that mixed us up even more, and that helped me a bit, to be honest.
And then the power down just got you through.
Yeah, once we got together, we started battling. He made me work for it. Credit to him.
Look, congratulations.
It was great fun.
Go enjoy it anyway. Big smiling face. Congratulations.
So happy to get Alistair up here as well.
Yeah, I know. Where
he's in the pit lane. He'll be on his way down.
Okay.
Socially distanced pit.
If he comes in the next few minutes, we'll grab a word of him. But well done, and give our congratulations to Alistair if we don't manage to grab him. Rob, you still got a podium, but not quite perhaps what you were looking for.
Yeah.
Safety car, kind of throw that one out?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously that bunched up the grid, but after about 10 minutes of the race, the brakes just faded massively. Really? To be fair, safety car was probably a blessing, because I would have been a sitting duck for the rest of the race.
I was going to say, you were I couldn't believe it on the first time. I was like, he's through already. I was expecting it to be a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, exactly, but you know, Mike's a great driver. He's driven this car many a time, so he flashed me up, the bugger, but eventually he squeezed past, and then it was a case of clinging on. I was counting down the laps in the end.
In the pit lane, your lights were flashing on and on and on and on and on. Is that a tactic? Or
pit lane limiter, that is
your pit lane limiter.
That's a warning, idiot on its way.
Look, congratulations anyway. Perhaps not quite the result, but hey, still a podium. We've got to be happy. So there we go. Right, that is the right. We're going to hand back actually now because we've got more track action to go. So I'm going to hand back over to Mark in the circuit commons. Right, everybody, we've nipped back down to the assembly area because we've got the Modern Classics joined by the Puma Cup about to go out as well. Now I've just seen these two chaps actually have their head underneath the back of the car. Is everything all right with it?
It's just a little bit of cable time management.
Oh right,
yeah.
Easy then.
Yeah,
Easy.
Nothing to worry about, to be fair.
What's the expectation for the race?
To win our class.
Yep.
We're doing this event really for a practice for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So this is almost like a test for us. But we came second last time out, so it'll be nice to go one better.
That's pretty handy. I'm just hearing it might be a little bit of rain. Does that worry you at all, or?
Only if it rains.
Only if it really, really rains.
Yeah.
Does rain?
So as long as it stays dry, we don't mind a little bit of pitter patter, but just stay dry. It's been dry all day, and yet we're the evening shift. And,
well, for your sake and for my sake, let's hope it stays
thank
dry.
You very much. Appreciate that.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. Best of luck out there. Right, let's move down. Just before I get run over here, I'll just move out of the way. We've got Trevor and Alex Taylor here. Let's see if we grab a quick word with them as well. As if by magic, it's a fine looking machine as well, isn't it? Let's grab a quick word with these right here. Hello, how are you?
Doing good.
Right, talk us through your qualifying. First of all, you're happy with it, and what was it like out there?
Well, we were really happy with it until these buggers went faster, but hey, you know, that's our endless battle with the blades. But yeah, no, pleased with it. The car, touch wood, is going nicely, and just really looking forward to a fun race.
Do you know what? It looks fantastic. Where did you get one of these from?
Well, this one originally came from Australia a long time ago. Some guy tried to build a drag car out of it and didn't get very far. So over the last 5 or 6 years, my dad's been working, converting it into a more and more successful race car. And these days, she goes pretty well.
It is absolutely stunning. Best of luck for the race. Enjoy.
Thanks
we'll be watching. Thanks for your time. Thank you very much. Let's move down a little bit, shall we? We've got Oh, look, car number 56, we've got somebody out. I wouldn't normally like to try and go all the way down because we've got the Pumas as well. I know Gary Jones, the man, look like he's on pole for that. Let's grab a quick word with these two chaps, shall we? Gentlemen, how are we doing?
Hello, yeah. Not bad, thanks. Yourself?
I'm all right. I'm hoping it's not going to rain. Are you also hoping it's not going to rain?
Yeah, I really not like. I really don't want rain right now. So if it can stay dry, that'd be great. So if you could arrange that, that would be perfect.
Let me see what I can do.
Yeah.
Let me see what I can do. Rain? Do you want me to try and stop it as well?
No rain. I'm on dries. We've had too many wet races this year, so keep it nice and dry. That's my hope. I'm looking at the clouds. It's maybe a bit of confidence rain on the windscreen, but it's going to have to get really wet to make a proper difference to the track.
I think so. Look, best of luck, guys. Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to go and see if I can have a word with the people upstairs in the office to make sure it does not rain. It's time for these guys and girls to get out on track. Let's hand back to the circuit. Enjoy the race.
So the Slick Series have completed their race. We now move on to the Kartech Motorsport Modern Classics and Kartech Motorsport Puma Cup. Just very quickly, Miles Maserati starts on pole position. Alongside is Tony Blake, 46 and 71 on row number 1. Row 2 of the grid is 34, Dave Griffin, and 166, Alex Taylor, with row 3 being 5, Cole Catliff, and number 70, which is Stuart Dayburn. Row 4 of the grid is 9, David Whelan will start, and number 40, Brian Robinson. Row 5 is 56, Alan Thompson, and number 31, Paul Livesey. Row 6 is 84, Tom Barley, and then alongside Tom Barley is number 35, which is Stephen Wilson. Row 7 is 89, Matt Smith, and 19, Steve Griffiths. Row 8, 3, Richard Ellis, and 74, Martin Glennie. Row 9 is 23 and 39, and row 10 is 10 and 59. We'll leave it there then, because we're about to get the race underway. It's the two Porsches on the front row of the grid. The 964 Turbo, a little bit slower rate, but the rotary engine badger of Alex Taylor gets a fantastic start and is going to lead the pack up towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Alex Taylor at the wheel of the Mazda RX-7 turns it in the lead of the race. It's Miles Maserati in second position as they all head round through Redgate Corner on towards the top of the Craner curves and start to dive their way down through the order. It's going to be Tony Blake's Porsche, the 911 RSR, that's there in third position, but under attack, I'm afraid to say, as Dave Griffin looks to try and squeeze its way through, and I think he made it through there as well. Dave Griffin, who was out racing last weekend rather successfully at Snetterton, is another one of these drivers that doesn't matter which weekend, which circuit, he seems to be out and always seems to do very well as well. So the race leading pack already starting to stretch their legs up towards Coppice Corner for the first time, nose to tail for the lead of the race as well by the look of things, as they turn their way through the right-hander at Coppice, and then they'll work their way out of the double apex blind entry right-hander and down the straight in towards the braking area for Roberts, with Alex Taylor having taken the lead of the race but is now coming under attack from Miles Maserati. The Porsche much quicker in a straight line, but Alex Taylor has the correct line, the inside line coming in towards the Roberts chicane and the lighter car as well, so he's able to brake, get through the corner, carrying much more momentum coming off it, and the Porsche of Miles Maserati that was alongside going into the corner is now under attack for second place. It's Stuart Dayburn at the wheel of the TVR, looks to try and fight his way through, but it's still Mazda from Porsche, TVR from BMW, and Tony Blake's Porsche completes the top 5 at the moment. Looks like Cole Catliff is there in 6th place. So that's the order of the top 6 as the race leading Mazda starts to again just stretch its legs. Stuart Dayburn's TVR Tuscan coming under pressure from Dave Griffin at the wheel of the BMW. Then Tony Blake also under pressure from Cole Catliff's dark blue BMW. That's for 5th and 6th position down through the old hairpin. Amazing variety as well that we get, of course, with the inclusion of the Kartech Puma Cup as well in this one. We'll pick up on who's leading Puma Cup in a moment. It will be way outside the top 30 cars. In fact, it's 33rd position, car number 144. Gary Jones has the early lead in the Puma Cup by the look of things. The leaders heading out of Coppice Corner. Alex Taylor at the wheel of the rotary engined Mazda, looking to see if he can make good his escape in this one. So, as always, the cars around him will have other ideas about him. We'll want to see what they can do to try and claw themselves back up into contention. But in a straight line, the Porsche has the speed. It's just that straights aren't quite long enough as far as Miles Maserati is concerned. So he catches the car, but can't get through. So on to the top of Craner curves. Another lap chalked into the book. And as they head down through the Craner curves. See as to whether Alex Taylor can start to do anything more into the pit lane. This is problems not early on, I'm afraid to say. The number 66 car into the pit lane, that's a Ginetta G20, another car, we've had a few of them that harks back to the one make championship that we had in the UK. So I think that will be one of the cars that was hoping to maybe get involved in the race, but wasn't able to because it was a reserve. And again, I think we had 41 cars try and qualify and only 40 are available, so it seems to have been a common problem over the course of the day. More drivers wanting to compete than we can physically get in. Miles Maserati last time through tried to chase down the Mazda, popped in the fastest lap of the race, so there goes that Ginetta out of harm's way. Miles Maserati still not as yet caught the Ginetta. Stuart Dayburn hasn't been caught by Dave Griffin, so the top four still as they were as they head towards Redgate Corner. Mazda from Porsche, TVR from BMW, 4 different marks represented inside the top 4 again. The one thing that I haven't done for this series is give you success seconds. Now Dave Griffin's BMW, that's 4th, has got extra seconds to spend in the pit lane. He will have 20 seconds to spend in the pit lane here because he was successful at Donington Park. Number 1, which is 71, which is Tony Blake. That car will have, and Aston Blake, 15 seconds additional time penalty to spend in the pits. And Carl Catliff, who is at the wheel of the number 5 BMW, he will have an extra 10 seconds to spend in the pit lane once the window opens. So that's the pit lane penalties that we need to worry about in this one, and all of those cars are inside the top 6. So the car that is in the hands of Carl Catliff is down in 6th position at the moment, so he's got less time to spend in the pits than anybody else. So for the lead of the race, over the start-finish line, they'll go again. Fights further down through the order. Lawrence Squires fighting away with a very unusual race car, the Nissan Almera. We don't have many of those that compete in the UK. Bounces over the curbs as it turns its way through the old hairpin and is now coming under pressure from the Volkswagen Beetle RSI, which is Daniel Birch's car. That's the race leaders are turning their way out of Redgate Corner, down through Hollywood and the Craner curves, with the Mazda having just about still hung on to the lead race. We've had a change for 3rd there. Dave Griffin propels the E36 BMW up inside of the TVR Tuscan. So that was sort of done as they came over the start-finish line. They were still together round through Redgate Corner, and finally, by the time they got to the old hairpin, he got the job done in total. So place gained, I think, there for Dave Griffin. The fastest lap of the race has actually gone to the car in 5th position, starting to close in on the lead 4, largely because they're all squabbling. But a 1 minute 18.124 now for the dark blue BMW, number 5, in the hands of Carl Catliff. Is now the fastest lap of the race that we've had so far. Again, squabbles all the way down through the order. Look at this train of cars going down the start-finish line and up towards Redgate Corner. Lotus fighting away with a couple of Ginetta G20s, Porsches, BMWs, including Lawrence Squires, and that Nissan Almera as well that I was talking about. That is a great little train of best part of a dozen cars heading down through the Craner curves. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, at least a dozen cars, all busy squabbling away as they go down through the Craner curves, with a little red Ginetta G20 at the front of that little fight. That's going to be Roger Hamilton's car, and that is 26th backwards, I think, is that little fight that we've got. But a great fight it is. For the lead of the race last time through, it was Miles Maserati that had picked up by 82 thousandths coming over the start-finish line the lead of the race. Is he still going to be able to hang on to that lead, though, as they're going to start to work their way towards some traffic before too much longer? Now, Alex Taylor was side by side with the Porsche as they came over the start-finish line. They'll be coming up towards the conclusion of the lap again before too much longer, with a raft of traffic that they're going to have to deal with. Dave Griffin was also up into 3rd and down to 4th when Stuart Dayburn's TVR Tuscan. But the traffic is going to have a pivotal role to play, I suspect, over the course of this race. Here comes Miles Maserati now. Yeah, weaving his way through the traffic. He's now caught up with that enormous batch of a dozen cars that Miles Maserati weaves one way. Alex Taylor is going with them. Dave Griffin is in there as well. The TVR Tuscan trying to thread its way through as well, which is Stuart Dayburn's car. They're all safely through some of the traffic, but there's still a lot more lappery needing to be done as they all head out at Redgate Corner. An enormous train of cars down through the Craner curves, with Miles Maserati picking most of them off. He's still got a few more to deal with. The Mazda with its lights on, threading its way through one back marker. Dave Griffin in third place at the wheel of the BMW, I think was a bit hesitant as to which side to go on David Whelan's 993 RSR Porsche there. He sort of moved to the left and then the right and then back to the left again and finally decided to pass on the right, so that would have lost him a little bit of time with the indecision, but that was more caution rather than anything else. And we'll see as to whether that's now putting that BMW back under pressure from the TVR Tuscan of Stuart Dayburn at a really busy circuit. The pit window is going to open in 60 seconds time as well, and the same process as previously. The pit window opens 10 minutes into the race, stays open for the next 15 and closes for the final 15. Everybody has to do a 2-minute pit stop from pit in to pit out. And remember, we have cars which have additional success seconds as well. So Dave Griffin in third place, car number 34, the BMW, over the start-finish line now. Under pressure from Carl Catliff, who's got himself ahead of Stuart Dayburn's TVR. The TVR fighting back on the run towards Redgate Corner. And they go side by side through Redgate Corner. So there's Dave Griffin. Then the blue BMW, followed by the grey TVR, picking their way through the traffic as well. So that's the fight for what is now going to be 3 places altogether, and Alex Taylor came through behind them on that lap. He had a poor lap, the Mazda, that time through, so that's now the fight for second, third and fourth places that's heading up towards McLean's Corner. See how they'll get on, because Alex Taylor at the wheel of his Mazda lost about 4 seconds on that lap. In fact, lost 7 seconds compared to his best lap, but about 4 seconds slower than everybody else was doing at the moment. Miles Maserati therefore leads the race, the 964 Turbo. He'll be handing over to brother Piers before too much longer. Good fight going on down through the order as well. Miles Maserati just coming up towards the conclusion of lap number 8 in this race. And Carl Catliff has now made it up a further place as well, so the number 5 BMW is now up into second position overall, under attack from Dave Griffin's BMW that's there in third place. The TVR Tuscan of Stuart Dayburn is much quicker in a straight line, but is not close enough by the time they get towards Redgate Corner. Alex Taylor is at the wheel of the Mazda RX-7, still looking to try and stay ahead of the Porsche RSR of Tony Blake for part 1 of this race. Pit window is now open, and we've got our first pit stopper already coming in. A nice early pit stop for Gary Jones, who is one of the contenders in the Puma Cup. Puma Cup, I ought to say, still being led at the moment. In fact, that's had a change. It's John Bolt now that's picked up the lead of the Puma Cup, the number 175 car. So that's the red and blue Puma, rather. And again, the Puma Cup is another very cheap way to go racing. You can pick up a Puma for less than £1,000 really, and then by the time you've bought all of the mandatory safety equipment, which is all a package that you buy, so you buy all of the kit that you need to change everything else on the car, including the safety systems like the fire extinguisher and the roll cage, and you can be on the grid for little more than £4,000 in the Puma Cup. Robin Hardy comes in to the pit lane, the man who through his Viren Builders company supports the Open Series that we have within the Classic Sports Car Club. But the battle's out on track, still continuing, including the little Porsche to Lotus battle, which is just heading down in towards the braking area for the old hairpin. It looks as though the number 95 Lotus trying to get into place on the way in towards the braking area. That's Nigel Hanman, Hannum that's behind the wheel of it, and the little Porsche 9680 was fighting away with, I think, was Adam Egar's car. So those two cars have been squabbling for a couple of laps now, and they are fighting over 18th and 19th positions. It was the last couple of places inside the top 20. More cars diving for the pit lane. Suzanne Williams is in. The number 35 car of Stephen Wilson is in. 196 comes to the pit lane as well, which is John Glover. So there's a few more opting to come in. Dave Griffin has come in on this lap as well. Now he is one of the cars that's got an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pit lane. In fact, is that Dave Griffin's car? No, that's the other white E36 that we've got that's got the red flashes to it. That's Tom Barley's car that's in the pit lane, not Dave Griffin's. They look very similar from the tail end. We've also got long time Porsche racer Richard Ellis in the pit lane as well. The other Porsches, however, all staying out, including the number 9 car of David Whelan. 55 Lawrence Squires is still pressing on at the wheel of his black E36. Former Jaguar racer was Lawrence. Carl Catliff comes in though. He's one of the front runners to come in. Extra 10 seconds in the pit stop for him. And also number 71, an extra 15 seconds in the pit stop for Tony Blake as he gives way to son Aston Blake. So pits are beginning to fill up now with cars. Racing still continuing out on track, and with Miles Maserati still leading the race overall. Number 31 Paul Livesley just turning his 968 Club Sport out of Redgate Corner. He is in 7th position at the moment, the number 31 Porsche. Down through the Craner curves he will go. More cars heading for the pit lane include John Bolt, who was the leader of the Puma category, so the leader of the Puma Cup coming in. John Bolt from 28th position. TVR Griffith out on circuit. Now that was a late starter to the race, the Griffith, and that is the car that Michael Blake is behind the wheel of. He was the first reserve on the original grid that was issued, but he's managed to slot himself through into the race. Alex Taylor is about to come up and lap that car before too much longer. He's also got the Nissan Almera that he'll need to deal with and try and work his way through, which is Daniel Cogswell. So Cogswell is picked off at the wheel of the Almera by our Mazda, which is still just dropping down through the order at this stage, but it has completed its pit stop, Alex Taylor's car, so it will start to carve its way up again before too much longer. For the lead of the race, Miles Maserati now enjoys 2.3 second advantage between himself and the number 34 BMW of Dave Griffin. Alex Taylor at the wheel of the Mazda RX-7 still trying to thread his way back up the order, having completed his pit stop. Dives up the inside of the Beetle RSR of Daniel Birch through the Robert chicane, and I think that will have been for position as well. Yes, it was for position, yeah, but the Beetle has not pitted. The Mazda RX-7 certainly has. So we're heading towards 24 minutes of the race remaining. The battle's still continuing out on circuit. Our race leader caught to the tune of a second last time through, so down the start finish line goes Miles Maserati in the lead of the race, and you can see the BMW right behind him there as they went up towards Redgate Corner, which was Dave Griffin. Stuart Dayburn's TVR was in 3rd place, but that's now sitting in the pit lane. So Stuart Dayburn, who qualified in 6th position, into the pit lane for his mandatory stop. The race leaders absolutely together, and Dave Griffin's got half an opportunity here to try and unlock the door to the lead of the race. He's hot on the heels of the race leading Porsche as they head round through Schwantz Curve and up towards McLean's Corner, but he's not quite going to be able to do it at McLean's Corner. But Porsche to BMW, nothing to choose between them that time as they turn their way through McLean's Corner. They'll be heading up towards Coppice now. They've dealt with the traffic for the moment. Lights on both of them. Miles Maserati leads. Dave Griffin there in 2nd position, and then turns his way onto the start-finish straight. Dave Griffin, I can't remember whether he's Aussie or Kiwi, but has that great little dulcet tone from that part of the world when you chat to him. But he really is starting to turn the screw and ask a few questions now of Miles Maserati, who's having to drive overtime at the wheel of the Porsche. Big lick of flame out the back of the turbo. The Porsche as it heads down the start-finish straight. Another big lick of flame. The unburnt fuel igniting as it comes out of the exhaust, lighting the autumn sky here at Donington Park. And as they now turn their way out of Redgate Corner, the BMW, you can see the tail end of the BMW just starting to oversteer a little bit on the way out as Dave Griffin is on the very edge of adhesion, but the car is just sort of dancing around, and he's controlling as it tries to sort of snap away from him every second as he applies the power to try and keep up with the Porsche. So it's the 2.9 or 3 litre really BMW, the normally aspirated car that sits there in second place, the 3.2 litre turbocharged Porsche, but a far older car and a far more difficult car to drive, I would imagine, continuing to lead the race. They are still together. They've got more traffic to deal with. David Whelan's Porsche, the 993 RSR, is in harm's way, and that's the opportunity that Dave Griffin wanted to pounce for the lead of the race. He goes through to take the lead of the race. Miles Maserati was slightly hesitant through the traffic. Dave Griffin was hugely decisive, so the BMW now takes up the lead of the race, and it's going to see what it might be able to do to try and pull away ever further. Through he's gone over the start-finish line. Another lap completed, and that now means that he is leading the race. We've also got a slow TVR Tuscan at the top of the Craner curves, which I just spotted in the shot there, and I do think that might be Stuart Dayburn that's had a problem. Dave Griffin, no such issues though. He now leads the race, heading through Hollywood and down through the Craner curves. And then as he heads down towards the bottom of the Craner curves, are we going to see Stuart Dayburn's car? No, cut to a different shot on the stream and couldn't quite pick out whether that was Stuart Dayburn's car. According to this, he's in the pit lane at the moment, but I can't see the TVR down there. I think it had just left the pit lane, but I'm not sure we'll see it anymore in this race. The Puma Cup lead, by the way, at the moment has been taken over by, or had been taken over by car number 690, which was Ben Isaacs, but he's now dived for the pit lane. So we'll have to pick up on who's leading the Puma Cup next time they come through. Our race leader, the BMW number 34 car of Dave Griffin, not that far ahead of the Porsche, Miles Maserati, who is too far away still at this stage. The TVR is still there, so here comes Stuart Dayburn now over the start-finish line. TVR looks and sounds fine, I've got to say, and the lap time for it isn't working. Yeah, so it's not working, its transponder has failed. Instead, what we do now have is the second place Porsche heading into the pit lane. So into the pit lane comes Miles Maserati, ready to hand over to Brother Piers for part two of the race. The 964 Turbo, but continuing on his merry way in the lead of the race is number 34, which is Dave Griffin. 19 3/4 minutes of the race to go, which means there are 4 3/4 minutes before the pit window closes. Also another Porsche in, that is David Whelan to give way to Aidan Farrell, the two Irishmen. Pit lane looking rather busy as well, with at least 10 or a dozen cars all in there out of the 40 that started this race. And still with cars at the front end still to pit. What we haven't got is number 34 Dave Griffin's BMW in, and also the metallic green BMW. Number 56 has not pitted yet. That's Alan Thompson. If memory serves me correctly, Alan Thompson is usually one of those that tends to pit at the very tail end of the pit window. Well, we're now 4 minutes away from that. Dave Griffin for the 16th time through the chicane, and he's going to go for the pit lane this time. So the race leader into the pit lane, as down at the old hairpin, Alex Taylor at the wheel of the Mazda still continues. So here's Dave Griffin coming into the pit lane now. Where's he going to park? He's going to park just behind the Nissan Almera of Daniel Cogswell that is just concluding its pit stop. So there is Dave Griffin in the pit lane. The pit lane still looking rather full. A few more cars now have seen the 2 minutes tick away, so they can trundle their way back out, but it will be not stationary for 2 minutes, but from breaking the beam at pit in to breaking the beam at pit out can't be any less than 120 seconds. The mechanics go to work adjusting the tyre pressures just to drop a bit of pressure out to try and improve the grip levels on the car. It'll be another while yet before we see Dave Griffin back in the race. It now means that number 56, which will be Alan Thompson, will have picked up the lead of the race at this stage. So his metallic green BMW will now be the race leader. Back out of the pit lane goes the number 46 Porsche, now in the hands of Piers Maserati. So Miles done with driving, Piers now on board. Piers, who's raced at Le Mans in the past and was a British GT champion as well, and is now tasked with seeing what they might be able to do. Can they squeeze a bit more pace out of the 964 and bring the race back to Dave Griffin? That wasn't a lot between them before they came into the pits. There goes our race lead now. That's the car that leads the race at the moment, heading round through Coppice Corner. That is Alan Thompson's BMW that leads, so he always tends to leave it until the very back end of the window before he comes in. So green BMW heading in towards the braking area for Roberts, can continue around for one more lap. If he doesn't, then he will be faced with the same issue that John Cutmore had in the Magnificent Sevens and Alex Tate had in the Turbo Tin Tops. But no, Alan Thompson wise to that. He dives into the pit lane and therefore comes in to start his pit stop before the window closes. So that is exactly the right thing to do. The penalty that was given to John Cutmore, and I'm sure will go the way of Alex Tate, is a 2-lap penalty if you pit outside of the window. So it's well worth Alan coming into the pit lane. Trundling his way back down the pit lane, having conducted his pit stop, now goes Dave Griffin once more. So he exits and rejoins the race. Where does he rejoin relative to Piers Maserati? Well, I'll pick up on the next lap because I couldn't see the Porsche. Now we've got black and white warning flags going out for a couple of cars, one of which is the Ford Puma of Mark Jackson, car 142, with regards to track limits. The other car is the number 35 Porsche 944 Turbo of Stephen Wilson, who is inside the top 10, car number 35, and he's only just ahead of Richard Ellish's Porsche, the number 3 993 Carrera 2. So he needs to be careful, because if he continues to transgress the circuit limits, there could be a time penalty that would be applied to him. So Dave Griffin, at the moment, looking as though he has had the better pit stop and the far more effective pit stop. So single driver staying in and just getting tyre pressures adjusted, but it will be Piers Maserati who goes over the start-finish line now, will take up the lead of the race. And Alex Taylor will be in second place. It was a slower stop for Dave Griffin, actually. He will be in third place by the time we've cycled through the pit stops. It'll be the next lap through when the timing screens fully correct themselves, because we've still got Alan Thompson sitting in the pit lane at the moment. He will be waved out, but as he broke the beam at pit lane entry, it shows him at the top of the times. But he has, while he's been stationed in the pit lane, been passed by the cars on the race side. So Piers Maserati leading the race. Alex Taylor's Mazda, that went off the boil a little bit, but last time through, the Mazda actually did the best lap that it's done of the race so far. Not the best lap, about a second shy of that. The best lap has still been done by Carl Catliff's number 5 BMW. He runs in 5th place. That was a 1:17.404. Alex Taylor's Mazda having just done its individual best lap of the race at a 1:18.403. So 999 thousandths of a second slower than the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far. So there is Carl Catliff. That's the 5th place car heading out of Coppice Corner, looking to see what he might be able to do. Race leader over the start finish line. Miles Maserati leads. There's the Mazda in second place, not that far behind, both of them with their lights ablaze as they head up towards Redgate Corner. The Porsche leading the Mazda. Dave Griffin in 3rd place, but only just, as Carl Catliff in 4th place sets the fastest lap of the race. The blue number 5 BMW setting the fastest lap of the race, Carl Catliff. And then that's instantly bettered by Aston Blake, 1 minute 17.115 at the wheel of the Porsche. So the number 71 Porsche with the fastest lap. So for Miles Maserati, needs to keep pressing on. Lights on Alan Thompson's car heading up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner as he tries to deal with some traffic. The ability to stop out until the back end of the window seems to have helped him again, Alan Thompson. Mind you, he started 9th, he's running 8th at the moment, so it hasn't helped him enormously. In previous rounds it's had a much, much greater effect, but he's at least now ahead of a car or two relative to him, the starting positions on the grid. In towards a braking area for the Robert Chicane comes Piers Maserati, picks off one of the Ginettas, and the Mazda of Alex Taylor in 2nd position over the start finish line. Back marker car between them, lead advantage shrinking a little bit on that lap. Dave Griffin's BMW number 34 is in 3rd place, and Carl Catliff is still closing on him. It's now down to 1.4 seconds between the two BMW E36s. The white car of Dave Griffin, and the dark blue car in the hands of Carl Catliff, but none of this will worry Piers Maserati, because he'll be focused on making sure that that Mazda RX-7 of Alex Taylor stays firmly behind him. Working his way, Alex Taylor in the Mazda, the rotary engine car with the Wankel engine, through Schwantz curve up towards the right-hander at McLean's corner. And then as he heads out of McLean's corner, you can see, agonisingly, tantalisingly see the race leader ahead of him. He's pushing as hard as he can to try and close the gap. The gap between the pair of them, 2.7 seconds at the beginning of lap number 20, which is what they're on. And as we head towards the conclusion of the lap, that looks to have grown a little bit further for me. So here comes Piers Maserati over the start-finish line, including another lap. The Mazda very sideways coming into view out of Roberts, and the moment was sort of gathered up, but it slewed sideways a little bit there for Alex Taylor. So that would have spiked the heart rate slightly. That means that lead advantage is now to 3.6 seconds Porsche back to Mazda. Dave Griffin, number 34, in fourth place, has got the hurry up a bit more. I think he realised that Carl Catliff was closing at the wheel of the BMW and continued to push a bit more to try and maintain the gap at least. And then we've got the number 71 Porsche of Aston Blake in fifth place, the TVR Tuscan number 70 of Stuart Dayburn in sixth place. Paul Livesey's, in fact, Stuart Dayburn's dropped to seventh on that lap because Paul Livesey has gone through the number 31 Porsche up to sixth. And also Alan Thompson's number 56 BMW has gone through, so Stuart Dayburn, I think that's the transponder issue with that car. It isn't working, so he drops down through the order and then they'll correct it and slot him back in. So Stuart Dayburn is indeed heading down through the Craner curves, even though on the timing screen he's dropped down through the order. So he is still there and he will get slotted back in because he's being timed manually rather than electronically at this stage. So back over the start-finish line goes our race leader. Traffic that needs dealing with for Miles Maserati in the autumn skies now, with the cloud and the sun. The lights looking a little bit brighter now on Miles Maserati. We've still got one further 30-minute race to come after this one as well, and we've still got 10 minutes of this race to go. So it's going to be starting to get a little bit dark for our final Gold Arts Magnificent 7 race. Miles Maserati and Piers Maserati, they just need to keep pushing on. Miles having started the car, Piers having taken over, the 964 Turbo leading the race, the Mazda in second position in the hands of Alex Taylor. There's the variety you can get it also with the modern classics, with Porsches and BMWs and Mazdas and TVRs. You added to that Ginettas and things like the Volkswagen Beetle, Lotus Elise. We've got Nissan Almiras, Toyota Supras, we've got the MG Rover, and of course we haven't even touched on the Ford Pumas either, of which, by the way, the Ford Puma is being led, the Cup, the Cartech Motorsport Puma Cup is being led by 175.
Right, welcome back to the assembly area. It's almost time for the magnificent second and
30th position currently, and actually only has about a quarter of a second between itself and the car that's second in the Puma Cup, which is the black car of Gary Jones. So that's a battle that's well worth watching out for as they continue around the circuit. In fact, it's changed as they've gone over the start-finish line now. Gary Jones, up towards Redgate Corner, has just taken the lead of the Puma Cup. Number 20, which is going to be having a great little battle. That's the little Lotus of David Sharp, car prepared by his partner Tina, having a good little squabble out there. But for the lead of the race, Miles Maserati is just managing to build the advantage all of the time now. And Alex Taylor is just, I'm afraid, coming up very slightly short. Got a big raft of cars over the start-finish line, all busy trying to sort themselves out. Porsches and Toyotas and Ginettas heading up towards Redgate Corner. But our race leader, Miles Maserati, is looking reasonably untroubled at this stage, turning his way out of the Robert chicane onto the start-finish line with now 7.5 minutes to go and an ever-increased margin. The best of the fights now is going to be for second and third position, because Alex Taylor in second place Dave Griffin in third and Carl Catliffe in fourth are absolutely together heading up towards Redgate Corner. So out of Redgate goes the race leader, but back at Redgate, second, third and fourth are all together heading through and out of the corner. Those spits of flame from the Porsche getting ever lighter as the unburnt fuel ignites again, coming out of the exhaust, but Miles Maserati isn't under pressure. Alex Taylor in second place, not that far behind him, only 7 seconds behind, is very much under pressure. Been able to work his way through the BMW and ahead now, not quite, up towards Schwantz Curve, on towards McLean's corner goes this 3-car fight for second, third and fourth position, and it looks as though Carl Catliffe has been able to unlock the door and he's taken third place away from Dave Griffin. So we're looking at the action from Redgate Corner. The best of the battles is at Coppice at the moment, fighting over second and third. Here comes Miles Maserati in towards Roberts. Another lap chalked off. What about the squabble that's going on behind? Carl Catliffe, having just taken third place away, is coming back under attack from Dave Griffin. They're both trying to attack the Mazda as well. The Mazda's the cork in the bottle. The two BMWs behind. Carl Catliffe flashes the lights coming out of the Roberts chicane, but that's not going to put off the Mazda that lies ahead. But Carl Catliffe is having to drive a very wide BMW in third place. He's got Dave Griffin moving to his the left-hand side on the approach in towards Redgate Corner. Dave Griffin might try and switch back on the exit, get a bit more momentum coming off the corner, but no, for the moment he's going to sit behind the BMW as they head down through the Craner curves. There's traffic to deal with as well, which is David Sharp's Lotus Elise Series 1. Needs to get out of the harm's way. That just compromised Alex Taylor's run in the Mazda down through the Craner curve. So the Mazda getting caught by Carl Catliffe's BMW that was a little bit slower coming out of the old hairpin and is now under attack again from the white E36 in the hands of Dave Griffin, who's dropped from third to fourth and is desperate to try and get himself back on the podium slots once more. Tried it, didn't quite work, and now all of a sudden Carl Catliffe is attacking the Mazda. So three of them still together, great little fight. Now, one of these three drivers here is going to miss out on a podium spot. Somebody will be disappointed. And at the moment, the three of them are absolutely together. The Nissan Almera of Daniel Cogsworth is trying to get out of harm's way. The Mazda of Alex Taylor under pressure from Carl Catliffe, who's much quicker in a straight line and very brave on the brakes. Carl Catliffe gets the car turned in to Robert chicane as well. Maybe used a bit more of the curve than he intended, but he didn't then get the momentum coming off the corner, and that slowed him down, and that means that Alex Taylor retakes the position, and it now also means that Dave Griffin has the opportunity to draw his white BMW alongside the dark blue one and sweep his way around the outside at Redgate Corner, looking to try and gain the place. Not going to do it. There's more traffic for them to deal with as well. 4.5 minutes of this race to go, and what a fight we have for second, third and fourth place. Alex Taylor, Carl Catliffe in the blue BMW, then the white car of Dave Griffin. Alex Taylor trying to close the door on Carl Catliffe heading in towards the old hairpin, but the door was open. Catliffe goes through, Dave Griffin goes through, the Mazda loses 2 places, and now Dave Griffin gains 1 as well. So he gains 2 places at the wheel of the white BMW from 4th to 2nd. Alex Taylor loses 2 places and goes from 2nd to 4th, and Carl Catliffe briefly gained 1 place and actually ends up in the same position after all of that. And they are still at it as they head up towards Coppice Corner. Leaping over the curbs goes Dave Griffin. Carl Catliffe's blue BMW not that far behind in 3rd position. And poor old Alex Taylor didn't do a lot wrong there really, other than he didn't quite get the door closed going into the old hairpin. That allowed the blue BMW of Carl Catliffe through, which meant that the door was still slightly open for Dave Griffin, whose run into the old hairpin wasn't compromised and he got better drive coming off. And it was as simple as that. That's what's put that car in 2nd place, the number 34 car, up into 2nd position. Dave Griffin still with work to do though, just carving his way past Roger Hamilton's Ginetta G20, I think that was, on the exit of Redgate Corner. And then Carl Catliffe will have that same task to do over the course of the next couple of turns, which he does on the way in towards the old hairpin. I think the fire might have gone out of Alex Taylor's belly a little bit, the wheel of the Mazda. Understandably disappointed with the fact that he didn't do a great deal wrong. So Piers Maserati now leading by 7.9 seconds as a result of this great fight that had been going on. The Nissan Almera of Daniel Cogsworth fighting away with Roger Hayes' Toyota Supra. Those two were on the same row of the grid, I think, as well. They were both on the 16th row of the grid. The Toyota was ahead of the Almera in qualifying. what's going on in the race between them. They are still fighting for position. Now, that was for position as well. That was for 26th and 27th position that they were squabbling over. So that's a good little fight. Now, Alex Taylor, the next thing he needs to do is be really careful here. He is already, the Mazda dropped down into 4th place as he comes out of Robert Chicane. Look in his mirrors, he's got a dark grey Porsche with its lights ablaze right behind him. So through goes Dave Griffin in 2nd place at Redgate Corner, then Carl Catliffe in 3rd. But now it's the fight for 4th and 5th. The Mazda and the Porsche behind is the one to watch out for, because I do think that Alex Taylor might lose a further place here if what will be the Porsche can squeeze its way through. Now, it was started by Father Tony Blake. It's now in the hands of Aston Blake. And again, that Mazda is all over the shop. I think the tyres are about shot on the Mazda, because again, midway through the Craner curves, there's a bit of a wiggle on the tail end of the rotary engine Mazda. They carve their way past what is Benjamin Isaac's Ford Puma on the run through Schwantz Curve. Miles Maserati already pressing on up towards Coppice Corner. Dave Griffin in the BMW in 2nd place. The blue BMW of Carl Catliffe is in 3rd. And in 4th place, Alex Taylor might just leave the door open here for Aston Blake if he's not careful. No, he just gets the Mazda over and covers off the run and the one in towards Coppice Corner. Can the Porsche of Aston Blake get a better run coming off the corner and try and squeeze its way through? The two of them are running almost side by side down the straight. Aston Blake has got the Porsche to the right hand side of Alex Taylor, which means he's got the inside line into the braking area for the Robert Chicane. And have we had the change? Yes, we have, going in towards the Robert Chicane, but then Aston Blake was a little bit slower coming out. So Alex Taylor draws himself back alongside, but is on the outside line for the next corner. Tries to squeeze Aston Blake, but he has enough room to get the Mazda through and ahead of the Porsche. So they've swapped, and they've swapped back again. And now as they come out of Redgate Corner, Aston Blake wants the overlap. He's trying to get it swapped back again, but I think Alex Taylor just has enough speed coming off the corner. Aston Blake is brave going down through the Craner curves and tries to hang the Porsche on the outside of the second part of the Craner curves, get the inside for the old hairpin, and they've swapped again. Yeah, so they've swapped back, and they've swapped for a 3rd time, all within the space of half a lap in reality, and this is all for 4th and 5th position. Great stuff amongst the Classic Sports Car Club Cartech Motorsport Modern Classics competitors. Leading the Puma Cup, I ought to say. Now it is car number 144 that leads the Puma Cup, which is Gary Jones, having taken that away from John Bolt a few laps ago. He has opened up a reasonable gap at the lead of the Puma Cup. Some of the Puma Cup competitors, including John Bolt, just being lapped there by the quicker cars, fighting for 4th and 5th place. For the lead of the race, though, Miles Maserati comes through to claim the win and grab the victory. It's going to be Dave Griffin that will finish in 2nd position. Carl Catliffe in 3rd place, and 4th place on the charge to the line is just going to be Aston Blake by half a car's length in the end from the Mazda of Alex Taylor. But that was a great little fight between those two in the closing stages of it. But yeah, when I say half a car length, what I mean is 37 thousandths of a second was the gap between them. So it's Piers and Miles Maserati, number 46, that grabbed the win at the wheel of their Porsche. 2nd is the number 34 BMW of Dave Griffin, and 3rd is number 5 Carl Catliffe. 4th place is 71, the pairing of Tony and Aston Blake. 5th place is number 166, which is Alex Taylor, and 7th place is Stuart Dayburn, just taking the checkered flag now in 6th position. 7th place should be number 31 Paul Livesey, who heads over the start-finish line now to grab the 7th place. 8th place goes away of number 56, which will be Alan Thompson. He's just coming towards the checkered flag now as he finishes in 8th place. He's the last of the cars on the lead lap as well, by the way. 9th place and a lap adrift was number 3 Richard Ellis, and completing the top 10 was number 35, which was Stephen Wilson with his Porsche. So another great race put on by the Classic Sports Car Club. That time it was the Cartech Motorsport Modern Classics and the Cartech Motorsport Puma Cup. The Puma Cup, by the way, was secured in the end by the car that took the lead midway through that race. Gary Jones was the first car home in the Cartech Puma Cup, so congratulations to him. John Bolt in the end was about 10 seconds behind in 2nd position, and John Glover completed the podium for the Puma Cup, who was a further 15 seconds adrift of that. So the cars heading back around on their slowing down lap. We have one further race to come for you here on day 1 of the Classic Sports Car Club, and that will be the 2nd race of the day for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. We had a race for them earlier on the amended result. If you recall, we saw one car not dive for the pit lane. That car, which was John Cutmore, was given a 2-lap penalty as a result of ultimately pitting outside of the pit window, so it was a very draconian penalty, but that We'll give you that grid for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens very shortly. In the meantime, if you are watching online, we will hand you back downstairs to Ian Waterhouse, who is hopefully going to catch up with some of the drivers.
Everybody, here we are. We're down at the Parc Ferme as such, and I'm here with the winners. Car number 46, the Porsche. We've got the Maserati duo, shall we say, probably the best name. Here's David Griffin as well. Massive, huge race by him as well. So we'll grab a quick word. Let's see if I can get Dave to come there. Congratulations is in order. That was some race. You started on pole and you ended up taking a checkered flag. Just let you get your helmet off. A little bit quick on the draw there.
That's all right, mate.
At least you got a smile on your face. That's one thing.
Yeah. It was weird. We had a brake problem, so it was quite hard, and I had a few moments passing people. But yeah, I'm really happy. We've had first time we've had the car out since Spa a year and a half ago.
Wow. Okay.
And yeah, it went really well. I'm disappointed. We were in the Mazda earlier, leading the way, and then the starter motor failed. So I feel sorry for Jimmy, my normal co-driver, in that. But Miles did a great job at the start. Car was fantastic, yeah.
It looks fantastic. You've also got arguably the coolest name ever to go racing with. When are we next going to see this out?
I guess it's going to be next year now. I've given it a good run now, and we'll come back and do modern classics again with the car.
Brilliant.
And hopefully we'll get a full championship. COVID.
I hope so. Fingers crossed.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thank you for talking to us. And here's a familiar face, Dave O'Griffin. Dave, we must stop meeting like this. Look, second place, you were really closing down at the end, though, weren't you? One more lap, maybe, might have even been enough, do you think?
Yeah, it's a bit hard to tell. The tyres were getting pretty cooked at different phases of that race, and it was so hectic. It's a real credit to the flaggies who are getting everyone through the back markers, that kind of thing, and to these guys for being able to drive alongside each other for that much of the time with the tyres that cooked.
At one point, I mean, you were overtaking so many, there was about 6, 7, 8, you were just blasting through them. I mean, incredible stuff. Because it's such a tight field, does it impact quite a bit? Does that burn your tyres up a little bit?
Yeah, it does. And funnily enough, if you're not in clean air, it tends to cook your tyres a bit or overpressure them a bit. But it's like an arcade game out there. I mean, there's so many cars and there's so many big sweeping corners. It's like nothing else on earth. It's a great place, Donington.
Quick question for you, David. Is there anything you don't race in?
I'm trying to max it out, right? I'm trying to get in as much as I can. It's a really short summer you have here, so we're trying to make the most of it.
That's true. Look, in that case, I'll probably see you next weekend doing something.
Hopefully.
Cheers, Dave. Congratulations. Second place on the grid there. Right, it's time for the final race of the weekend. So I'm going to hand back to the circuit. Right, welcome back to the assembly area. It's almost time for the magnificent second sevens to go out again. It's time for their second race of the day. Remember, they were out a little bit earlier, weren't they? Tim Davies was so happy to get that race win. He was delighted. But we've come a little bit further down the grid this time. Make sure we don't get run over. Just have a quick chat with some of the drivers just to sort of see how they're feeling. Let's have a quick word over here. We've got the Lancashire Browning car. Let's grab a quick word. Hello.
Hello there. How are you?
I'm very warm because I'm right by your exhaust pipe here, and it's
At least you're warm, I'm freezing.
Look, race one, how did it go for you?
Really well. A bit confusing with the start, with obviously doing a second formation lap. All of us were a bit puzzled, so lost a few places, but really happy overall, second in class, so that was really good.
So for race 2 then,
So for
first
race
in
two,
class, right?
We want number 1 this time.
That's what we want.
But no, really, really good. Nice bunch of guys. Obviously, I'm raising awareness for Tesco the Cancer with One Ball Racing Team.
Yep.
So everyone that's watching, please log on to my Facebook page and add me up on One Ball Racing and spread the word of Tesco the Cancer with guys checking themselves.
We will definitely do that.
Thank you, I
Thanks
appreciate
for shout out for that. That's fantastic stuff. Best of luck. We're going to be watching.
Thank you, guys.
First in class, this man is going to come first in class. He's promised us. Right, let's keep moving down. Let's go over here. We've got Ryan Grant over here. Let's have a quick word because he hasn't got his helmet on yet. I'm really sorry I picked you because you haven't got your helmet on.
How you doing?
I'm not too bad. How are you, more importantly? Are you ready for race 2?
I'm good. It's a bit cold.
It's a little bit nippy. It's getting dark. Does that change anything, or is it just go, go, go?
It's go, go, go. We haven't got lights.
You haven't got lights?
We don't have lights, do we?
Of course you don't. It's a bit strange that they put you out very last then.
Yeah. But it's all good. We had a good race last time, so it'll be a good time. Was it good to watch?
Fantastic to watch. These things, no one gets away, do they, really?
No.
It's brilliant.
No, unless somebody goes off, that's the only way you get away. So,
that's very true.
It's all good.
Well, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck for the race. I better let you guys get ready because, if it gets dark, we can't race, can we? Let's head over here, shall we? We've got. Oh, I remember one of these cars. I know this car very well. Hello. Good afternoon. Normally it's almost night time now, is it? We're just saying it's getting pretty dark, isn't it? You haven't got lights. No. Does that cause any problems, or is it just not really? Who cares? Just go.
I find the old carrot diet helps quite well.
Right. Okay. Right. Fantastic. What are you expecting for this race then? Second race of the day. What are you going for?
Well, this isn't my car. I'm borrowing it. So
yes. I recognise the car actually from another race series.
Just to finish in one piece will be quite nice.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck. Enjoy it, won't you?
Thank you very much.
So cars get underway. Apologies for late start if you're here at the circuit, which is finishing a VT on the live stream. Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, final 30-minute race of the day getting underway. Rich Webb and Tim Davis side by side through the first corner. Who's going to come out in the lead as they all carve their way through? It is going to be Rich Webb from Tim Davis, I think that is, that sits there in second position. Looks like Gary Bate in third place. A bit of a lock-up from Rich Webb though, going in towards the old hairpin. Just briefly, he got back off the brakes again and made sure that he got the wheel rotating again before he turned into the corner, but just slightly missed the apex. Didn't cost him huge amounts of time. Tim Davis was just far enough behind him. 30-minute race for these cars, and we will see as to who's going to come out on top. And now there are no time penalties, I don't think, that we need to worry about in this one, because it's their second race of the day. It's usually just in the first main race of the day where we have the time penalties, but they'll all want to try and push as hard as they possibly can in this slightly shorter race. So as they head up towards the conclusion of the first lap, 30-minute race, nice and easy. The pit window opens, there's still mandatory pit stops, but it's the middle 10 minutes of the race, as simple as that. Rich Webb leads the race. It is going to be Tim Davis in second place, but under pressure from Gary Bates, who's closing on him as they headed towards the braking area for Redgate corner. He's not quite going to be able to squeeze his way through. Colin Watson's white car with its day glow flashes sitting there in fourth position, but he was also under attack heading in towards Redgate corner. That was Stephen Riley that was right behind him when they pitched their way in towards the right-hander that starts the 1.979 mile lap here at Donington Park on the national circuit. Top three just breaking away a little bit. Another three fighting over fourth, fifth and sixth position. On his own in seventh is Richard Carter, really, the light green car. Eighth place is going to be number 25, and that is going to be a car that I think went really well in the first race, which was Matthew Drew. Didn't ultimately finish in the top 10. No, he's just outside. He was in 12th position, but had some good spells in that. And number 98, John Cutmore, who pitted outside of the window in race number 1. Let's see whether he remembers to pit inside the window in race number 2. Albeit the pit windows are different because it's a shorter race. So you never know is the answer. So we've got somebody, I'm afraid, in the Robert chicane, slap bang in the middle of the Robert chicane, and that is not in a safe position. And surely I think we might see a safety car come out. Yeah, yellow flags are being readied, lights are on the safety car. It's still in pit lane, it's not headed out to circuit yet, so it is on standby, the safety car. That is for absolute sure. But what they'll do is they'll let the field go through, and then the safety car can come out and pick up the race leader. But that stranded car is going to bring about the safety car. I'm not sure which one it was. It was one of the light blue cars. Could have been the number 62 car, Mel Taylor. I don't think so. I'll have to wait and see as to who it is that doesn't come through and who's tumbling down through the order. The Taylors do come through. So who is it that's not come through on the first lap? It's number 2 car, or the number 40 car, I think. So it is number 2, I think, Matthew Lambert's car that has brought about what is now a safety car period. So safety car boards are out there. The safety car is waiting at the end of pit lane. It is just letting the last couple of cars go through, so that when it accelerates out of pit lane, it can pick up the race leaders. So the battle that we've been having at the sharp end between Rich Webb and Tim Davis and Gary Bate will just have to halt for a brief period of time. So out comes the safety car. The drivers pick up on the fact that there are some bright orange lights in the distance. Certainly if you're watching online, the pictures still look as though it's reasonably bright here, but out of tinted commentary box windows, it looks rather dark now, but that's somewhat exacerbated by the fact that I'm looking through tinted glass as well. So 25 minutes just over of the race to go. We didn't get much racing in before the safety car. 2 cars didn't come through at the end of the first lap of the race. One of them was number 40 that didn't come through. So not quite sure what might have happened with that car. I don't actually think that it appeared on the original grid for this race. Yes, it did. Stephen James. Yes, Stephen James is there. He was 34th on the original grid that was issued, but his car is white. The car that's in the gravel trap at the Roberts chicane is light blue, and the other car that did not come through is number 2, which is Matthew Lambert. He was scheduled to have shared the car with Richard Lambert, but ultimately then decided to drive solo in this one, and that car is light blue. It's light blue with black wheel arches, and that sort of ties up with the colour of the car that I saw in the gravel trap at Roberts chicane. So we will give that car a shove out of the way. The good thing is that a Caterham is reasonably light, and therefore a couple of BMMC marshals should be able to give that car a push and get it out of harm's way. And the other good thing is that the safety car came out, and because it was so early on in the race, it was reasonably easy to come out and collect the leader. So the cars are lined up in race order now behind the safety car, so we don't have, as we saw in the earlier on where the safety car was deployed much later in the race, we had to reshuffle the pack. We won't have to do that in this one. So once the car is out of harm's way, which I say shouldn't take long, we should be able to resume our second and final Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens race of the day here, and our final race of the day as well. We get things back underway with qualifying at 9:15 in the morning. We are scheduled to have our first race before 10 o'clock in the morning, which will be for the Special Saloons and Mod Sports, which also incorporates Bernie's V8s. Then we'll go back to qualifying, and then if you're watching online, the live stream will be back up again to see our first race of the day in highlight form, and then from that we will then be live for the rest of the day. So if you want to watch the first race of the day, you won't be able to see it live on the stream, but you will be able to catch it, I think, on the run in to our broadcast tomorrow afternoon. If you're here at the circuit, of course, we'll cover the first race with commentary and then stay silent again over the course of qualifying. So safety car heading up towards Redgate Corner. Still lots of weaving being done to try and maintain some sort of tyre temperature in what are coolish conditions out there now, as we are now towards the tail end of September, aren't we? We'll soon be into October by next weekend, and then it's only another 4 weeks and the clocks change as well, and then it will seem very dark, won't it? And race meetings start to have to finish earlier and earlier and earlier. But the one good thing is that we have got through most of the 2020 season. Yes, it started late. Yes, it's been a little bit compressed. Yes, there haven't been as many race meetings, but we have kept racing, thankfully, since we started racing back in July, and let's hope that we can maintain that, get this season finished off, and then I'm sure everybody will agree, hopefully 2021 will return to normal, or whatever the new normal will be. Who only knows. But we've still got 2 further race meetings after this for the Classic Sports Car Club, and back-to-back weekends I think they are as well, with one at Castle Combe down in Wiltshire and the final one being at Mallory Park, not that far away from Donington Park in Leicestershire. So that's sort of last weekend of October, first weekend of November. All of the details on that you can find on the club's website if you want to look at it, which is classicsportscarclub.com, classicsportscarclub.co.uk. So lights on the safety car. I would imagine they will get extinguished at the end of this lap, and then it will peel its way into the pit lane, and we'll get there or thereabouts 21 and a half minutes, I would have thought, by the time it's into the pit lane. 21 and a half minutes of racing ready to go, with Rich Webb ready to get things back underway. Lights are out on the safety car, so the safety car will accelerate away from Rich Webb, who for the moment himself and Tim Davis are just sort of weaving from side to side, and then it's up to Rich Webb to decide when he wants to go. Once he's gone, he's got to keep accelerating, and it looks as though he is for the moment, just slowing things up. And then here we go, he gets the race back underway. Rich Webb accelerates his way over the start-finish line, in the lead of the race. No overtaking until you've got over the start-finish line either. So up towards Redgate Corner. Rich Webb leads the race. Tim Davis in second place. Gary Bates sitting there in third place. Fourth place is Colin Watson, who sits there in fourth place. And fifth and sixth were side by side heading in towards that area of it. So that was the number 85 car of David Watson that was going wheel to wheel with Stephen Riley's Caterham Blackbird, the motorcycle engine car. Did he make it through? No, I don't think he did. No, it's still the Spire that sits there at the bottom of the top six at the moment. The second of the two Spires, number 98, John Cutmore, is in seventh place. Richard Carter is in eighth place. Ben Simmons is ninth. Now that is a fantastic haul through the order. Ben qualified for the first race on the outside of the front row of the grid at the wheel of car number 14, but he retired, and this grid is derived from the finishing positions from race number 1. So that meant that on the grid, yes, there were a couple of gaps in there. Ben Simmons started this race in 35th position. He's now up into 9th place, and you consider that 2 of those laps of the 5 that they've done so far were under safety car. He's had a bit of a good start, hasn't he, Ben Simmons? So watch out for number 14. Over the start-finish line now come. Still, Rich Webb continuing to lead the way. Tim Davis with him and sitting firmly in the slipstream. Gary Bate has lost the toe a little bit this time and is coming under a bit more pressure from Colin Watson that sits behind. Ben Simmons, I think, is looking to see what he can do to try and get involved in the squabble at the front as well, and I think he might have almost picked a place up there on the run in towards Redgate Corner, but that's at the tail end of this little first gaggle of cars. The leading pair getting away again now and are starting to squabble. It's then another 3. Did Ben Simmons pick up a place? Yes, he did. So another place picked up. He's ahead of Stephen Riley now, so he's now no longer in 9th. He'll be up into 7th position, because he got himself through in ahead of the number 25 car of Matthew Drew on the run in towards Redgate Corner, and then he's also squeezed his way past the next one on the exit, I think. So Ben Simmons from 35th on the grid. This is the number 14 car, now up into 7th place and in the train really to pick up a few more places. The leaders heading in towards the braking area for the Robert chicane. Back Gary Bate under pressure for 3rd place as Colin Watson sneaks through up the inside and will go through yet. The Boss Racing car goes through. Number 92, Colin Watson grabs 3rd position. Gary Bates down to 4th place. 5th place is David Watson. Then it's John Cutmore in 6th place, but John Cutmore is under attack from the car almost off the back of the grid. Ben Simmons now at the wheel of that white and black Caterham as they thread their way back out of Redgate Corner. The leading 2 still together. We saw a great race from this pair earlier on when ultimately then Tim Davis finished some way adrift, but Tim Davis is going to want to try and see whether he can mount a challenge for a victory in this one. But what he hasn't probably factored in is the fact that number 14, Ben Simmons, from 35th on the grid, just keeps picking up the places. So he was up into 7th at the start of the lap. I suspect he'll be further up at the end of this one. We've got yellow flags at the exit of Roberts at the moment. That's because, unfortunately, Richard Carter has had to retire his car on the exit of Roberts. Not entirely sure what happened to his car, but it's sort of off on the right-hand side of the circuit, right at pit lane entry as well. It's not blocking the pit lane, but the right-hand side of the wheels of it are not that far off the tarmac. Over the start-finish line comes our race leader. Into the pit lane, however, comes a car from 2nd position. So into the pit lane comes Tim Davis. You can just see Richard Carter's car off there on the right hand side, but Tim Davis dives for the pit lane. He's the first of the front runners to opt to come in now that the pit window has opened. It only stays open for 10 minutes as well, so in the 40-minute race it opens after 10 minutes but stays open for 15. In the 30-minute race it opens after 10 minutes but it only stays open for 10 minutes and closes for the final 10. John Cutmore, having failed to understand the rules in race 1, the longer race, hopefully has read the regulations a bit more for this one and won't hand himself a 2-lap penalty for pitting outside of the window as he did in race number 1. Number 14, Ben Simmons, continues to climb up through the order as a result of other cars now pitting. The pit lane is already starting to fill up, to say the least. We've got probably a dozen cars in the pit lane in the early stages of this one. But the first of the front runners that was in was Tim Davis. There was not really another car inside the top 10 that decided to pit at the end of the lap that's just been completed. 17 minutes of the race to go. Through over the start-finish line goes Rich Webb. Robert Forsdyke in the pit lane. You can see it is now beginning to fill up that pit lane now. More and more cars all diving their way in, including another car at the sharp end, another couple at the sharp end. Number 52, Gary Bate, goes for the pit lane, as does Stephen Riley. So that's two more cars that were inside the top 8. Both head down pit lane. And also Colin Watson comes in, car number 92, who was running in 3rd position. So that's a few more cars that have now opted to thread their way into the pit lane. So 16 minutes of the race to go, and with Rich Webb continuing to lead the race, more and more cars diving for the pit lane. There goes Rich Webb over the start-finish line now. He's not going to pit on this lap. Second place is John Cutmore, is up into 2nd place. We then in 3rd place have David Watson in 3rd position, and Ben Simmons is now up into 4th place. Yes, some of that is a result of cars ahead of him having pitted, but the vast majority of it is because of the very good work that he's done in the early stages of this one, bringing the number 14 car up through the order. Now, for Rich Webb, it starts to get busy now. He's got all the traffic to try and deal with. Robert Forsdyke heading back out of pit lane at the wheel of car number 188. So he has concluded his pit stop, but the pit lane is still rather full of cars, including number 52, Gary Bates, who was running right at the sharp end of this race. The 2 minutes have ticked by for him, so he can now rejoin the race. Rich Webb, however, our race leader, is still looking to try and see what he can do. The fight for what is 2nd, 3rd and 4th is just going around through Coppice Corner now. You've got the 2 Spires, you've got John Cutmore's car and then David Watson's car, all busy squabbling away with the car off the back of the grid, which is Ben Simmons. Are we going to see Rich Webb come in? Yes, we do. So the race leader heads down pit lane. Rich Webb into the pit lane. Both of the Spires in 3rd and 4th, and the 5th place car come in as well. So we've got all of the race leaders all coming into the pit lane at exactly the same time. Rich Webb comes to a halt. The clock starts to tick when he entered the pit lane, so it's just a case then of making sure you hold him stationary for the correct period of time before you then release him to make sure that he doesn't break the beam at the bottom of the pit lane anything less than 120 seconds after he broke it on the way in. But we've got all of the front runners all in together. Rich Webb, John Cutmore, then the car of David Watson, followed by Ben Simmons, the number 14 car, all in the pit lane at the moment. And therefore I think now, having taken up the lead of the race, will be the first of the cars that hasn't pitted, which will be Matthew Drew, number 25, will now take up the lead of the race. In fact, no, he now dives to the pit lane as well. So it looks as though they're all filing their way into the pit lane. And most of the front runners, the leading car that hasn't pitted at the moment is going to be car number 62 that hasn't pitted, and that is the Mel Taylor car. Handing over to Chris for part 2 of the race. So Rich Webb we saw still stationary in the pit lane, not as yet heading back out. If you're watching online, you are looking at Robert Forsdyke there, who is running down towards the bottom of the top 20. He's running down in 29th position, Robert Forsdyke. But all of the front runners all in the pit lane. In fact, the top 10 cars are in the pit lane, and only one of the top 12 is still out there and circulating at this stage. Car number 38, they've all come in at the same time this time through. Number 38, which is Keith Fryer, is the leading car that hasn't pitted. So all of those that were in the pit lane now starting to file their way back out again, so we'll get the battle for the lead of the race resuming again very shortly. As for the cars that had pitted and came back out, I think Gary Bates was a little bit quicker than Tim Davis, possibly. So I think the number 52 car might have jumped the number 80. No, they're behind as they head over the start-finish line this time through. It does look as though Rich Webb has re-inherited the lead of the race, not unsurprisingly. He's got Tim Davis a little way adrift of him now in 2nd position, and Tim Davis is under pressure from the next of the cars that will be coming up behind him, which will be Gary Bates, number 52 car. But on the graphic on the left of your screens if you're watching online, and on my timing screen in the commentary box, it's going to take another lap before that fully sorts itself out. It's only when they come over the start finish line next time through and break the beam that the order will be the true clean order of the race, because some cars broke the beam coming into the pits but then stayed stationary for a period of time before they headed back out again. So we are halfway through this race. The pit window is still open, matters not. I think everybody has now conducted their mandatory pit stops, and we are now into what the final 11.5 minutes of the race, there or thereabouts, with Rich Webb, number 88, continuing to lead in what are diminishing light conditions now. So through goes 88 Rich Webb over the start finish line, chalking another lap into the book. He'll be heading round through Redgate Corner and through Hollywood before too much longer. And then number 80, Tim Davis, there in second position. He'll be heading round through the old hairpin before too much longer, Tim Davis. There goes through Redgate Corner. That's number 8. That's Matt Gibbon, who's enjoying himself. He's having a good little fight. Way down through the order, actually, Matt Gibbon. He will be just looking for where he is on the screen. He is, yeah, a long way down through the order, Matt Gibbon, but enjoying himself as he sticks his elbows out and has a squabble with somebody. In a multiple class, when you've got, again, a full grid, 40 cars able to start this race, 40 cars on the grid, you're always going to have somebody that you can fight with. Rich Webb will be very shortly heading over the start-finish line again here, and we'll be looking to see what he might be able to do. Gary Bate is the man who's under pressure here. He's in third position. There goes our race leader over the start-finish line. Tim Davis in second. Number 52, Gary Bate in third, but under pressure from Colin Watson as they went over the start-finish line that time through. John Cutmore is in fifth place and has conducted his pit stop within the window this time, so well done to him. Pit window is now closed because there are less than 10 minutes to go, but it's a good fight, and it looks so Colin Watson has squeezed his way through and ahead of Gary Bate there, so that's up to fourth position for 92, down to fourth place for 52 Gary Bate, and all of the time, of course, they've still got traffic to deal with. Now the lead advantage is stretched to 6.5 seconds now between Rich Webb and Tim Davis. Heading round through Coppice Corner. There's Tim Davis just heading past Peter French's number 99 car through Coppice Corner. Race leader will be shortly coming over the start finish line as well to start another lap, such has been the pace that Rich Webb has had. Through comes Rich Webb. Tim Davis in second position, the black car but with the Dayglow orange rollover hoop has got a bit of traffic to deal with before he catches the race leader. Best of the fights is still just behind as well, which is going to be Colin Watson fighting away still with what is now John Cutmore. So the Spire is up into fourth place, and Gary Bate has dropped down into fifth, I'm afraid. Rich Webb still carving his way through the traffic down through the Craner curves. He'll take his time doing so because he's got 5 seconds nearly, 4 3/4 seconds between himself and the black car with its orange rollover hoop, that being number 80, Tim Davis, driving the Boss Racing prepared machine. Tim, who's from, I think it's Orpington, so on the doorstep of Brands Hatch, also races a TVR Tuscan. But Rich Webb has been the man who seems to have had the pace so far today in the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. He qualified on pole position for the first race and won that. As a result of winning the first race, that popped him on pole position for this one, and he is currently leading by nearly 5 seconds at this stage with 8 minutes to go. And no real worries. So race leader over the start finish line, Rich Webb, still with traffic to deal with. Next to the cars that he's going to catch is going to be number 93 Hugh Coulter, who is the leader of Class F at the moment. Into the pit lane comes Gary Bate. Now that was a car that was running right at the sharp end but had dropped to 7th. I was concerned that that car had an issue because it just seemed to get picked off a bit too easily. Rich Webb about to deal with the traffic. Hugh Coulter hopefully will stay out of harm's way. There is poor old Gary Bate sitting in the pit lane, and I think that's one of the Team Leo's mechanics that's wandered over. All of them, as you can see, complying with the MS UK regulations of wearing face coverings. well, Gary Bate, it's not going to be a good end to the day. He was on the podium in the race earlier on, finished in 3rd position, but into the pit lane, and I think that's more than likely going to be it for him with 7 minutes to go. So Rich Webb will come through to conclude another lap before too much longer, our race leader. Tim Davis, 5 seconds adrift in 2nd place, heading in towards the braking area for the Roberts chicane. So already over the start finish line has gone Rich Webb. Through shot there we saw Tim Davis. Best of the fights now is between Colin Watson and John Cutmore, but it's John Cutmore's Spire that's come out ahead this time through. So number 98 John Cutmore up to 3rd, down to 4th goes Colin Watson. 5th is number 86, which is Stephen Riley. Completing the top 6 is Ben Simmons, which, considering he started 35th on the grid, that is still not a bad performance. But he was up to 9th after just 3 laps, I think it was, before the safety car came out. We're now on to lap number 17. 6 minutes remaining. And Rich Webb getting down to the kinds of times that he was doing earlier on in the race. He has set the fastest lap of the race. That came on lap number 9. He's now on lap number 17. The lap time was a 1 minute 10.072. 1 minute 10.072. And that is actually faster than the fastest lap that we had in race number 1 of the day. It's about a quarter of a second quicker than the fastest lap we had in race number 1. So Rich Webb about to conclude a further lap. He heads over the start-finish line. The 3rd and 4th place cars just working their way through the Roberts chicane, but there is our race leader up at Redgate Corner, turning his way through the right-hander and on to another 1.979 mile lap of the Donington Park National Circuit. Done a few of these today. He did 32 of them in the earlier race, which of course was 10 minutes longer. He's now on lap number 18 in this one, and is forever just meeting traffic. It's a multi-class series based largely on the engine power output, largely, and with 40 cars on the grid and a mixture of driver abilities and performance abilities of the cars, and there's always going to be traffic to be dealt with if you're one of the front runners in one of the more powerful cars, and that's exactly what Rich Webb is having to do. Now there is the Simon Lancashire Liam Browning car we just saw. That's the one with the gold rollover hoop, or the Dayglow rollover hoop, fighting away. There goes Carla, retired from race number 1, which was Rob Cooper. Rob Cooper is coming under pressure from, I think that's Ryan Grant that sits behind him. They're having a good little battle, Rob Cooper and Ryan Grant. Yes, that is them. They're fighting for 20th and 21st places. 20th and 21st places they headed towards the braking area for the old hairpin. And Ryan Grant almost running a little bit wide, coming out of the corner. Needs to be careful with that. So side by side over the start finish line. That's one of the Spires going through, and I think that's the lap Hugh Coulter as they head in towards the braking area for Redgate Corner. Less than 4 minutes to go. Now I think I've just seen Gary Bate back out in the race potentially as he was working his way through some of the slower traffic there. I'll have to try and see whether Gary Bate has made it back out. Our race leader, though, will be up at Coppice Corner, I would have thought, in the moment. Now, both of the Spires have gone really well over the course of today. Number 98, John Cutmore's car, is in 3rd place. The car of David Watson is in 7th position. It's good to see the Spires out in what is usually nothing but Caterhams with the odd MK Indy in there, but we've had Westfield, and so we've got the 2 Spires back again, the RB7s today. There goes our race leader on to what will be the anti-penultimate lap. So the one he's on and 2 more thereafter we should have enough time for, subject to light conditions, which are deteriorating again a little bit now, so you can't really see it if you're watching on the live stream, watching online, but it's dark now. And we have absolutely finished bang on time as well. This race started the green flag lap 2 minutes before it should have got underway the race, so by the time they came over the start finish line the flag would have dropped and the lights would have gone out absolutely to timetable. So great work by the officials and all of the marshals to keep us on track in what's been a long old day. But Rich Webb is going to claim, by the look of things, a double victory potentially. Not done yet though, still got the 2 minutes and 20 seconds to elapse, and then when he comes over the start finish line, even if there's just 1 second still to go, if they don't show the checkered flag, he's got another lap to do after that, but we'll wait and see. Rich Webb will be coming up towards the conclusion of lap number 20 before too much longer. There he comes. Over the start-finish line goes Rich Webb. And the black car with its day-glow rollover hoop in the background is going to be Tim Davis, who is a little way adrift now, 5 seconds adrift in second place. So turning his way through the right-hander at Redgate Corner goes our race leader, Rich Webb. 5.1 seconds to the good over Tim Davis, who is nearly 10 seconds to the good over John Cutmore, number 98, who sits there in the spire in third position. But there's still work to do for Rich Webb. Can't rest on his laurels. He's still got to press on. He's still got traffic to deal with. Carves his way past the next of the cars. That is Ray Arms, former British touring car racer, at the wheel of number 56 Caterham that he squeezed his way through and past. That car was started by Stephen Storey. Ray also raced in things like the VW Vento Cup as well over the years. But for our race leader, it's all very much going to plan for Rich Webb. He secured victory in the race earlier on by a good margin. It's not going to be quite as large a victory in this one, but it's certainly looking as though Rich Webb has had the upper hand all day, really. Checkered flag is not going to be shown this time through. It will be next time through, because there are 45 seconds remaining on the clock as Rich Webb came over the start-finish line. So he is now onto his last lap of the race. So out of Redgate Corner, onto the top of the Craner Curves. Rich Webb just easing his pace a little bit in the closing stages, understandably so. The lead advantage has dwindled, but that's just a case of him managing the gap. He's done the hard work, he's built the advantage, he's pushed hard when he needed to, and eased off through the back markers when he's had a little bit of a buffer. But on the whole, he has driven faultlessly in both of the races and in qualifying this morning, where he was the fastest qualifier in the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. So that was the grid dictated from qualifying for race 1 of the day. The finishing positions from race 1, if the drivers took part in race 2, there was no need for them to, but if they wanted more track time they could. And he has driven faultlessly in this one, having started from pole position, and had a good little battle with Tim Davis in the early stages. But again, Tim Davis is just going to come up short in this one, and John Cutmore, who failed to conduct a pit stop within the timescale in the race earlier on today, is going to finish on the podium for this one. So checkered flag goes out, it's a win. Our final race of the day, it's a win for Rich Webb. He comes through to claim the win. It's Tim Davis that finishes in second position. Third place will be John Cutmore. He'll just be heading up towards the final couple of corners to work his way through the Roberts chicane. There he goes now, John Cutmore over the start-finish line. Fourth place will be number 92, which is Colin Watson, but only just. Stephen Riley was chasing him towards a checkered flag. 35th on the grid, number 14, Ben Simmons, wasn't that far away either. The rest of the field all just working their way up towards the checkered flag in what has been a busy, busy old day. After Ben Simmons in 6th place, it will be David Watson who finishes number 85 in 7th place. 8th place will go the way of number 71, which is Paul Begley. 9th is 93, which is Hugh Coulter. Completing the top 10 is going to be number 21 that completes the top 10. Matt Spark, another driver who came off the very back of the grid. So Matt Spark started this race in 40th position. He finishes this race in 10th position. So the drivers working their way around the slowing down lap. For those of you that are here at the circuit, that is our racing done for the day, and we will say, for those of you here at the circuit, a massive amount of thanks, and even if you're listening online as well on the stream, a huge amount of thanks to our marshals. We could not do it without them. They've been out there since very early on this morning. They have worked tirelessly hard to make sure that we have finished literally bang on time this afternoon as well this evening, and they will be here again to do it all again tomorrow. We couldn't do it without them, so thank you to all of our marshals and officials for their hard work throughout the course of the day, and we will say our sort of goodbyes to those of you that are here at the circuit. But we've still got some more things to do online as well, so if you're watching the stream, don't disappear just as yet, because we have got the cars heading down the pit lane, including Rich Webb, our final race winner of the day, and hopefully we'll get a chance to chat to both him and Tim Davis, and hopefully number 98 John Cutmore as well, if you're watching the live stream. So from a circuit perspective, my name has been Mark Werrell. I hope you've enjoyed the day's racing and the live stream from the Classic Sports Car Club. If you're watching online, hang around, because the next person you'll be hearing from who will conclude the day and chat to our final drivers of the day is Ian Waterhouse. So back downstairs to Ian Waterhouse to catch up with some drivers.
right, here we are with Rich, where the race winner. He got it done, didn't we? Couldn't quite get over the line in race 1, but here we are in race 2. Rich, come on, that's it.
That was better. That was a bit better. It was a little bit better when the engine's performing. We ended up having an engine issue in race 1, which meant we were down on our normal power. So in that race we just planned to do what we'd planned to do in race 1, which was just build up a bit of a lead. But hats off to Tim, he's driving the wheels off that thing and he kept the pressure on me the whole time. It was 4 to 5 second gap the whole way through.
Yeah.
He didn't make it easy.
I was going to say, the opening sort of tete-a-tete, shall we say, looked quite gruelling between you and Tim, and then after the pit stops you did kind of manage to get, like you say, that 4.5-5 second gap.
Absolutely. He's a brilliant driver, probably similar to myself, aggressive but very fair, always gives you room. You can confidently race that close to him, which is nice. So yeah, absolutely superb result for the team, and I can't thank everyone enough who's helped me this weekend. It's been brilliant.
Congratulations, well deserved as well. You
Thanks
must be delighted. Well done.
Cheers,
I'll let you
guys.
enjoy the evening. Richard, there, your race 2 winner for the Magnificent Sevens. And well, what a day it's been. That's actually it from us for this Saturday here at Donington Park, the Classic Sports Car Club. But hey, don't go too far, because tomorrow we are back. We'll be back live just after midday to bring you the afternoon session. I've been here, Waterhouse, and until tomorrow, drive safely.